leader ahead of Alexander West. So Rahel Fry in and out. She stays in the car. Is that a triple for Rahel Fry?
She's keen. She's very keen. Right.
I think that might
Rover
be.
Racing 98 BMW in just as predicted right on the last lap. It could have made that pit stop. It's still listed as third position, but when the 71 Ferrari serves its drive-through penalty sometime soon, of course, that BMW goes up into second place overall. This is the car that took the first haul of maximum points. That's 12 points after 6 hours, 12 points as well by leading again when we got to the halfway point in this race. And if it could be in the lead at the end of the 24 hours, it will pick up 25 points. That would be the maximum haul you can get through this race.
Well, even if cruel fate intervenes and they retire now, they will only lose 1 point potentially to any championship rival, because the maximum available from now is 25 and they've already earned 24.
Yeah, but if someone else had been second and second, they would have had 9 points and 9 points.
That's true. That is true.
I see where you were going, but I brought you back from the brink, I think, for once.
Yeah, no, you allowed me to say it first.
I did.
My bear of little brain is, yeah, they could lose 19 points. Augusto Farfus in the pit lane. And so how long will it be before Nick Tandy stops? He's got...
He's got 15 minutes,
but he's not got fuel for 15 minutes because his last stop was 25 seconds shorter than it needed to be. He did a short stop, same as Rigon. That's how they got track position. And he was absolutely flying when he started the stint, which also seems to indicate that he may not have had the fullest of tanks. Here's the Rover Racing BMW.
It's so long in the pit lane, isn't it? You run the top pitch, you've got to go around that very tight right-hander at the top of the hill and then snake all the way down through that kinked pit lane, the old pit lane. And then even when you get to pit exit, it's a really hard pit exit as you have to then accelerate hard. You're looking at the sky, you're looking at the track, you're looking at the sky, you're looking at the trees. You get to the top of Radion and you rejoin after the corner. It used to be very scary when the track was sort of the pit lane fed back in, sort of pretty much in the middle of Radion.
Yeah, pretty much where all of the accidents were going to happen. That's where you came bimbling out of the pit. So, yeah, it was always tough. Nick Tandy leads. Davide Rigonis in the pit lane now. And he was only 6 minutes longer in his stint. And they had a slightly longer pit stop as well. I think he possibly took on either not sufficiently the same amount or a slightly... you can only do a certain amount on a short stop and a certain amount on a long stop. So Davide Rigon in from second. And will that be to serve his drive-through or to take fuel? We probably ought to document that, shouldn't we? Because if it's not doing a drive-through now, then it ought to be.
Yeah, but bear in mind that the stint length was 56.5 minutes, and you know that means it only potentially had another 8 minutes in which it could have carried on circulating around.
Well, there's the answer. The car comes out. I was going to say, even if we don't see it, the length of the pit stop the pit time will tell us. And in fact, the length of the pit time now will tell us what the delta is. I hate that word. What the time that it takes for a drive-through is. And right now, it's 1:07, 8, 9, 10, 11.
It's half a lap.
1 minute 12.2.
It is half a lap. Oh no, the Samantha Tan Racing BMW.
Yellow. Nick Tandy is being handed a big chance here. Harry Gottsaka with a puncture heading piff-paff. Half a lap away from the pits. We will go full course yellow potentially, or will we? He is going very slowly.
He's actually closer towards the end of the lap, but it's how many people he's likely to block. But Nick Tandy, yes, he has potentially another dozen minutes he could stay out on the track, but as you pointed out, he had a very short previous stop, so he probably doesn't have the fuel. This could be ideal if it goes to full course yellow. It hasn't as yet, but Nick Tandy is getting towards the end of the lap, and if he passes pit in, he's got to do another lap. May have enough fuel for that.
He comes.
In he comes to the pit lane. Car number 47, KCMG Porsche leading the race. He is coming into the pit, and of course the car that was second, the Davide Rigon Iron Lynx Racing Ferrari, has just served its drive-through penalty. It costed, what did we say, 1 minute and 12 seconds. That's effectively half a lap of the 7-kilometre Spa-Francorchamps circuit, so that's out of the reckoning. And
still needs to fuel.
Indeed.
And has got 7 minutes left in his driver time. So suddenly, Davide Rigon in second, Miguel Molina in third, or Miguel Molina now shown as third, a second ahead of Davide Rigon in third. Looking great right there for Iron Lynx. That's not the way it's going to work out. KCMG Porsche trundling down the pit lane.
And this, at any point in the race, the driver must be saying, I must not speed in the pit lane, but plenty of them have done that. But for KCMG, you do not blow this golden opportunity, all the greater for the way that they have achieved what they've done so far. 9 hours and 10 minutes remain in this race. There is still a very long way to go. But when you've gone from last to first, you're doing something right.
Seems to me these guys are down in the sort of area of the pit lane that Timo Bernhard always used to choose. He always used to be like to be right down at the bottom here when he was running his cars.
Yeah, your 4 garages from the end of the second pit lane, so they'll have a very short run to pit exit, but equally in turn a very, very long run to get to their pit garage. But
you take that and it, you know, and then when you're in the car, when you get into the car, you immediately switch on and get up to speed. And I think that's quite a nice idea. If you can get to choose that or somehow engineer your way in there, then that's quite good. Davide Rigon back in the pit lane, so this time it is for a fuel stop. And very probably a driver change, which cycles Miguel Molina to the top of the pile, ahead of Maro Engel. So suddenly the 55 Mercedes wheels its way back in. Well, there is Davide Rigon, and I'm afraid that they will probably, there you go, there's the car. Is it still Nick Tandy, the 47 car anyway, at pit out? No, Lawrence Van Tor in the car, fires it up, and 2 or 3 seconds as you maneuver and straighten up, and then boom, you're out of the pit lane and off you go.
Yeah, so for Laurent Van Tor, the last time he drove this KCMG number 47 Porsche, it was in full darkness. Now it's in proper light. Yeah. Light cloud over here, but actually still slightly grey at Spa-Francorchamps, certainly in comparison to yesterday where it was blue sky all the way. Track temperature, yes, it's north of 18 degrees. Air temperature just south of 18 degrees Celsius. Now, Augusto Farfus making the moves, making the press on, waiting to see who's going to be next into the pit lane. Expect Miguel Molina, he's second in the number 51 Ferrari. He should be coming in soon. So should, well, the 71 car has got the driver change, as you pointed out. Davide Rigon out, Daniel Serra, the Brazilian, taking over. Maro Engel should owe us a pit stop. And Neil Verhagen, who's bobbed up to 5th place in the second of those Rover Racing BMWs. In fact, the first of them, because he hasn't done the pit stop, and therefore he's actually in front of his teammate Augusto Farfus. But as soon as the pit stops are completed, the 98 BMW will go back to the top of the BMW tree.
And then for completion, or for completeness, 7th place Jules Gounon in the 88 Mercedes, 8th place Rob Bell in the 38 McLaren, Marco Sorensen in 95 Aston Martin in 9th, and Lucas Stoltz in the number 2 Mercedes in 10th, ahead of Mathieu Jaminet and Jordan Pepper, who is currently in the pit lane.
Jules Gounon on the attack. He's had his pit stop. He's back out. He's chasing after Augusto Farfus again. 2.3 seconds down, running slightly wide over the curb, but you're allowed to do that. It's when you get all 4 wheels over the curbing, you get in trouble. K-Pax Racing came here with high hopes and seemed to be overachieving as the American team really took it to the European runners. They had that pole position. It was taken away for a technical infringement, and every time they advance, that's Jordan Pepper, who's just got out of the car, they seem to have some form of setback. But you know what? They're just outside the top 10 despite everything that's fallen into their path. So again, it's a case of what might have been, as it is for so many teams in so many ways.
Well, as it will be for 65 teams out of the 66, because only one of them will get onto the top step of the podium outright. Obviously, we'll have half a dozen different winners in the various different classes, assuming they all have finishers in them. And
yes, they all do have finishers.
They all do at the moment, don't they?
Well, finishers, people still running in the class.
Well,
we can't talk finishers as yet.
It's a mere bagatelle, just 9 hours and 6 minutes left to go. I mean, it's done. You know, nothing happens in 9 hours, does it?
No, cars are rock solid these days.
I refer my learned colleague to the first 9 hours. Absolutely nothing happened in that whatsoever. And now the drivers are no more fatigued, and nor are the cars. Well,
right. Jules Gounon is trying his best to claw any chunks of any fraction of a second he can out of Augusto Farfus. Farfus in the 98 Rover Racing BMW, but he is just not managing to make any impact as yet. Early in this battle, and we have seen, Martin, don't forget, some drivers going very hard quite quickly on their, quite soon on their rubber, and then paying the price later in their stint of just over an hour in these cars. But what we have noticed is at the end of a stint, the 98 BMW seems to be the tool to have.
When did the 88 Mercedes make all its ground up?
Well, it made it up and then it lost it all, don't forget, because it had a pit stop under green, and then it made it up after that. So it's constantly been chipping away. If you look at its average lap times, they're going to be very, very good.
But it made all the ground up in the night when it was cooler.
Yes.
So possibly as the track now ooh, big handful of opposite there. As the track starts to heat up, they're going to have to start chasing the setup on that car, because it may be that they are going to start losing a bit of ground. Maro Engel, second place, and again, for the first time in an absolute age, the 55 Gruppe M Mercedes is sort of back in the fray. And again, everybody now, we can now disregard the technical pit stops because everybody's done there. So we're now back to square one, level pegging, and the big hit in the last hour has been for the 71 Mercedes from Iron Lynx, which is now outside the top 10 because of that drive-through, because it cost them half a lap. And because of the slew of safety cars, we've still got this big lead group of main protagonists all close together, all on the same lap. How many cars have we now got on the same lap? Still 11. Yeah, 11. 12. So, you know, he's now dropped right to the tail of the bunch, and that's 9 hours to try and claw back half a lap. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you can only find a few hundreds on a lap, it is actually quite a lot.
Well, it's a big margin, a minute between race leader Miguel Molina's Ferrari and Maro Engel. But Maro Engel, you know, that car has already led the race in the hands of Michael Grenier, the Canadian racer. It's looked solid, and they haven't looked surprised about the performance at all. So the 55 car from Gruppe M Racing, great race livery, I must say. It's very smart indeed. But that's only got a small margin over Neil Verhagen, the American racer, coming up behind in the number 50 BMW, and that in turn is being caught little by little, no, by more than a second a lap by the KCMG Porsche. It fell to 4th place after that pit stop, but Laurent Fantor really starting to make that sing. He's lapping in the 2-minute 18s. That's a good time at the moment.
Leader in the pits. Miguel Molina has stopped, which means that in about 45 seconds, Maro Engel will cross the line and will be the race leader. However, there is the 50 BMW, the second of the Rover racing car. I beg your pardon, yes it is. The 50 BMW, Neil Verhagen at the wheel. Very, very different livery. Doesn't have the yellow, white and black of Rover motor oil on it, but it's still run by the same team, just in a very different livery. If you looked at the two cars, you'd never think, yeah, they're obviously teammates. It's almost nothing apart from the blue and white roundel that sort of identifies them as even being remotely the same car.
Well, it doesn't really stand out in its blue and gold, but it looks fabulous when it's standing still. So it's time to head down to the pit lane, and a lot of drivers will be almost too tired to talk at this point in the race. But certainly a very good chase there from the number 50 BMW, and another good lap on the board. But catching both of them is the KCMG Porsche with Laurent Vantor at the wheel, while James Collado takes over the 51 Iron Lynx Ferrari. But it's at a standstill in the pit lane at the moment, waiting for that to come out. That will drop it from the lead of the race, undoubtedly. That will put Maro Engel into the lead. But let's go down with Gemma, because she has the latest of the interviews from the pit lane with these tyre drivers, all with a story to tell.
Davide, you were driving a blinding stint, it was difficult out there, and now you've suffered a penalty. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it was a bit an unfair penalty actually, because normally I'm a very safe driver. I respect all the time, more than enough, the safety first of all. Nothing, just to explain, I had, my Marshall system was locked. Actually, I saw the full Corsello was counting down 20 seconds, but was stuck there. And I was on the other side of the track. My engineer was doing the countdown, but I lost the radio. And I was just trying to follow the car in front of me to stop myself, to have a reference from the car in front of me. So I don't gain, I don't lose anything. I don't know why. Maybe I gain half a second. To give me a drive-through is a 60 second that I push like hell. And the stint was so difficult out there. And now, yeah, we need again some luck to come back actually, because our pace is strong, but not as strong as Mercedes, as Porsche, as BMW. So actually, we're doing the maximum. Take stupid penalty like this is not good for our feeling. Actually, we're giving everything here, and that's it. I understand safety first, But first I would like to talk with the race director, which and the driver briefing he said all the time that we need to look the marshalling system first of all. So I just did what he said. Anyway, it's still quite long. I don't know how much is missing. We push until the end. We never give up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, the marshalling system we saw we've seen in all the cars from the onboard cameras, and it does count down to full course yellow beginning. Now, Davide's argument there is that it disagreed with when the steward said the full course yellow was in place. So, yes, slightly between a rock and a hard place. The end result of which, though, however, whether it was just careless or he was misled by the system, is that they have served that penalty and they are now down the bottom top 10. It's interesting, actually, now all the drivers in all the teams have said we haven't got the pace of anybody else. So, I mean, you know, the race changes, cars change, they get worn, the track changes, everybody feels that the pace that they had is no longer there, but that is everybody's losing pace.
But what have we seen from the drivers? If they run in clean air, they tend to be a little bit happier. And for Davide Rigon's car, now in the hands of Daniel Serra, it's caught in the middle of a group of cars. This is just what they don't want. What they really needed was clear running. Mauro Engel leads this race from Neil Verhagen, but they both should come in within the next lap, which will put Laurent Vantour back into the lead of the race for the KCMG Porsche, as long as that's not caught in a train of traffic. But it isn't. It's got clear track around it, so it's the dream situation for KCMG with just under 9 hours remaining in this race. Still plenty of racing. Track conditions good, weather a little bit grey, not as bright as yesterday, but we talked of rain, but only just.
Well, that will give us a top three covered by 10 seconds, because Laurens Vantour will lead for KCMG. Augusto Farfus in the 98 Rover Racing BMW will be second, and Jules Gounon in the 88 Mercedes will be third, and they are basically separated by a total of 10 seconds across the three of them. A little further back, you can see all these battles. There's Lucas Stoltz in the pink car. Behind him now, Mathieu Jaminet. He's taken over the 10th place, number 74 Porsche. But ahead, with all that Dayglow yellow, that's Marco Sorensen. So that's 8th. Lucas Stoltz, the pink car, 9th. Blue Porsche, 10th. Again, that's not 5 seconds. That's, you know, 4.5. Covering those three, maybe not even that much now. So there's another battle shaping up. Just ahead of them, Rob Bell in the McLaren. Just ahead of him is James Collado in the 51, the white Ferrari. Now that's not in shot there, but the McLaren was. So again, you can see that, you know, there are a lot of very tight battles. And now, Verhagen and Engel both pit together, and that leaves Laurens Vantour on his own as our new race leader. You can see him there with Mauro Engel and Verhagen, both highlighted in red. That means they are in the pits.
8.5 seconds. 8.5 seconds is the gap between Vantour and Augusto Farfus. That's what you need to look for. And last time around, the advantage swung another half second in favour of the KCMG Porsche in the lead of this race. Laurent Vantour, he would love to add another 20-hour victory to his incredible tally. He seems to just collect them for fun. And he does it in a fun style as well.
Jules Gounon just about 4 seconds behind them. So, OK, now 12 seconds will cover the top three. This battle, Lucas Stoltz in the number 2 pink Mercedes ahead of that lurid bluey Porsche Mathieu Jaminet, and just at the bottom of the shot, Marco Sorensen, the Beech Dean Aston, the Dayglow yellow, I think that's the 21 Ferrari behind them actually, that's a long way out of kilter.
Yeah, that was the one that had all the problems. Ugo Delacour at the wheel now. That's had all the interruptions. We heard from his teammate Cedric Spirazzuoli, who still had a smile on his face, but you know, everything had been thrown at them, and it's just not their day. Haven't talked too much about the Jota McLaren. It's running in 7th place, which through the course of this lap should move up, I think, to 5th. And Marco Sorensen, tucked in behind 8th, should become 6th place for them as well.
At the beginning of that shot, the front of that shot, you just saw the white and black car, predominantly white car of James Collado. That's the 51 Ferrari, the Iron Lynx car. So that's sort of ahead, just going under the white. Where is he? We're trying to pick him out. He's not in that shot, so he's just a fraction.
He
ahead
just
of
dropped
them.
out at the bottom of the image there as they went down through Pouhon, the first part of Pouhon, and he's now turning out of the second half. But a real train of cars, and anybody not involved in that will be very happy indeed, because you all get held up by the car at the front of the pack, minimally, but it's enough, and it starts to really add up. But the good thing is all the front runners, in fact nobody really is going to owe us a pit stop for about at least another 15 minutes. I think the next one in should be the number 14 Konsta-Lapalainen driven Lamborghini from Emil Frey Racing, but none of the top 10 are going to need to come in for quite some while.
No, but again, out of kilter will be the 3 cars that have just stopped. 2 of them are only, well, less than a minute. Maya Engel and Dan Harper now in 55 Mercedes and 50 Rover Racing BMW are, you know, in their first minute on track, and James Collado only 6 minutes into a stint. So those 3 in a little clump are definitely out of kilter with the others, who are within a lap or 2 each other. Here's our new race leader, though, Van der Man, Lawrence Van Tor, leading in the 47 KCMG Porsche. And when they didn't go out in the 4th practice session and didn't set times, relegated them basically to the back of the grid, they must have thought, oh, can we not just go home now? You know, lesser men would have gone, oh, okay, and their heart would have been in their boots. I think these guys genuinely probably think that anything is possible from anywhere. And actually that was Nick Tandy talking about the experience when they won Le Mans outright for Porsche. He said nobody was paying attention to us. We were just like the 3rd car and everybody else was focusing on it. And he said, I said to the guys after free practice, I said, we can win this. You know, that's the sort of, and they all bought into it, you know. We can win this. We're fast enough. They're not going to watch us. We can win this. And I'm pretty sure that that's the same mindset they took into the race this weekend, that we're at the back, but nobody's quicker than us. We can win this. And if they do, I don't know what the biggest gap ever from starting position to winning a race is, but I'd say 66 to first. That's more than John Watson in his back to front Grand Prix wins.
John's races were shorter back in the day.
Well, they didn't have so many cars to play with.
12 times shorter, 2 hour maximum.
But you know, but that would be, to pull that off, that really would underline the fact that for all the whinging about it does work. It does mean that it's down to the drivers and the teams, and the playing field is as level as humanly conceivable. But they have a lot of tough rivals. This is one of them, 98 Rover BMW. Equally could easily win this race. So could the 88 Mercedes. I mean, so frankly, could the, you know, the Iron Lynx Ferrari and half a dozen others. So you've got to be fast, you've got to be clever. Their pit calls, all the lead crews have been exceptional, but you've got to have that little sprinkling of luck.
Can I just talk through the manufacturers? We've got 6 different manufacturers in the top 6 positions, just showing the entity of GT3 racing and how it can work. It's Porsche from BMW, from Mercedes, from Ferrari, from McLaren, from Aston Martin. So that is an accolade for those who do the balanced performance. And we've talked through the course of the race about how, of course, they deliver their performance at different temperatures at different points around an individual lap. But really the gold standard has been set by KCMG, leading this race from last position. The margin, 9.5 seconds. Augusto Farfus actually falling away very slightly, but there has been a bit of traffic. But, you know, the track temperature is now starting to creep up by another fraction of a degree. Things are going to keep on changing. We've got under 9 hours remaining in this race. It started at 4:45 Central European time. It's now nearly 5 to 8 in the morning. So the time is still going around, but because of that latest start at 4:45, it means the run to the end of the race is longer than a lot of people's brains will tell them that it is, because they expect to go from dawn to about 3 o'clock in the number of hours of darkness. David Addison's about to take over, delighted to know the race is finishing at 3. No, it's a 4:45. I'm afraid you've got to take it through to the end. And for Martin Haven and from me, Bruce Jones, we're almost at the end of a 9-hour night stint. The eyes are starting to hurt, but we don't hurt as much as the mechanics, you can be sure of that. And also for the people just calling the tactics off the pit wall as well, because they've had to react to these safety car periods. We've had 10 full course yellow periods, we've had 1 red flag. And it's been a busy time, and we've seen some of the cars gaining and others losing, and one that notably lost ground by pitting when it was green and all its rivals pitted when it was full course yellow was the 88 Mercedes. That's running in third position. It's always been there or thereabout, and that could be their hard luck story. But for Rover Racing, they have run a supreme race. They had cars running first and second. They took maximum points at 6 hours, maximum points at 12 hours. They really care about getting maximum at the 24-hour mark as well. But they're running well. Second place. Augusto Farfus, what, just under 10 seconds down on the race leader, but they are just not putting a wheel wrong.
Well, there's been a little change further back as we were riding with Augusto Farfus. Mathieu Jaminet in that blue Porsche that sort of sagged all the way down from the top 3 in the last couple of stints has just got ahead of Lukas Stolz in the number 2 Mercedes. So that is a change there. And again, all these cars, we now still have 11 cars on the lead lap, and every time there's a safety car, although it does interrupt the racing a little, it does close the field back up. So there's Farfus. Is that Jules Gounon in the background flashing the headlights? It is, looking for a way through. There's the grey nose of the 88 Mercedes, and we ride on board with him.
So that's Dennis Marshall still in front of him. He's been lapping just at the same pace as the front runners, but he is 2 laps down, but giving chase. So 48 of the 66 starters are still on the move. I think we're about to lose one of them. It's been in the pits for a very long time, more than an hour, probably close to 2 hours. Isak Tutumlu Lopez in the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. I think at some point they will run the flag up the flag post and say enough is enough. But for now, we still have 48 cars listed as running in this race. Charles Weers has actually got more laps on the board in that 32 Audi that was given a clonk at La Source than Ross Gunn in the Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin, and the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. But a few more laps and those positions will be flipping around. But up front, Laurens Vanthoor just under 10 seconds clear, metronomic in the lead of the race. And Augusto Farfus giving change, but will the clouds move away? Will the temperature of the track rise as much as the air temperature will as the sun comes up properly here at Spa-Francorchamps? But we will have to wait and see. Right, leading the Silver Cup class, Hout Racing Team been in front forever and a day, or a night and a day pretty much. Alain Valente, that's the number 4 Mercedes coming down the hill, looking very smart. That was a car we saw being given a bit of a push and shove in the opening couple of hours, but actually looking at it right now, all is looking fine for them. Leading the Pro-Am class, we've got Nico Menzel for Herberth Motorsport. Leading the gold class by some considerable margin is the 83 Ferrari from Iron Dames. They're having such a good run. First all-female crew here at the Spa 24 Hours for 25 years, and really the best all-female crew we've ever seen here. And also they do racing with a smile on their face, which is always so appealing. And to complete the running down through the classes, the bronze class is being led by Jörg Breuer in one of the Falkenhorst Motorsport BMWs. He's down in 42nd position with Rima Jufali, the Saudi racer, next in class, but she is another 3 laps behind. So for Falkenhorst Motorsport, they've been outright winners here at the Spa 24 Hours a handful of years ago, but you know, they'll have something to celebrate, one presumes, but 8 3/4 hours remain, and at the moment it's Laurent Vanthoor sitting on 9.5, 10-second advantage at the front of the field. But track conditions dry. A little bit of rain was just mentioned about an hour and a half ago, but it didn't seem to amount to much. Here at the pit lane we couldn't see it, but it was supposed to be at a light rain at the bus stop. But right now Laurent Vanthoor is not troubled by such matters, and he is lapping consistently 9.5 to 10 seconds ahead of Augusto Farfus. So it's Porsche from BMW from Mercedes, with Jules Gounon bringing up the rear of that top 3. He's about 5 seconds down on Augusto Farfus, but as we well know, around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, you get a little bit of traffic and it can make a real difference. The 71 Ferrari from Iron Lynx, of course, that was the one, the bright yellow car that been in the front of this race, but with that drive-through penalty, he really fell for poor Davide Rigon. It all sort of went wrong for him there. He got a little bit caught out. Drive-through penalties taking them right out of the mix, down to 9th place overall. So a big disappointment for them. The sister car with James Collado on board, the number 51 Ferrari, is running in 4th place. But as the night crew is about to hand over to the day crew, it is that Laurens Vanthoor KCMG Porsche leading the race. And if you've just missed the first, you know, a lot of the race, this is the car that started in 66th, brackets last position on the grid. So it's been driven in exemplary form But it's still, you know, many a slip twixt cup and lip. Nico Menzel leading the Pro-Am class there, just kicking up the dirt in the background. So we're about to go back and take a look at the highlights of the race. It started in 4:45 in the afternoon. On pole position, the silver-nosed Mercedes of Raffaele Marciello, but getting a far better start was the dynamic Motorsport Porsche with Klaus Bachler taking the lead. And what was remarkably clean, this packed grid of cars, 66 GT3 runners around the circuit here. Everybody got around the opening lap without as much as a push and a shove. Those came a little later, and 1 by 1 became 2 by 2, and even up the Kemmel Straight, cars running 3 by 3. Fabulous racing action. The Mad Panda Motorsport Mercedes going around the outside of a group of cars. You could see how the slipstreaming worked. You could also see how the nose of a Mercedes MG worked very well indeed as a snowplow. And that was poor Nigel Bay being shoved around in the lone Bentley in the race from CMR. And the racing was fast and furious. The circuit really is just such a fantastic place to go out to play. The number 4 out racing team Silver Cup car being given a nudge, and then we started to get a flurry of punctures. That was Sandy Mitchell and Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini, and then no puncture involved in this one, but a big scary moment for Stephen Grove through Blanchimont, but he got that number 16 EBM Giga Porsche back to the pits and recovered from there. And then Com Ledegaard in the car, the Porsche that led, being shoved wide down past the old pit lane. He then lost a little bit of ground, and we had the number 88 Mercedes coming through as well, Raffaele Marciello chasing off after Luca Stoltz. Eddie Cheever the third, pushing very hard. The Sky Tempesta racing Mercedes, but pushing even harder, but sadly too hard, with Cesar Gazzo going round. That was the first retirement for the race. The Santalok Junior team, Audi, made it back to pit lane with 3 out of the 4 corners being absolutely fine, but the last one absolutely mangled. The bus stop, the final corner of the lap, again a place where cars clashed, and then it seemed anyone he wanted to play with another driver, they just had to come up behind Jens Lieberhauser and give him a bit of a spin. That was the first of 3. What a rotten stint. There's the second of 3, different corner but the same outcome, and a big miss there from the number 46 Team WRT Audi, just skimming around the outside. And then as you came down the slope, that was Isaac Tutumlu going around in the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. Patrick Niederhauser, that black Audi, always pushing, always probing, didn't quite get up the inside. And then up the back end of arrival, that was the treble 7 Almanar Racing Mercedes, clattering the back of Alex Malikin's number 91 Porsche, both out of the race. But that said, there weren't that many retirements in the first part of the race. Incidents were few and far between, although tame, like this one for Sky Tempesta Racing, as the Mercedes went around. That recovered and got back going. Number 51 Ferrari from Iron Lynx Racing, pushing very hard indeed. In fact, both of those Iron Lynx Ferraris working their way little by little further forward. Forward, backwards, sideways. Jens Lieberhauser shows all of the sponsor stickers to the people in the grandstand at the top of the hill. And then gravel being thrown up onto the circuit led to unfortunate moment there for Karim Oj. Someone else hooked it onto the circuit. He came down in his Bousson-Gignon Audi, and round it went. And as the sun started to drop, the light started to change, the grip started to fall away. There's the Mercedes from Sky Tempesta, Chris Froggatt on board going for the shortcut through Raidillon. Cream rises to the top. Well, it's not cream, it's bright yellow, and it's the number 71 Ferrari, and Antonio Fuoco in particular was a star in that. But grip very much at a premium, and unfortunately for Allied Racing, that was the long route around Curve Paul Frere. One of the lowest points on the circuit. And then it was about making your space on the circuit. And this was a case of 2 cars with 2 Scandinavian Chargers pushing very hard indeed. The Dane on the right-hand side, that's Niklas Nielsen in the white 51 Ferrari from Iron Lynx, but the Norwegian driver, Dennis Olsen, pushing so hard, and he moved his way up the order in that KCMG Porsche. What happens when you get provisional pole? It's taken away, you're shoved to 30s on the grid, but you fight your way back into the lead of the race. That was the K-Pax Racing Lamborghini, and as soon as they took the lead, poor Marco Mappelli, a puncture. All that work was undone. And then darkness fell over the circuit. Another problem for the Bousson-Gignon Audi. That was Adam Iteki coming in really rather slowly. It did make it back to the pits. It has continued in the race. Sebastian Beau spinning around. Oh, dearie me. That's at Les Combes, so it's very hard for the drivers coming around the corner next to find him sideways on the circuit. And then another puncture. Cars drifting back into the pit lane. That was the EMA Motorsport Porsche, but luckily for them, the puncture was very near the end of the lap. Now, the save of the night, we still don't know who this was, ran the whole way through the gravel trap at Curve Paul Frere. Far easier to hit the barriers than avoid them, but somehow they made that move work for them. And then under proper cover of darkness, there was great overtaking. Suddenly you had these gaggle of cars after a full course yellow period, and 2 by 2 you know, 6, 8 cars fighting so hard for position, and some of the Mercedes coming through, the out racing Mercedes, you can see them picking up positions in the Gold Cup class and the Silver Cup. First gear at the top of the hill at La Source, pick your moment, pick your place. And time after time, the 88 Mercedes from Rigonis ASP worked its way to the front of the order. And this was the point at which Raffaele Marcello, clear air for the first time in the race, got it right. He pulled clear, and the person who got it wrong was Albert Costa on his outlap, just taken over the 63 Lamborghini, still perplexed as to why he went around on the curbing. He thought he got through Les Combes, but alas, maybe it was all whatever. He said, I'd finished the corner, I was accelerating hard, and then round it went. And round went the 911 Porsche as well for Alfred Renauer coming out of Blanchimont off the circuit. Then suddenly the 107 Bentley pulled off as well. It was to prove to be a transmission problem for them. And then very soon after that, we had on the same lap, we had a red flag being thrown. Matt Payne, the Kiwi, young Kiwi, getting it wrong at Blanchimont. He was okay, the car was not. So of course all the cars came onto the grid, they formed up, and then we got going again after nearly an hour at a standstill. Eventually the safety car released the pack, and it was the Rover Racing BMW's first and second at that point. So 98 from 50 cars, and drivers still just hooking their wheels over onto the gravel on the outside of the circuit. They managed to get the grid, but anyone coming behind them would get less grid because of course gravel sitting on the circuit. Still incidents going on, cars flashing and spinning in the night, and this was the number 5 Mercedes from the Hout Racing team getting it wrong and taking a clatter into the side of David Perel's Ferrari, and that was the end of the action for the number 5 crew, which is a shame. They'd had a really good run up to that point before Arjun Maini just made that little mistake up into Les Combes. But one of the stars of the early hours of the morning was Nicky Katzberg, took over the 98 Rover Racing BMW and stretched ever further clear, banged in a couple of fastest laps in consecutive laps. And then the moment all the crews are waiting for, a bit of light in the sky. Admittedly, they're going to have a lot more light in the sky before they get to the end of the race at 4:45 in the afternoon. And unfortunate timing of pit stops meant that the Rigonis ASP Mercedes lost ground because it served one of its pit stops under green flag. And that means, therefore, running at full speed, everyone else out on the circuit, and its rivals had the advantage, but for some teams it was taken away, and there was an unfortunate clash between 2 of the Team WRT Audis. They think a McLaren was running slowly ahead of them and caused a surprise for Charles Weerts, and was hit up the back by the sister car, the number 46 car, with Nico Muller on board. But Nico's car would make it back to the pit lane and could be repaired, but nothing could be done about Team WRT. Now, this was an embarrassing moment. This was the 51 Ferrari spinning. This was behind the safety car. And the sister car had even more problems because that was done for transgressing under full course yellow conditions, and that led to a drive-through penalty that absolutely took that yellow Ferrari number 71 out of the mix. It's still in the top 10. Daniel Serra's driving it at the moment. However, that was a real setback. But the team that was gaining ground all the time, gaining position, was the KCMG Porsche, and it took the lead of the race. A fantastic scrap between Felipe Nasr in that blue Porsche and the chasing Jules Gounon. And the racing went on, the light's coming up, the temperature is coming up, but at the moment it's Laurens Vanthoor from last on the grid, the KCMG Porsche. This is it, leading as it gets close to breakfast time here at Spa-Francorchamps. And here is the race leader, Laurens Vanthoor. I'm going to hand over now to the day crew. They're back, they've slept on their feather beds. It's John Watson and David Addison to take you through to the end of what I think is going to be an incredibly exciting Spa 24 hours.
Well, thank you very much, Bruce, and you and Martin did a sterling job through the hours of darkness here at Spa-Francorchamps. Obviously, a great deal of activity. That 1 hour of red flag, so it's car just on the exit of Les Combes running down into Bruxelles. So wave yellow flag. Hopefully that car will, that's a la Valentino, he will get moving in one of the Hout Racing. So that was the silver leader, and why he has stopped there clearly is, well, I say clearly, it looks mechanical or it wasn't an issue of losing control. So it's a reset on the dash to see if he can get the thing fired up.
Yeah, he was, as you say, the silver leader, 12th overall, and the car has ground to a halt coming out of Les Combes. So straight away, the Mercedes squad from the Hout Racing team, this Janis Fittier, Jordan Love, Alain Vallon, Frank Bird entry, start to try and understand what the problem is. That's brought out a yellow flag, though, as you can see at the top of Rivage down towards Bruxelles, and it could well be that if the car doesn't fire up, then we're going to need some sort of interruption to move that out of the way. But the race director will give the car and the team time. It takes about 30 seconds or so for the car to sort of do a reset cycle and then try and fire up. So if it can get away, rather than a knee-jerk safety car, they'll give it time, see what can be done, and then try and fire that back into the race. So what have we got now? Just a mere 8.5 hours to go. Morning, everybody. And it is Lawrence Van Thor ahead of Augusto Farfus, Jules Gounon third, James Collado fourth, Rob Bell fifth, and Marco Sorensen in 6th place. Yellow flag out on circuit, and that car is going to be able to be moved, I think, under the cover of a yellow. As long as people respect the yellow flags, that's fine. It's when they don't slow or start being silly in the driving that you do need to step in and control things externally.
Yes, in a yellow zone, you're meant to back off. Now, back off is a pejorative term, but you're not meant to be going through it quicker than your previous fastest lap. So drivers are aware of that, and they'll back off. Oh, I backed off by 5 seconds, but the reality is maybe half a second. As we see the 66 Audi, oh no, sorry, the 99 Audi, the lead Audi, and what an awful event this has been for the Audi brand. The lead Audi in 13th position, and I think in the last 11 years they've never finished lower than 4th overall. And there is the lead car,
full
number
course
99.
yellow in 20 seconds.
We're going full course yellow. That is going to be our 11th full course yellow of the race. And it's going
Full
to be
course yellow, 10 seconds.
in 10 seconds, just to get that car out of the way. And it could be, in fact, that if that can quickly be pulled out of the way, we won't need a safety car. They can quickly move that, and then we can release the full course yellow.
now.
Let's see. We go full course yellow. In the background, the voice of the race director, Alain Adam. So we go full course yellow. This is number 4 Mercedes stopped up at Bruxelles.
Interesting that the two corner workers, there's a driver, of course, but they were waiting until that full course yellow had been executed before they got out of the cab to attach the snatch rope to the tow hook at the front of the Mercedes. As the 98 comes in, a driver change. So advantageous for the Rover Racing BMW.
So again, whenever you have these full course yellows, throw the strategy around a little bit. You might as well get effectively a free pit stop because you're losing less time. So driver change, tank of fuel. It won't be from empty to full. It'll be wherever you were, topping it up effectively, because that wasn't a full 65-minute stint, and a driver change going on as well. This is number 88, Jules Gounon, coming in then, and that car runs in the bottom pits, the endurance pits, so it's got a longer drive to its box, but then a shorter drive on exit.
Just interesting that the lead Porsche has stayed out, so it's just over halfway through its stint, whereas the BMW and the Mercedes in 2nd and 3rd place respectively were a little bit further down the road in their stint. So again, it's the roll of the dice. The team call it, that's how they see it, and the 47 Porsche, the KCMG Porsche, has stayed out.
It can also be, of course, where you are relative to the pit lane when the call for the full course yellow comes, because if, for example, the full course yellow is coming in 20 seconds and you've just gone past the pits, then there's nothing you can do, whereas if you're further back around the racetrack, you might be able to buy into it. So there's an element of luck as to when the race director gets on the radio to make the call compared to where your track position is. And the Mercedes there, he's going to jump ahead on the pit stop. So there, Raffaele Marciello will be up into 2nd place ahead of Nick Yellerly. Change for 2nd in the pits.
Absolutely, and I tell you, Raffaele Marciello is up for it now because they've got that easiest of passes in the pit stop. Somehow or other, the Acutis team managed to get the Mercedes AMG ahead of the BMW, and that's a bitter pill for the Rover Racing. Bodywork hanging off the side of the... Is that a McLaren coming up with a tail? Yeah, it is. It's the Inception car,
yes. Roy's car, yeah.
So that has to be kept under scrutiny. There is the Mercedes, and he's now got a car between himself and the BMW just to compound the pain that it's Nick Yellerly now behind the wheel of the 98 BMW, so he'll be sitting there spitting feathers, I would imagine. he's now got to find a way around the McLaren, which will not be particularly easy unless there's a bit of cooperation.
Well, he was 1.4 seconds ahead, or at least that car was, when it pitted. It's come out behind, and the gap has grown since they left the pit lane. Not only of that marker between, but you can see the real estate that has been put between the two cars as well. So Raffaele Marciello absolutely nailed into the start of this stint. Nick Yellerly taking a little bit more time to get up to speed.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that there's been a groan, but I tell you what, it's nothing like the groan that's coming from Nick Yellerly as he gets into the car and realizes that not only did they get outsmarted in the pit stops, but they've now got, I think it's the probably the 188 Miguel Ramos Garage 59 McLaren between the BMW and himself. So there we are, the number 2 currently running in 7th position. It's gone up a position because the Sorensen Aston Martin number 95 has lost that position to Lucas Stolz as we go back. So there's the 74 Porsche making its way through the chicane. And that is running, where's the 74 running?
74 is 6th, isn't it? Matthew Jaminet,
yes.
Sorry, forgive me, that was a car that was delayed early in the evening with a puncture, but has fought its way back into the mix now. But it's still Laurens Vanthoor's Porsche that leads. Raffaele Marciello then dropped back as a consequence of the pit stop, breaks the beam, comes through, and it is Vanthoor then from Collado. Jaminet up to 3rd now as they go through at the end of the next lap. So 74 goes 3rd, 4th is Stolz, 5th is Sorensen. Marciello is down to 6th, and Mathieu Jaminet has done 16 pit stops, but he did have a puncture. Marciello then is effectively a stop ahead, although the 98 BMW has done 18 pit stops. What I'm trying to say in all of this is that 1 or 2 owe us a pit stop to get back onto the same equation here.
So Marciello slides past the 44, gets speed Mercedes on the climb up. Well, of course, a full load of fuel on board the Mercedes AMG, but most notably, brand new set of tyres.
Now that number 4 Mercedes of Alain Vallon we'd seen stranded out on the circuit. It looks like the battery has gone flat. It was on their to-do list at the next pit stop to change it, but I'm afraid the battery has beaten the team in as much as it has expired before they could get the car back to the pit lane.
I mean, normally batteries don't fail. There is a reason for a battery failure, so you'd be looking maybe towards the alternator or some of the electronics to see why that battery hasn't been being continually charged. The batteries themselves now, modern batteries, aren't designed as they were in the good old days, so it has just enough juice to enable every electronic function in the car to operate, as long as it's getting that regular charge going into it. So if that charge drops off or there's an issue, then that's where the battery can't or isn't up to the job of running all the electronics.
So as you will have seen, we went from full course yellow back to green. No need for a safety car here because it was a quick quick motion to get that car off the track as we were predicting. So those that gambled and timed it absolutely right got that pit stop out of the way. Others, if they were thinking they'd leave it for a lap and maybe do it under safety car, well, that safety car never came. So the Acodis ASP, Mercedes AMG squad, and indeed the Rover Racing BMW teams, I think, have bought that right by diving in when they could under the full course yellow. Now there is Mathieu Jaminet, 3rd. You've got Porsches 1 and 3, but perhaps not necessarily the expected teams, given that number 74, the EMA Motorsport car, I don't think was on anybody's list for an outright win. It was perhaps up there for a podium. And 47, the KCMG car that is leading, was of course absolutely flat last on the grid, and yet there it is, 338 laps done, leading the way.
Well, we had an interview with Laurens Vanthoor after qualifying, and we could see the look on his face and just almost dejection on his face, knowing that that car was going to have to start at the very tail of the field. But of course, look, you know, in 24-hour events, starting at the back of the field, I remember back in 1969, a young Belgian driver called Jackie Ickx, when the Le Mans had an echelon start, and because he was mindful that he wanted to attach the whole seat harness before he went racing, so he walked across rather than running across. And who won the race?
Good old Jackie Ickx.
Yes, a very much younger Jackie Ickx back in 1969. One of those classic Le Mans victories, snatched victory from Hans Hermann in the factory Porsche 908.
There was a British driver that used to do quite well in American Grand Prix in his McLaren that didn't qualify all that well, but come race day would storm up from the 20s on the grid to win races. Wasn't there, John?
Well, you never know. You never know. They had a very good car, but we just couldn't turn the tyre on in qualifying. So it wasn't only me, my illustrious teammate had the same issue as well.
Indeed, so he's being modest, everybody. They were great drives to come through to win the Grand Prix in America. Now, back to the plot. We're looking at another good little fight going on here. You can see the number 52 Ferrari, which is Alessio Rovera, who is currently second in Pro-Am. He's still chasing after Nico Menzel. 52 had a spin, didn't it, early on in the race. Stefano Costatini went off the road. He's tucked up behind number 20 Mercedes right now, which had its delays earlier on in the race.
What I find really interesting, we didn't see it because we were still making our way back to the racetrack, is this car, driven by Rivera, set the fastest race lap on lap 285 of a 2:17.4. I mean, where did that time come from? It's as if he found a shortcut. Basically, up until the point when we signed off last night, the quickest race lap, I think, was about a 2:19 something. And to do a 2:17.4 on lap 285, I think is an outstanding lap.
Now, it's a Pro-Am car, and Alessio Rovera is an up-and-coming pro. Bear in mind that he's a WEC GT champion, he's Italian GT champion, he's Carrera Cup Italy champion, he's Formula Abarth champion. He's not just here for holidays, is he?
No, he's not a paid drive, is he?
No. No. That's the pro. No, it's not. That is, yes, the Pro-Am leader now, which is 24, Nico Menzel. So the Porsche that is part of the Herbert Motorsports squad. I think it's the surviving Herbert Porsche, Nico Menzel at the wheel of it, and we've talked already in the course of the race about his CV, class winner in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, for example, and comes then through ahead at the moment of Rovera and then Miguel Ramos, third within the Pro-Am battle. Jean-Baptiste Simonard is at the moment in 15th place, and he is second in silver. The car that Simonard is chasing in silver is number 99 of Nicolas Schurl.
Well, the silver category is the best category that Audi have got remaining. They've got two cars in first and second positions as we come up the hill, and the 100 Porsche, Mervyn Dienst. So gets
ahead
through.
Yeah. So Dienst, another single-seater convert. That top sport Porsche going nicely. Somebody has run wide and kicked up the dirt. Gravel brought onto the racetrack. Simonard's about to lose another place to Mauro Engel, who is a lap up. So Engel goes by, but Marvin Dienst then in the top sport WRT. Not that WRT, but World Rally Team is what that WRT stands for. Is a squad that's come from rallying into GT racing and has dual programs. Marvin Dienst accelerates down the hill. So yeah, Nicolas Schurl, currently number 99, the Attempto Audi, leading in silver. Jean-Baptiste Simonard's Audi we looked at there, going through the shots, is second of the silvers. And a quick word also about Valentino Rossi, because the car, despite its accident early this morning, is still going. It is in 19th place. All right, it's 3 laps down, but it's still going, and it can buy back more places.
Well, it just goes to prove how good these teams are at repairing a damaged car. There's damage to the left front of the car. A lot of it was bodywork, but also you have to be aware radiators are very much in the area of that bodywork. So great job by WRT to get that car turned around and lose only 3 laps. You saw Valentino Rossi sitting back looking quite happy with himself, knowing that his team had done a really excellent job to turn the car around, get it back in the race.
Mauro Engel in the Gruppe M run. Mercedes AMG comes out now of Blanchimont, which is where Matt Payne had his sizable accident in the night and calls the red flag. That's Dan Harper making his way now down to the chicane. Now the BMW Junior Team BMW running in 10th place, and it's another one on the lead lap. Dan Harper, Carrera Cup GB champion a few seasons back, and as he comes now over the line, that car again shouldn't really be discounted in all of this, I don't think.
Well, a little bit of a hurry up there from the 55. That tries to get down. Mauro Engel trying to get on terms with the Porsche, but not quite able to get Marvin Dienst. So down the hill into Oru, so it'll be an opportunity for Engel to get close to the back of the Porsche or get the run off radio and hopefully maybe make his way around. So these cars are out of position. Dienst is in 15th place. Mauro Engel is in 9th.
And in the background, just keep an eye on Dan Harper's pace relative to Mauro Engel, because that's the next battle. Engel in the Mercedes AMG there. There is Dan Harper, and that gap is coming down and down, isn't it, between the two of them? As they started this lap, it was 1.3 seconds, but Dan Harper is 4 tenths quicker coming through the first sector. So in the background, you will see, there it is, the BMW number 50. It is 50 because the car, like many across motor racing's world this year, celebrates and recognises 50 years of the BMW M brand. This is the junior team car, Neil Verhagen, we've seen in it. Max Hessler, we've seen in it. Dan Harper behind the wheel now. Carrera Cup GB champion when he drove for JTR, Nick Tandy's team, incidentally, in Carrera Cup GB, and then was picked up by BMW rather than Porsche. He had been a Porsche junior, but then BMW thought he's good, got hold of him, and have put him into long-distance races ever since.
Well, you can see what's happening. Maro Engel's got backed up behind the 100 Porsche Marvin Dienst. That's what's allowed Dan Harper to run down the Mercedes AMG as quickly as he's done, and Dienst is out of position. And I mean, whether he needs to let Engel go or whether he's just going to not be the awkward squad, because the positions of these two cars, they're not racing one another, but certainly the Mercedes AMG and the BMW clearly are racing each other, and that's a race for what is going to be 9th position. And look at that, Harper gets around Maro Engel. Wow, well, he got a mega run coming out of Paul Frere curb to get alongside and get past Maro Engel. I don't know if Maro Engel was expecting that. That's a change of position for 9th and 10th positions.
It is indeed, and they are both running together in terms not only of position but also the amount of time into the stint. So in terms of fuel load and tyre freshness, they're absolutely about the same. Over the line, the next target for Dan Harper now is going to be Daniel Serra, who is about 9 seconds up the road. As now look for 6th place. Nick Yellerly has caught back up to Raffaele Marciello and goes for the outside line up towards Lecom. Couldn't do it. Mercedes versus BMW. Right, left, right. This is lap 342, and it's game on between this pair again.
Well, having lost position in that round of pit stops, Mercedes AMG got out ahead of the Rover Racing BMW, and I thought, well, Raffaele Marciello is just going to drive away from the BMW. Well, that is not the case. Nick Yellerly has done a blinding job, and he's now, I suspect, again, it's one of the situations he can catch, and he's probably got more inherent natural pace, but can he find a way around? And Raffaele Marciello is not going to give that position up, currently in 6th place.
Out of Pouhon they come then now, and this is the run down towards Piff Paff. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Marciello is not going to give up without a fight. He's not going to just let Yellerly by, and at the same time, of course, they're trying to close on Marco Sorensen. Now Marciello last time did a 2:19, so did Yellerly, and a 2:21 for Sorensen, and they're only 4.6 seconds back. So real terms here, yeah, you're looking at 6th and 7th concertinaing, but 5th, 6th and 7th are concertinaing, because the Aston Martin that's had a good solid race thus far, with Nicky Tin, Marco Sorensen and Maxime Martin at the helm of it. That car being caught, just going up through Blanchimont, it's being caught by this 6th and 7th duel.
And there is the Aston Martin. And, well, Sorensen on the lights. Let me go through into the chicane, gets inside, and that's to his advantage, because the Porsche will then be, it's got nowhere to go, it just can't vanish. So momentarily, Marco Sorensen will be able to breathe, but knowing that he is being caught, and you can see the Mercedes and the BMW, 3 cars behind. There they are, coming into La Source.
Now we've got a message on the timing screen that confirms number 77 stopped at turn 5. That's the Barwell Lamborghini, Ahmad Al Hafi at the wheel of it, the Oman driver, hooking up with Barwell this weekend. Problems early on with a puncture, but although we've got a green flag now, the car stationary out on the circuit, it would appear.
Yes.
It's not gone through the next sector, it's not rejoined. So 77, the Barwell Lamborghini in strife out of the Gold Cup. And right now, Laurence Vanthorpe leads James Collado, so it is Ferrari versus Porsche here. The margin, 38 seconds, as side by side, up to the traffic. Still, Marciello is able to defend from the BMW, and these two have been trading the place, battling long and hard over the last, what, 10 hours or so.
It does look, the BMW have got the legs. We've seen it with Dan Harper in the 50, finding his way around Maro Engel. Now we're looking at Nick Yellerly trying to regain that position, the position that they lost in that last round of pit stops. So down the hill through Jackie Eak's curve, and then the drop down into Pouhon. So Marciello running behind the Ferrari. He wants to clear that as soon as he possibly can, and ideally do it in a way where, again, he puts a car between himself and the BMW, and just to use the traffic to your main advantage.
Got the Pro-Am Ferrari up the road as well, which we know in Alessio Rovera's hands is a quick car. So we started with 66, we've got 46 still, 47 still circulating. One I think he's out. He's up to Tumlu Lopez's Lamborghini, but it's not been officially declared a retirement. So inevitably, we've lost a good number during the night, including Lorenzo Patrese is way out wide there.
Oh, that mistake.
Marcello. Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
That was a mistake, and that's allowed. Well, it was clear as gin that was going to happen. Once Marcello got those two wheels onto the gravel on the outside of the pole fair curb, he had to get under the throttle, and the momentum immediately went back to the BMW, and Nick Yellerly didn't need a second invitation to make that position.
So now Yellerly has got to get himself up through the traffic. Marcello catches back up into the chicane, but in terms of these two, it is advantage to the Rover BMW. Then over the timing line now goes Nick Yellerly.
I'd like to see that again to understand why or how did Marcello allow his car to get so wide and get two wheels off into the gravel, and then of course compromise the exit of Paul Frere curb. A big, Nick Yellerly must be thinking, well, I'll take that every day, any day of the week.
But now he's going to get stuck in the traffic, so Marcello has a chance to come back at him.
Look, he's dabbing it. Yellerly's dabbling the brake pedal as he comes down just to make sure, although they're not braking here, coming into a rouge, but there's the brake lighters coming off and on the BMW, and that's, again, we talked about this last night, it's just a way of a driver just checking that there's always going to be a brake pedal, a firm pedal when you get on the brakes as you go up into Lake Coombe.
Looked to get past the Ferrari, couldn't do it, slops back in behind, rides the curb again, and the Ferrari jinks out of the way. Marcello now tries to dive up the inside, perhaps down to Bruxelles. Cannot afford to lose a fraction of time against the BMW, so he clears the 488 and goes through. And let's have a look then in replay at how Raffaele Marcello lost this place to Nick Yellerly. It was coming out of the Cour Paul Frere. That was it, John.
Well, all virtually four wheels off the racetrack, certainly two of them in the gravel, and Marcello had no choice but to back out of the throttle, and Nick Yellerly sitting behind was a gift horse.
Yeah.
I'll take that again and again and again. Passes like that only happen infrequently, and there was you can see already Yellerly beginning to stretch a small advantage over the Mercedes AMG, and just right now the pace that Yellerly and the BMW have got is pretty impressive.
Well, right now, as the cars work lap 3, 4, 5, it is still Porsche from Ferrari. Lawrence Van Thor, who is 54 minutes into a stint, and remember that 65 is the maximum you can do before you need to come into the pit lane. Nick Yellerly now comes up to have a go at the Aston Martin, and he's easily going to pick his way past Marco Sorensen. That was an easy move, seemingly. He's caught and passed him very well.
That was one of the easiest overtakes of two competitive cars we've probably seen throughout the weekend. Just again, very good drive up the hill up into Blanchimont. He was just going. The Astons come into the pits anyway, but he was just carrying much more speed, and that was an easy overtake. The type of overtake you looked for all day long.
Yeah, Sorensen was about to pit, as you've now seen. He'd done 64 minutes effectively, so he was coming in. I suspect he realised there was no point fighting it for one corner, so prepared to let him go because he was coming into the pit lane. As also in has come Lucas Stolz. And also in there is Alessio Rivera. That car, of course, this Pro-Am Ferrari, 22nd overall. It's not going to be a winning car, but could win its class, and it can get up there and take big scalps. Driver change for the Pink Panther, for the BVT Mercedes. Lucas Stolz out. Marco Sorensen gives way in number 95. And won't be long before the leader is in, Lawrence Van Thor, for his next pit stop.
So a little over 8 hours of this 24-hour race remaining, and most competitors say, well, we've been spending 3/4 of the race just. Well, there's the number 2 Mercedes. It is rolling, so we're going to have a little look again at that incident with Raffaele Marcello and the Mercedes AMG to see. He just got too wide. Whether he's focusing on the Ferrari directly ahead and just misjudged where he was on the racetrack, whatever it was a mistake. There you go. Now there's the Ferrari, but he just runs too far out to the left, having to bring the car back and look to your right, and there's a yellow BMW just steaming away. There it goes now.
Yeah, through went Nick Yellerly. So we've got Maxi Goetz aboard number 2, Marco Sorensen's Aston Martin heading down the pit lane also, and so too is the now Louis Machiel's driven number 52 Ferrari. 24 came in, didn't it, which is the Pro-Am leading car, and Alessio Picariello behind the wheel of that. So that's going to serve a pit stop as the race leaders work lap number 346. Let's see there. Laurens Vanthoor then for KCMG, Paul Ip's team. Matt Howson, very quick British racer himself, who's spent much of his recent time racing and team managing in the Far East. He oversees this operation on site and doing a grand job as Laurens Vanthoor comes over the brow of the hill. He is 38.8 seconds to the good. James Collado behind, but of course when the Porsche makes its next stop, it's going to drop down the order. And now you need to fast forward to try to work out which wave of cars, if you like, is going to stop last, because those that do stop last are not going to win the race because they'll fall back in the pack on exit if they have to do a long stop.
Well, Laurens Vanthoor, he's probably not thinking about those particular statistics. All he's concerned about is keeping the gap between Collado and himself, which is currently 38.8 seconds, but that's because of the out-of-sync pit stops. So he would just do everything he possibly can. His last lap was at 2 minutes 20, best lap at 2 minutes 18, and compare that to James Collado. They're within a tenth of a second of one another on that last lap. Jaminet in the third place Porsche was actually fractionally quicker by about half a second. So we're seeing very strong runs all the way through the field.
And that March Yellow battle was, of course, for at the time 5th and 6th. It is going to be for the race lead when the next round of stops for Vanthoor, Collado and Jaminet come. So again, as you get through the race here, the lead changes all the time depending on who pits when. And as I say, fast forward to the end of the race. But when this wave of cars pits, it'll put the BMW and the Mercedes back 1 and 2. So heading up to the end of the next hour, over the line goes Laurens Vanthoor. That now is 59 minutes done, just about. So I'd offer you 2 more laps before he's thinking about coming into the pit lane. Maybe 1 more.
Yeah, and Jaminet likewise just on the hour now behind the wheel of the third place Porsche. So 2 Porsches probably expected within the next single or 2 laps. Laurens Vanthoor through this revised Eau Rouge radio, and the revision, I have to say, David, looks to have been a great success.
Yes.
Because that was always a point in the racetrack where you could almost guarantee there's going to be a major multi-car accident.
Yeah, and we haven't had the dramas that were feared in that part of the circuit, have we, in the course of the 24 hours. Vanthoor through Les Combes. Who is this going wide? It's number 20, which had dropped quite a long way down anyway. Rima Jafali at the wheel of it, the Saudi Arabian lady racer, former GB3 and British F4 driver, and the first female racing driver from Saudi Arabia, carrying the weight of a nation, but getting it wrong out of Les Combes. But recovering, carrying on in the race. That car currently 43rd.
She did the right thing when the car, once it had gone off the the black stuff, the tarmac, into the gravel, onto the grass, she didn't try to pull the car back on too quickly. She kept it running straight and let the car, in effect, gradually make its way back onto the tarmac. So that's a little bit of experience that only you get by just being behind the wheel.
Well, Vanthoor, massively experienced, a double winner, and he is one of the 16 drivers on this grid whose father raced in the 24 hours. If we get a chance to go through the entire list, I'll bore you with it, but Laurens and, of course, his brother Dries are on that list. Sean Walkinshaw is another, Lorenzo Petresi, Aurélien Panis, Marcus Winkelhock, Jules Gounon, Maxime Martin, Nicky Tim, Giorgio Roda, Sarah Bovey, Eddie Cheever, Seb Prio, Steve Scott-Horse, Matthew Drudy, and Stephen Grove, whose dad is in this very race. That's the list of sons of who've got dads that have taken part in the race over the years. Thomas Neubauer now takes over the lead of the Silver Cup, and he's 14th overall for Team WRT. There's not much for Vincent Voss and his not-so-merry men to cheer about. This could be the saving grace.
Yeah, I mean, it has been the worst, I mentioned earlier, the worst Spa 24 for, not just for WRT, but for Audi in general. They've not really featured, and of course, having the 32 car being taken out by the sister 46 at La Source, that was a major blow, because that's the one of the WRT entries that everybody would have looked to have been the principal challenger to all the other brands here this weekend.
Number 30, Thomas Neubauer, out of Cours Paul Frère then. And this car, he says, fairly optimistically, has had a relatively trouble-free run, hasn't it? It just got on with the job, tried to keep out of strife. It's not been the quickest car. None of the Audis have looked that sparkling, and yes, it has lost time, but it's on target for the class lead still, having got back ahead of Nicolas Scherl in the 99 Attempto Audi. Now Jaminet is in out of third place. So Mathieu Jaminet down the pit lane. Bales from third spot. And Vanthoor has got to be in at the end of the next lap because he's now done 62 minutes and 65 is all he can do. Line to line. That's Nicolas Schurl, the second of the silvers in the Audi, the third of the 4 cars coming out of the chicane. So Nicolas Schurl for Attempto. GT4 graduate comes over the timing line, and ahead of him on the road is Marvin Dienst, or now Sven Muller, who's taken over rather, number 100. 99 then is Nicolas Schurl out of La Source. That car running 16th, but he's chasing the grey Porsche. So in terms of a class battle, he's going after Neubauer. In terms of track position, he's going after Sven Muller in the Top Sport Porsche right there.
So there is Muller coming through. So watch Sven Muller, Neubauer, different categories, but 14th place for Thomas Neubauer. Nicolas Schurl in 16th. Gap between the Neubauer and Schurl is about 11 and a bit seconds. But the Porsche is in between the 2 cars. A bit of damage to the rear. Benjamin Hites. The rear bodywork it's flapping. It's not a problem, but it's as soon as you see it, you can't take your eyes off it.
It's the Chilean driver, Benjamin Hites, and front and rear damage to the VSR Lamborghini. He is 24th overall, pressing on. That's another of the cars in the Silver Cup. So it sweeps out of Pouin with coming up to the 8-hour mark, still to go. Vanthoor is in then, the race leader, into the pit lane. James Collado is heading towards the end of a lap, but we'll see whether he's going to squeeze 1 or 2 more out of it. I think James Collado will carry on for another 2 laps.
Yeah, he's only completed, what, 56 minutes, and he's allowed 65, so he can certainly comfortably get another couple of laps in, take him around about, what, just under 5 minutes for 2 laps, so that will see him comfortably inside the 65-minute driver stint restriction.
So there goes Benjamin Hites once more. So the car doesn't look pretty anymore, but it's still going, and that's the main thing.
Yes, I just wonder how much the damage to that left front has and how the car feels. You know, sometimes, ironically, damage to a car makes it feel better. But in most cases, I would just imagine, it's not quite as nice to drive, particularly at high speed. There'll be an imbalance aerodynamically left to right on the car.
Fuel and tyres, but no driver change for 47, so Laurens Vanthoor will double stint. On go the new tyres. Mechanics run around the car to do the other side. It's the same 2 men that must do each corner. The car controller at the front. The fuel crew and the so-called dead man. Make sure that the fuel goes in. When the car drops down, it's up to the car controller. The fuel must be coupled for 41 seconds.
And also, of course, the fuel hose, the Bowser, must be decoupled while the car is still up on its air jacks. We've seen in the past teams anxious to get back out. They've dropped the car while the Bowser or the hose is still attached. And that is a serious no-no, and a penalty will result.
So there is 47. Laurens Vanthoor goes back out. You also saw 71 Daniel Serra in. So they're on pretty much the same strategy in terms of laps now. And therefore, 4 laps later, they pitted than, for example, number 2 Mercedes. Nick Yellerly is about halfway through his stint, so too Raffaele Marciello. So the leader car will now become number 51 Ferrari, James Collado. But of course, that's a temporary lead over Nick Yellerly, because he's going to give that up when he makes his stop within the next couple of laps. So Nick Yellerly, in real terms, in the lead of the race from Raffaele Marciello. Mauro Engel in third spot also is due a pit stop, and Daniel Serra, who has just come in, got to 64 minutes, so pretty well timed before he came in. That's Vanthoor then, back on track, but of course now drops down the order as a result of a stop that was 1 minute 57. So it was a proper stop, as you saw, for fuel and for tyres.
Earlier in the stint, we did see Daniel Harper getting around Mauro Engel, but now Engel again is up to 5th place, ahead of Harper, who's in 7th, with Serra in the pit. So it's going to be Harper behind Engel, but never saw that overtake. Or that did we see it, or was it a pit stop overtake? don't think we saw it certainly on track.
It was a pit stop overtake, wasn't it? Andrea Caldarelli is in the number 6 K-Pax Lamborghini. This car, despite its spin under the safety car early this morning, James Collado now at the wheel of it, leading, but only as far as the next pit stop for Iron Lynx. It's looking a bit grimy and grubby, isn't it now, the white Ferrari? But Collado leads until the next stop, when the lead will go back to Nick Yellerly.
Yes, a lot of rubber smudges all over the nose and down the side of the car with the Pirelli rubber over the duration. We're now sort of 14 hours, is it? No, we're not. 16 hours in, 8 hours remaining. So, not just rubber, but of course there's been a lot of gravel being dragged onto the track at various places. But it is the Pirelli rubber that gets rolled off the car. You can see on the outside of the exit of Pumol just how much rubber there is.
51 Ferrari then. James Collado turns through. And as the Ferrari then now is lapping in the 220s, not only is it due a pit stop and will give up the lead, it's also being caught anyway by Nick Yellerly. The best lap that the cars have done, actually the Ferrari the quicker, but right now the pace of the BMW is that little bit better. Rover Racing, of course, won here 2 years ago in the COVID race, as it were, in the Porsche. But after a dual program of running Porsches and BMWs, and last year going back to the DTM, the Rover team called time on that. So we're going to concentrate on what we do best, which is running cars in endurance events. And seemingly it was the right decision, because right now the 98 BM looking really strong. Collado stays out for at least one more lap here.
So he is a minute and 20 seconds over the 1 hour behind the wheel. So he'll comfortably make that pit stop under the 65 minutes.
Down to La Source goes 51 then. Turns his way out of the hairpin and leading the way over Nick Yellerly, and I reckon this is going to be his in lap now. So James Collado on lap 3:51 will be at about 63, nudging 64 minutes come the end of it, and therefore a stop is due by my calculations on this lap.
Yeah, and that will then hand the lead back to Nick Yellerly in the 98 BMW, with Raffaele Marcello and the Mercedes AMG some 5.7 seconds behind. And then it'll be Maro Engel, Dan Harper, and looking to see where Lawrence Van Thol will slot in. Rob Bell currently running in 7th place in the 38 Jota McLaren. A good run, solid run from the Jota team to get the car into the top 10 ahead of Matthew Jaminet, Maximilian Goetz in the number 2 Mercedes AMG, and then the Aston Martin of Marco Sorensen rounds out the top 10.
You touched on Rob Bell as you went through the order, and that for me is one of the most gratifying things coming back to the timing screen this morning, to see the McLaren not only still going but still on the lead lap and still up there, because so often we've come to this race where McLarens have been good in other rounds of the Endurance Cup. Think back to the year that was it the Von Ryan team won the Endurance Series Championship, when it was Rob Bell and Koen Ledegaard and Shane van Gisbergen, but it's never come together at the 24 hours. Now, okay, they're not yet fighting for a win. The car is well over a minute back from the leader at the moment, but the fact that it's on the lead lap and it's got this far is very, very good news indeed. So 51 Ferrari is on its way up towards the Blanchimont left-hander. Number 51 Ferrari comes towards the end of lap 3:51, and we're anticipating it in this time. It's done 63 minutes. It can't do another lap. It's going to be out of time in the stint. So James Collado is going to have to come in this time, and when he does so, that's going to give the lead to Nick Yellerly, who, as I was saying, was catching up anyway. He'd been bringing the gap down by about half a second a lap or so. Ferrari to the chicane, Ferrari into the pit lane, and BMW will go back into the lead at the end of lap 3:51 here at Spa.
So the real focus of the race is going to go on to the lead BMW, chased by the 2nd place Mercedes AMG, 5.7 seconds behind. Then Maro Engel a further 28 seconds behind in his Mercedes AMG. Dan Harper will then be up to 4th in the number 50 BMW, just over 2.5 seconds behind Maro Engel. And I don't know how that swap of positions between the 55 and the 50 occurred, but there is now the race leader.
Indeed so. So Nick Yellerly, who is ahead, and is ahead in real terms as well, and has done more pit stops, 18 compared to the 16 or 17 of others, so therefore taking a bit more time in the pits over the course of the race, but having been absolutely nowhere in the first hour, that BMW has got stronger and stronger and stronger. James Collado, by the look of it, is going to stay in the Ferrari. but it's looking like a long stop, and therefore it's going to be around about 2 minutes worth of the pit stop time. So number 51 will fall down the order accordingly. Nick Yellowly then leads the way, as there is the BMW coming out of Les Combes now, lap 3:52. So let's have a look at where we've got to over the course of the race thus far. If you're just joining us, we began at 4:45 yesterday afternoon with Klaus Bachler's Porsche taking the race lead as the car thundered downhill for the first time. Raffaele Marciello going second, Mirko Bortolotti third. Fascinating to see the order then compared to how many of those leading cars have hit problems or retired from the race as we come to early Sunday morning. The field of pure GT3 race cars, 3 wide up the hill, nose to tail out of La Source. And on this section of the circuit, if you could get a tow, that was really going to be to your advantage. The first casualty was Nigel Bay, tapped off the road by Kenny Harville, but the big Bentley was put back onto the road and disabled driver Bay carried on to the next round of stops. Maxi Buch looking for a way past Fabian Schiller. Loris Spinelli looking for a way past Janis Fitje, got a bit committed coming out of Les Combes. The first puncture came the way of the Barwell Lamborghini. Sandy Mitchell limped to the pit lane. And a big drama for Stephen Grove, whose Porsche went off the circuit at Blanchimont. Worse was to come for that car in the darkness, as a great battle on track between Lucas Stoltz and Com Ledegaard meant that the Porsche of Ledegaard got edged out towards the dirt. He mowed the lawn and fell back behind the pink Mercedes AMG, then had to battle with the similar car of Raffaele Marciello. They traded the place, but Lello made it stick going into Les Combes. Eddie Cheever for Sky Tempesta Racing moved himself up past Jens Liebhauser to take over the lead of the Gold Cup. And the first big crash of the race came when Cesar Gazzo lost it out of Blanchimont, hit the wall, the car bounced its way along the barrier, headed straight for the pits, but the damage was too great, and Gazzo, early in his stint, was out of the race. Valentin Pierberg got involved with Jens Liebhauser at the chicane. Enrique Chavez got involved with Jens Liebhauser at Bruxelles, and that brought out a full course yellow and a safety car period. The race restarted, and guess what? Liebhauser was involved yet again, this time with the 563 Lamborghini that turned him around, and others scattered in avoidance. Isaac Tutumulu Lopez also got caught out on the restart with the Iron Dames Ferrari, and the number 23 Aston Martin got into the back of AF Corsa's 21 Ferrari as everybody hit the brakes. A big send up the inside by committed Patrick Niederhauser came to naught. As the full course yellow was called, Alex Malikin's Porsche was given a massive whack in the back by Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, and both cars were out of the race. Jonathan Hui had a harmless spin coming out of the chicane in the Sky Tempesta Racing Mercedes, but it was enough to cost him time. Everybody avoided him as a great battle raged on track. The number 51 Ferrari working its way through traffic, being caught by the KCMG Porsche. And class battles raged on as well. The poor old Jens Liebhauser then got tagged around by the number 12 Audi. Christopher Hauser at the wheel of it. Hauser's car would be out soon after, and Karim Ogier got on somebody else's gravel and ended up in the gravel bed down at turn number 9. That brought out another full course yellow and safety car period, and it wouldn't be the last time that number 10 was in strife. A rather wayward Mercedes AMG out of Sky Tempesta Racing gave that position coming up Radion. Antonio Fuoco was on a mission as well, diving up the inside of the dynamic Porsche into La Source and oh so nearly collecting the traffic as he did so. Others would run wide coming out of the Cour Paul Frere, Dominic Fischli for Allied Racing, then the team's surviving car running it out wide, and the battle between 88 and 2 continued. Danny Juncadella working his way through the traffic as number 47 now of Laurens van Thor trying to work its way into contention. Dennis Olsen at the wheel having a good fight with Nicholas Nielsen, the two just touching at the top of Radion, and that could have been very, very nasty indeed. Marco Mappelli hit the front. No sooner had he got the lead than he had a punctured tyre in the K-Pax. Entered Lamborghini, and that car had to limp round into the pit lane. So big drama for the Italian. It dropped the car off the lead lap, and so as the car limped its way around, the team set to go to work. We had another full course yellow after Adam Eteki's car ground to a halt out on circuit, but it was only a full course yellow, no need for a safety car period. Sebastian Beau went around up at Les Combes. Beau dear, said everybody, as they had to dodge around the spinning Mercedes. And then a puncture for Matt Campbell in the 74 Porsche. He limped back to the pit lane as well, but thankfully, because the tyre had gone down towards the end of the lap, they didn't lose too much time. A rather anonymous but lucky GT3 gravel run down through Speaker's Corner, getting the car back on track. And as the battles raged on coming out of the chicane, off goes WRT Audi getting roughed up. Everybody all tightly packed once more after the full course yellow release, and it meant that the battles would rage on all the way through. As the teams battled into the darkness though, a good dive up the inside here going down towards La Source proved that you could still gain places. 88 Mercedes AMG from Jerome Ponicon's team taking the position. And that moved number 88 back ahead of the 71 unlinked Ferrari. More drama as Albert Costa had a sizable off on his outlap coming out of the pit path. He didn't understand why he'd had the incident at all, but the car badly damaged, limped back to the pit lane, but it was enough to put Albert Costa out of the race. We also had more cars going off the road coming out of Blanchimont. The 911 Porsche charging the wall, and then 107 out with mechanical problems as well. So the Herbert Porsche and the CMR Bentley, both retirements. And then Matt Payne went off the road at Blanchimont. It was a fair accident, and as the medical team attended to him, and as the barriers were repaired, we went red flag for an hour. The race restarted. The gaps, of course, coming down between the cars on the relevant laps, and as the field accelerated back into battle once more, the contest continued between BMW, Mercedes and Porsche up front. Of course, in the darkness, the teams having to be careful not only of traffic, but also of the gravel brought on the road, and different battles raging on up and down the order. Number 46, Valentino Rossi's Audi, coming good, gaining places. There was more drama up at Les Combes as more cars made contact with one another. And in the midst of all of that, numbers 5 and 21, one of the AF Corsa Ferraris, another of the Mercedes out of the Haupt stable. But 5 that had been leading the Gold Cup, also a retirement with damage. Gabriele Piana at the wheel of it. 98 BMW then, Nick Katzberg taking over the race lead. The car had looked absolutely nowhere in the first hour of the race, but right now it is the strongest on track, and the Audi Sport mechanics at WRT trying to get 1 or 2 Zs before the cars came back in. And as the sunrise loomed over the circuit and the teams battle their way towards dawn, that sense of relief that they got through the night safely. Not everybody, though, was going to have much to cheer for, although 88 was still looking to gain ground and working its way through the traffic. WRT's race, for example, was about to go from bad to even worse. The Garage 59 McLaren negotiated by 88 into the La Source hairpin. Charles Weerts had to slow to avoid a slow McLaren, and as he did so, got a massive hit in the back by Nico Müller. The two WRT cars colliding with each other. Müller limped back to the pit lane and the car is still going, but Charles Weerts, number 32, out of the race, and so the overall championship leader, when you take endurance and sprint together, out of the race. Then we had a spin behind the safety car conditions for number 51 Ferrari. The car was able to pick up pace, but with a bit of finger wagging from race control as the safety car picked up number 71 Ferrari, which at the time was being driven by Daniel Serra. So more shuffling of the order on the restart, and of course now with so many cars having done different things on a pit strategy, the order continues to shuffle every time anybody comes into the pit lane. 71 Ferrari lost the lead to Nick Tandy, who went diving through at La Source, and then running wide coming out of Paul Frere, the number 74 Mathieu Jaminet Porsche. Jaminet, number 74, down in 6th currently, finding his way slightly blocked by the El Bamba Motorsport Porsche. So number 47 then, Nick Tandy relay Lawrence Vanthorpe, that car led. We then had another brief full course yellow when number 4 stopped out on the circuit. The battery had gone flat on Alain Vallon's car, and it's still stranded out on the circuit as the surviving Dynamic Motorsport car got roughed up. A change of place in the pits as number 88 Mercedes AMG jumped ahead of BMW 98. Raffaele Marciello leaving the pits ahead of Nick Yellerly, but on track, Nick would eventually get back ahead. Battles in the classes continued all the way up and down the order as the cars worked their way to just after 20 past 8 in the morning, and a storming effort by Dan Harper moved him around the outside of Maro Engel. So Dan Harper in the BMW Junior entry going through, and way out wide went Raffaele Marciello at the Court Paul Frere. That was enough for Nick Yellerly to come storming past to pick up track position on the Mercedes, and on the next round of pit stops take over the lead of the race. Put it in your diary, a rare error from Raffaele Marciello. We had this also for number 20, but right now BMW 98 leads the way at Spa. So this is number 46 Audi, and this car is 22nd. It's about 3 laps down now after the delays earlier on. The car of Nico Müller at the time into the back of the sister car of Charles Wirtz. But how's life for Valentino Rossi? Let's find out. Vale is with Gemma Scott.
Vale, we're just watching the onboard there with Fred. Of course, you've not long got out of the car. First of all, how are you enjoying the Spa 24?
It's a great race. It's fantastic. I enjoy a lot, and it's very long. Considering that we have another 9 hours to go, so it's a long way, but it's good. It's good for understand the car, for make experience, and also during the night it's fantastic. It's a special race.
Have you managed to sleep at all? Because this must be the first time in your career that you've had to try and sleep throughout a race.
I sleep. Yeah, the problem is wake up. Sleep, no problem.
I know, it's tough, right? But of course now we're looking towards those final few hours. Will you get back in the car?
The first program, no, but maybe yes. Now we decide in 1 hour, and if I will be back in the car, is around 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Okay, fantastic stuff. And just finally, have you got a message in Italian for your Italian fans?
Ciao ragazzi, ciao a tutti, spero che vi siate divertiti qua a Spa. È stata una bellissima gara, grazie del tifo e ci vediamo presto.
Thanks, Vale. See you later.
Thanks, Gemma. Well, the Valentino Rossi fans have stayed through the night. They're still cheering him. They found themselves on the pictures as well. One or two are rather more embarrassed and sheepish about that, but the car keeps on going. Valentino Rossi right now watches Fred Vervies, who is in 22nd place. So it's just trip past 9 o'clock local time here at Spa-Francorchamps. David Anderson and Ben Constanduras with you for the next hour as we watch the race unfold. Ben has had a busy weekend, not necessarily in the booth with us, but busy on esports. Let's just cover this off first of all, because last night, Friday, we had the regular Fanatec GT Esports Pro Series, which we've had all year at the endurance rounds. Last night, you had a pure esports competition, the best sim racers on site, but a pure sim race competition which went the way ultimately of Ferrari.
Yeah, which was great because it was fantastic to have support from manufactured teams, Ferrari, BMW, Lamborghini and Mercedes-AMG entering drivers from their works stable to come here to Spa and to participate. We then had other drivers who were qualified online, and a few drivers turned up here and then qualified on site. And so it was a real good mix of stuff, but it was really right that we got a works entry taking victory. It was Ferrari 1-2 for most of the race. It was David Tinitza, the F1 Esports World Champion two times over, who ended up taking victory and €6,000 in his pocket for a party.
Can't be bad. Now we're looking at Ferrari, but we're also looking at the leader, Nick Yellerly, working his way through traffic. So 71 Ferrari. We had seen a moment ago Daniel Serra, and he is trying to catch that car, which is Marco Sorensen. He stayed in it on the last pit stop. Marco Sorensen in 8th place now, but you can see number 98 BMW working its way through the traffic. And of course now, with only 7 3/4 hours of the race to go, staying on that lead lap becomes ever more imperative. And of course 71, by being behind the BMW, has just dropped off that lead lap, and somehow Daniel Serra has got to find the pace to get back ahead of the BMW.
Yeah, we've seen so many full course yellows. We then reset the field after the full course yellow with a safety car, which bunches up the field. And as you say, if you are behind the leader, you then stay on that, off that lead lap. But if he was ahead, he would have the opportunity to catch the crocodile at the end of the safety car period. Of course, it's not quite as simple as that with the pit stop strategies that are all over the place right now. But as we cycle through those different full course yellow situations, we do tend in the longer ones to kind of reset the strategy and get back to a more simple race.
Yeah, I mean, if you can go for an hour pure green, then there's a proper plan. But because the full course yellows have been peppering the race, so that does throw the team's numbers into the air, because as soon as you go full course yellow, the teams will try and get a free pit stop. So put fuel in, put tyres on the car, maybe just fuel if they can double stint tyres, and do a short pit stop, even if it's only a splash.
And it's how that BMW ended up so sharp at the sharp end of the field, by taking advantage of a full course yellow and doing a short pit stop, put them at that point off strategy. But it has seemed, well, at this point of the race anyway, and you never really know until it really shakes out at the very end of the race, it has seemed to have worked for that BMW, because it's put them right at the sharp end and for much of the second half of the race in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, when that car stops, obviously the next wave moves through, and when that wave pits, the BMW takes its lead back. So you're trying to fast forward this into the last round of pit stops. So does the BMW stop after or before for its last pit stop the other wave of cars? Whoever stops last drops down the order. So as the cars work their way out of the piff-paff. You've got 98 there, which is the BMW, which is Nick Yellerly, and in second place is 88, Raffaele Marciello, now 7 seconds back. Number 24, Alessio Picariello, is the Pro-Am leader right now in the Porsche, and behind is Dan Harper. So Dan Harper is 11th. Now he wants to get past the Porsche because his target is the car but one ahead, which is that one, which is now being driven by Mikael Grenier. He had got ahead of him when it was, or that car, when it was Mauro Engel at the wheel of it, Dan Harper, but he's fallen back and is now trying to re-catch Mikael Grenier. Here, the race leader being just held up a little bit by Marco Sorensen. The message getting through to Marco, do not let him by, try and stay on the lead lap, because actually Nick Yellerly is only about 5 or 6 laps away from his next pit stop. So if Sorensen can soldier on ahead of him until the BMW pits, and therefore he retains the fact that he's on the lead lap, that's a real tick in the column for him.
Serra ahead of Grenier now. That happened a couple of corners ago, which now means there are no cars between himself and the leader to be able to get himself back on that lead lap. Of course, he will be gifted it once the BMW comes into the pits, because they are on very different strategies. And it's when that next full course yellow falls, and or if we go green for 7.5 hours, yeah, right. Then
show your optimism.
Then how it falls for the end of the race. But at the moment, no cars now between the two of them.
Now, Nick Yellerly's pace, 2:21s, and Raffaele Marciello's pace, 2:21s. So very, very evenly matched, of course, both coping with the traffic right now as the Marciello Accuris ASP car laps the similar Mercedes AMG, ran out of the Sun Energy stable. Kenny Harbel started in that car from the pit lane after an engine change. And although it's had its delays, Dominic Baumann is at the wheel of it now in 35th place, and it's 4th in the Pro-Am category. Now that is 188. Dean McDonald, who really shone the other week at Zandvoort, and he is 24th overall, but second in Pro-Am. He's chasing after Alessio Picariello's Porsche. So the Pro-Am battle is still a good one. And on the last round of pit stops, Louis Machiels in 52, Alessio Rivera, who's done the fastest lap of the race, he got that car into the lead of the class. Well, on the pit stops, it's fallen back into 3rd. An unscheduled pit stop for number 100, Sven Muller, has just come in. He's dropped to 15th place. Vibrations have caused that pit stop, we understand, from Porsche. So not a puncture necessarily, but the car not feeling right, and maybe he's picked up some rubber out on the circuit. There's a lot of it about as you look at Louis Machiels now, as I say, 3rd in Pro-Am. Interestingly,
Speaking to David Perel about his experiences around here, and the Pirelli tyres especially, when we remember marbles back in the day, they used to be quite small. They used to break up into quite small pieces, but the marbles here around Spa-Francorchamps, thanks to these Pirelli tyres, they're massive, and at some point you end up going offline. At some point you pick up a big lump, and whether that lump sticks to the tyre or whether it then goes into a brake duct, for instance, you can then have all kinds of maladies. The fact that our camera can pick them up so readily shows how big they are. Fist-sized lumps will then stick to a tyre and make it feel horrible, and it could simply then cause a vibration that could be something loose on the car, but could simply be a bit of rubber stuck to the car, could simply be a bit of rubber stuck to an end plate or something like that, and the air at high speed not passing over it quite as cleanly as it would. So second half of the race with a much dirtier track, we do see this.
Yeah, they're big chunks of rubber now, aren't they? Not little marbles, as you say, as they're the Ferrari, a bit ragged out of the chicane, gives up track position to Nicolas Schurl, number 99. So Nicolas Schurl on the outside line here, down towards La Source, jinks across to take the racing line and puts himself ahead then of the AF Corsa Ferrari. Number 7, Brendan Aribe in the Inception Racing McLaren, battling with 83. Now that's the Iron Dames Ferrari, which is a lap up, so that's not a battle for position. This is the gold leader now, Michel Gatting. The Iron Dames, the 4-girl crew, and that Ferrari going strongly right now to lead the Gold Cup. The second gold entry is number 34, Valkenhorst BMW. Right, here comes Brendan Aribe, the very spectacular American driver in the Inception Racing round McLaren. Bas Leinders, the Belgian racer, overseeing all of this and goes through. So moves ahead on track, but not in the classification. As I said, they're on different laps.
A little bit of damage to Brendan's car on the rear right-hand corner. Shouldn't cause too much of an issue. There are bits of carbon fibre on these cars that are so lightly attached. If there's a little bit of contact, they do tend to loosen themselves off, but he shouldn't be feeling too much. And those guys are just so busy. Every single weekend they're in either their GT3 car or in a GTE machine in the World Endurance Championship. Brendan Aribe hasn't just gone racing, he has properly thrown himself into this over the last couple of years.
And he came out of the pure McLaren series, which is this remarkable, almost secret, closed doors championship.
Yeah.
But they are proper races, but there's racing on site at proper venues like here or Silverstone or Portimao, you name it, the key venues they go to. Great hospitality, good racing in proper GT4 race cars, and proper tuition. And the McLaren instructors are, you know, with proper CVs themselves. So the tuition you get before you go racing is very, very impressive. And so out of that, quite a few people have come into what you might call conventional racing. That's Michael Dynon in the Valkenhorst BMW, the second of the cars now within the Gold Cup. The Valkenhorst team, of course, has been an outright winning squad here going back a few years, but right now concentrating more on running customers. But the M4 comes out of Brussels. And again, you know, the car's not going to win outright, but that's not the intention. They're here to try to win the class. And as the Iron Dames Ferrari has done 356 laps, this car has done 355. So they've got some time to find somewhere. A bit of bad luck for the Ferrari wouldn't go amiss either.
Great livery on that car, designed by Andy Blackmore, who does the Turner Motorsport liveries over in the US. And that kind of has...
Guides fame. Andy Blackmore used
yes,
to do all the spotters guides.
Exactly,
Yeah,
and,
yes.
And that car has a very Turner Motorsport feel with Robbie Foley aboard that car. It's kind of a partnership between the two teams.
It's also got a lot of black tape feel to the back of it, hasn't it? Just have a look at the back of the car. You're right, lovely livery. Top job, Andy Blackmore.
Oh, yes.
Black tape lets it down a bit, doesn't it? So you can tell that car's had a hard night as well, can't you? But coming through now, and the pace that Michael Dynon has got. Last time he did a 2:24, whereas Michel Gatting did a 2:25. So, OK, there is a lot of time to find, but he's going the right way about it.
We're up to 21 retirements by the looks of things, because I've just noticed the number 77 Barwell Motorsport has turned to a lighter shade of grey.
You're right.
On our timing screens. It wasn't a few laps ago when I did my maths. So that is the 21st car to retire. Hamid Al Hati aboard that car.
Yeah, it stopped out on the track. We didn't actually get to the bottom of where or why. And the other one, the battery went flat on number 4, Alain Valente, up at Bruxelles, brought out a full course yellow. That has been retired as well. So that's another 2 that have gone. We can cross those off our list with the marker of doom, the booth. So that means that we've now got 44 cars still effectively in the race. The question mark is over number 23. Ross Gunn has brought the car back into the pit lane. It's so far down now, 37 laps away. But I think Tom Ferrier's team are trying to keep it in the race just to see whether it does get classified. But it's not really going to gain any places other than others retiring.
It's just gone back out again. So
excellent.
It is actually behind 2 cars that have already retired. So
yes,
some work to do.
It's gained 2 places notionally.
Yeah.
Right, Marco Sorensen still keeping Nick Yellerly at bay. Nick's last lap was a 2:20. He's now done 58 minutes, so he's got another couple of laps before he's due in. And last time that the BMW pitted, Raffaele Marciello was in at the same time, so you can expect 98 and 88 to be in together.
And 38 Rob Bell as well. Looks like he's potentially on the same strategy.
Yeah, he's not far off it, is he?
Yeah.
Yes, I must confess I didn't log Rob's last pit stop lap, but we need to start factoring in the McLaren. I was saying to Watty a little while ago, it's gratifying to see Sunday morning a McLaren still running, but on the lead lap and in 5th place, because traditionally, even when they were looking very strong in the Endurance Series the year that Von Ryan won it with Rob and Cum Ledegaard and Shane van Gisbergen, you know, Spa has always been the bogey circuit for McLaren, and yet, find some wood to touch, it's going nicely. There, 9th place, Daniel Serra through the traffic, fending off the challenge of Grenier and then Dan Harper behind. That's the 2nd place car on the road right now, Raffaele Marciello, who was a fraction faster than Nick Yellerly last time, but still needing to try to hack into that deficit. Bear in mind, on the last pit stop, that Mercedes came out ahead of the BMW. It was Raffaele making a small mistake at the Cours Paul Frere that allowed the BMW to come by, and having passed, so Nick Yellerly has pulled clear.
How typical of a GT3 race that we've got the leaders in this battle of all different classes, and they haven't cut through it and disappeared, have they? Nick Yellerly is at the head of it pretty much, but behind the Aston Martin, and has stayed there throughout the whole of this stint, and yet is happy with the pace that he's running. And it's the same pace as Marciello. That gap has stayed at 7.5 seconds, but it's so typical of the 24 hours of Spa with this single make GT3 category, that despite with different cars on different laps in different classes with different drivers, we've still got this just long train of vehicles.
Yeah, it's so hard to find a way through. You can do the catching, but it's getting past that's not easy. Number 66 Audi there, Ricardo Feller, back at the wheel. That car deserves a bit of a hat tip because Ricardo, remember, in the first hour of the race was well up in contention, then had an early puncture and lost a couple of laps. But they've persevered, the Attempto crew, and 18th, Ricardo Feller, reigning German GT champion, one of the front runners these days in the GT-style DTM. But from being an Italian F4 racer, Ricardo Feller now very much a GT specialist. There he is, and the car running in the pro category, coming out of La Source, ready to drop downhill once more. So there you've got 66, and Ricardo Feller's next target will be Alessio Picariello in the Porsche, which leads the Pro-Am contest. There it is. So in terms of track position, it's the Porsche that he's chasing, not for class place, but for overall positions, and the way that he's going suggests that he might be able to get that done before too long. The race leaders, with 8.3 seconds between them now, are on lap 363.
We were talking about Rob Bell just a second ago. He's actually just lost a position to Mathieu Jaminet, so from 5th to 6th. It might well have been a little error or caught in traffic for Rob Bell, because a 2:22 was his last lap versus a 2:20 for Mathieu Jaminet. So that suggests that maybe he found himself on the wrong part of the circuit in traffic, or indeed made a little error somewhere and gave the position to the Porsche rather than lost it. Gap now actually 1.6 seconds. So not only did he lose the position, he also dropped not a fair way back, but 1.6 is not back on to the tail of the other car.
No, he's coming to the end of a stint as well, so does that suggest that the tyres aren't quite as fresh? Whereas Mathieu Jaminet is halfway through a stint, so maybe some of that can be down to the rubber. So Nick Yellerly, interesting that he hasn't cleared the Aston Martin. Now, again, it might be that the team have said, well, look, you're due in this time, so just bring it through nicely and don't stress anything. It could be that he genuinely does not have the pace to get past the Aston Martin.
Sorensen doing 2:20s. Nobody else is really faster than that in the whole of the race, so that is race leading pace, and obviously Yellerly therefore pretty happy with that pace for himself as well. And as I say, the gap hasn't, in fact, it's just grown on that last lap to 8.3 seconds to Marcello, so no need to jeopardize your position by going side by side with a car that is just as fast as you. Might as well just sit and get into the rhythm as he now comes to the pits.
He does indeed. So this is the end of lap 363 for number 98, and you should expect therefore 88 to be in at the same time. So Nick Yellerly goes red on our timing screen to say that he's broken the pit in beam, and Raffaele Marciello's name should do the same thing in a second or two, because as the BMW comes in, there's the Mercedes in the background. So yes, they are both in on lap 363. Now last time, like I mentioned, that car jumped ahead of the BMW in the pit stops. New tyres go on the BM. Nothing quite like a set of brand new sticker tyres for a driver. They're not going to wipe all the bugs off the car. They're going to be here for days doing that. But the screen cleared. Some of the cars have those rip-off windscreens, but for the majority of the pit stops, it's a polish like that. You only use the tear-off perhaps sparingly, because you've got a finite number of those.
Interesting conditions this morning out there. We've got a little bit of moisture in the air. When I came into the circuit this morning, we've got a bit of cloud cover as well. Nowhere near as hot as yesterday morning when we came into the circuit. It was really scorching hot yesterday. Today's really nice weather for setting good lap times, because with that moisture in the air, with the coolness, but with the grip out on circuit, as long as the circuit's not too dirty, we could see really good pace on brand new tyres at this point, and probably actually the last hour as well.
Well, with the two cars of Yellerly and Marciello in the pits, now Laurens Vanthoor takes over the lead, and he's about halfway through a stint right now. There, with a new set of Pirellis going on to the Acodis ASP Mercedes AMG of Raffaele Marciello. That car on its jacks still, the fuel goes in. That car getting ready to blast back out onto the circuit then, and whether it can stay ahead of the BMW this time, I rather doubt. There is the BM ready to go, so its stop is done, and this time it will retain position ahead of the Mercedes. So Raffaele Marciello sees it go by. He knows exactly what his task is. He's going to try and get onto terms with that car once he's released, and he is. So the gap was 8.2 seconds when they came in. Let's monitor it on this next stint and see what Marciello can do.
Rob Bell into the pits as well, as we forecast. So it's taken a while for him to get into the pits, such as the gap between himself and the front two. But as per the schedule, just over the hour mark for the McLaren.
Right, so the next cars of note we need to be looking at are number 2 and number 95, because Maxi Götz and Marco Sorensen came in on the same lap last time, so they're not going to be too far off. They are currently about 3/4 of the way through a stint. So, Yellowly up towards the first sector, Marciello through the first sector, and look what Raffaele Marciello has found himself stuck behind. Traffic.
Pit stop times, just 0.3 of a second separating the two cars, so no massive advantage gained or lost. The Mercedes crew a little bit faster, 0.3 of a second faster, so the gap is retained at 8.2 seconds. It was 8.3 before the pit stop, and now requires Marciello to get his head down and maybe have a bit of clearer track to try and get back the advantage that he's kind of lost over that last stint a little bit.
Well, this is the car that now leads on the road once more. So Lawrence Van Thor out of sequence against the BMW and the Mercedes, or are they out of sequence against the Porsche?
Who knows?
Either way,
yeah.
This is the car that now leads. So we've done 16.5 hours, and Lawrence Van Thor in the car that started at the back of the grid. Bear in mind, last year, Lawrence barely did any racing because he hurt himself, didn't he, on his quad bike in the paddock very early on in the race. And it meant that Nick Tandy and the other driver's name will come back to me, who had to do the driving duties virtually between them last year. Lawrence couldn't contribute a great deal because he hurt his back quite badly. So he did about 1 or 2 stints early on, but really from night time and all through Sunday, he was out of the equation. So this year, he's got to make up for it.
And of course, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on in the race, make up for the maladies of the other 24-hour races that he's been part of. A big lose at the Nürburgring 24 Hours against his teammate, against his brother, I should say. Yeah. And absolutely distraught that happened for Grello. So in this one, he would like to make amends and get himself a success in the 24-hour races, the big scalps of the year.
So the KCMG team operating this car.
Yeah, based not far from the Nürburgring, in fact, just so therefore based not far from here either. I think there's probably about an hour and a half to get back to the factory.
It was Maxime Martin who was the other driver last year. Apologies, Maxime, for forgetting you. But now that he's, of course, got a factory Aston Martin to drive, one forgets that he was a jobbing driver on occasions last year. So right now, the KCMG Porsche, Far Eastern team, but with this European operation. And again, it's a bit like the Dynamic Motorsport team. You watch these teams come into European racing, come to this level, and to begin with, they're okay, and then they get a bit better, and a bit better, and a bit better still. And then there's that tipping point where Porsche kind of accept you and give you a bit more tacit support, whether it's an engineer, whether it's a couple of works drivers and things like that. And here's KCMG upholding honour.
Yeah, with a fully pro lineup, and therefore having to fly the flag for Porsche, and doing a good job about it at the moment.
The other number 100 Top Sport WRT Porsche, that's back on track with the vibrations now hopefully cured, but the car has been sent back out again. Riding on board now with Brendan Arieb, 32nd, and this is the McLaren coming out of La Source, down past the Heritage Pits towards Eau Rouge, and then up Radion, which of course is always a really fast part of the racetrack here. So flick left, flick right, compression at the bottom of the hill, rattle up the curb, and the top speed up through Radion is this car with Ollie Milroy at the wheel earlier on in the race. 247 kilometres an hour. Maxime Robin's Audi, 246. Laurent Van Thor's Porsche, 245. Antonio Fuoco's Ferrari. Casper Stevenson's Mercedes, also 245. But 247 kilometres an hour through there. That sharpens your focus.
Apparently a lot easier than in previous years, with the compression in the bottom of Eau Rouge a little bit lessened, and therefore the slope a little bit more gradual.
Still steep running up the other side.
Yes.
I did mention this the other day to you, but yes. One thing that, John pointed it out this morning as well, that we've had far fewer incidents up through Radion, and the reprofiled, not nature of the circuit, but the barriers does seem to have helped, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the big challenges was the unknown of how the car would deal with the compression at the bottom of the hill, how it bobbled up the hill, and then how you saved it at the top of the hill. Now it doesn't seem quite as unsettling as it used to, thanks to the brand new tarmac. There's also the tarmac that's been laid down is also incredibly grippy. I went up and stood up there. I mean, you would have found out in your running shoes, but I just stood there and looked and did a kind of a grip feel, and it is so much more grippy even than the tarmac that is coming down the hill that is the older tarmac. Still tarmac that was laid quite recently because there was so much damage to that part of the circuit at the beginning of last year. But the new parts of the circuit, the Speaker's Corner, whatever they laid down is incredibly good at providing grip, so much so that we're seeing lap times a second and a half faster than they were 1 year ago in a layout that is still 7.004 meters long.
Indeed, kilometres long, yeah.
7 points, yes, I did say point.
Yes, 7.4 metres is a very short lap. 7.4 kilometres is a bit more like it, but I know exactly what you meant. And you're right, I mean, the circuit's had huge amounts of work done on it over the last 12 months, partly because of all the floods last year that meant that there had to be repairs, and now all of this work to move barriers around, put gravel traps in. The part of the circuit you're about to have on the left-hand side out of La Source looking completely different. The old grandstand moved back, the barriers moved back. There, look, all of that earth, that's new. The buildings have gone, the good old commentary box and hospitality building gone. The runoff area greater, barriers moved back at Eau Rouge, so all of this looks different. The track's the same, but it's what's around the side of the circuit, and that amazing new grandstand. That is a real feat of engineering, I tell you, that has been put in. But from the driver's point of view, the circuit is the same. It's still the same old challenge, but now Eau Rouge pretty much flat for everybody if you're brave enough. Now this is the climb up through Radion, making the run towards the Les Combes sequence, and the Sky Tempesta Mercedes in the midst of all of this has got a McLaren around it. There it is, the Jota car. Who's at the wheel of the Sky Tempesta entry right now? Eddie Cheever, isn't it? We're on board with him. So this car's had a few travails and penalties over the course of the race, but 30th overall now. As far as the Gold Cup is concerned, it is 4th. So they've got some work to do, but 7 hours in which to do it.
Huge amounts of traffic for them as well. They're in a real gaggle here with the Iron Dames Ferrari part of that crew too. A little bit of defending going on the Jota. McLaren was trying to get through there. Possibly unnecessary to be defending the Jota McLaren at that point, especially going through Pouhon. If you enter Pouhon from the inside of the corner, then you completely compromise the speed you could take all the way through it. As it happens, traffic ahead of them, which has allowed a little bit of breathing space to Eddie Cheever, but it was a little unnecessary to get his elbows out, especially as we are still 7.5 hours from the end of the race.
So there downhill comes 74. This is Mathieu Jaminet and the EMA Porsche, the car that Matt Campbell and Felipe Nasr have been driving as well. Felipe Nasr, of course, going to be part of Porsche's new prototype program for the future. Good to have him on the grid for this Spa 24 Hours. And Nick Yellerly behind, who of course is a pit stop ahead, catching anyway. He's going to get the places when the cars ahead make their stops anyhow, but in terms of pure pace, on fresher tyres, granted, he is getting closer.
Yeah, and look at the pace, in fact, in clear air, on fresh tyres, 18.5s. At the end of that last stint, we were talking about all of the fields doing 20s, 21s, 22s. Now, I mean, he is looking down the timing screens a good half a second faster than anybody else on that previous lap, thanks to the pace of the cars ahead of him. There is a little bit of traffic to contend with on the next lap potentially, but it is allowing him to get much closer to Jaminet. Jaminet's dealing with that traffic now, and here is the graphic to show exactly what he's doing. Brakes, speed, gear, acceleration.
So you're riding on board with Nick Yellerly. This is the BMW then that in real terms is the leading car. It's 4th on the road at the moment, and with traffic ahead, let's ride with Nick Yellerly for a lap of Spa as he comes out of La Source. This is lap 368. drama there for the Falkenhorst BMW, which has had a moment coming out of La Source. That is 35, isn't it? Which is the Henry Falkenhorst, Jörg Breuer, Donald Yount, Theo Overhaus car. And it's got away with it, but let's try and work out how it got there. And it was up with Lawrence Vanthoor, and Lawrence turned in, and was there a bit of contact? If there wasn't, it was close, but Henry Falkenhorst just looped it as he got the power down.
Yeah, Henry in that car right now, he just pinched himself. Oh, he's absolutely rooted those tyres. Obviously conscious that the leader of the race is there, just pinching to try and avoid contact, and by doing so and holding the lock on, the rear braking away. I'm surprised he doesn't have his traction control turned up a bit higher than that. You do tend to see that the more gentleman drivers turn the traction control up to save moments like that from too much strife, but the car broke away quite easily for him, and round he went. Is he on old tyres? He's done about 3/4 of a stint on those tyres, so either way, they'll be older now after that nice little loop back into the race, but unfortunately he would have damaged them in the process. Right now, onto the tail of that Porsche is Nick Yellerly. Those last couple of laps have been good for him.
So this is the third place on the road. Of course, effectively, this is the leading car on pit stops anyway. Nick Yellerly in the BMW, the Rover racing car that should be going back to Augusto Farfus next time around. This was the car that led at the 6-hour mark. Got points for that, and comes then now down to the left-hander once more of Speaker's Corner. So named because from the old, now demolished commentary box overlooking the old start line, that was the one other part of the circuit that the commentators could see. So you could see, obviously, exit of La Source, the start line, through a Rouge and up Radion, and then in the distance you would see them just come down the hill through that corner. So as at the time it didn't really have a name, it became dubbed Speaker's Corner.
Now it does actually have a name.
Jackie Eakes Corner, yeah.
Which remarkably has been for a good couple of years now, and we still call it Speaker's Corner.
A tradition, you see.
Yeah.
Yes. So there it is, the BMW with Rover Racing, having made this commitment this year to come back to doing what it does best, running cars in endurance races. And it's been a team, of course, with Porsche that won here back in 2020. They've won the Nürburgring 24 hours as a squad, and the field on lap 370. Lawrence Vanthoor leading James Collado, and the last lap from Lawrence, and it might have been because of that pesky BMW, was a relatively slow lap, but Nick Yellerly doing 2:19s, Vanthoor doing 2:21s. But again, talk to people about Porsches and they say we're having to drive the cars at a slower pace, really, to look after the tyres and avoid any tyre dramas. So there's this compromise between speed but tyre longevity that other teams don't seem to be having to worry about.
Hopefully at this point of the day, with the cloud cover that we have, it's not as much of an issue as we saw at the start of the race yesterday, and indeed at the height of the heat, if indeed Sunday turns out to be like it was on Saturday. For the moment, it really does look like it might be quite a much cooler day, and that will be music to the Pirelli guys' ears, because with the temperatures that we saw last night, we did see quite a few failures, whether that was temperature related or whether that was curb related. Not totally clear, but some of it was.
And I think some of it was camber related, wasn't it? We were hearing stories, I know you were busy doing other things yesterday, but we had stories of some of the Audi teams, for example, running 10% less camber to try to get around that issue. As off the road there goes the Audi. That's not a fight for position. You've got Maxi Goetz running in 6th, and the other car is in 20th, Riccardo Feller, but it shows the pace that the Audi has got. Maxi Goetz coming back at him, and now making that run up into the Les Combes sequence on the outside line. Although it's not a battle for position, each wants to be ahead of the other because Feller wants to get up the order. Goetz doesn't want to be stuck in traffic either, so they're both pushing as hard as they can. Look how narrow the road is becoming on the exit of Les Combes there with all of that gravel on the track.
Yeah, it really is getting very, very dirty. The more we go through a green flag period, the less chance for marshals to go out and do it. Well, they don't have any chance to go out and clean the circuit, so we do end up with this dirtier and dirtier racing line. And that potentially is why we're not quite seeing the ultimate pace that we are able to see with the fastest lap of the race is 17.4 set on lap 2:85, which was, yeah, I suppose dawn.
And that was Alessio Rovera, the pro in a Pro-Am Ferrari, number 52, the AF Corsa entry that's shared with Stefano Costatini, Louis Machils and Andrea Bertolini, a double winner outright of this event. So Nick Yellerly's pace still very, very good indeed, but now he's got a little bit stuck behind Mathieu Jaminet. On the road, it's a battle for position, so Jaminet's not going to give up without a fight, of course, keeping that BMW at bay. and they've both got themselves stuck now behind the Lamborghini that bails into the pit lane. The VSR car serves a pit stop. So now is Yellow going to make a move down towards La Source? Porsche third, BMW fourth, Jaminet versus Yellow. Nick's close enough to think about a move, pulls out, tries to unsettle Mathieu Jaminet, but doesn't commit to a move on the inside, certainly into the corner.
And Yellow would have been looking at that traffic coming at them and thinking about how he could use that traffic to perhaps gain an advantage over the Porsche. And, you know, whilst they are going around the circuit absolutely flat out, they are using part of their brain to plan in advance, to look at advance and to see, okay, I might catch that Lamborghini at this point of the circuit, therefore perhaps I can put the Porsche behind the Lamborghini in that way so that I can make a pass, because these guys are so evenly matched, it's going to be hard and it's going to have to be a real dive to make this pass stick.
Can't do it there, so Jaminet defending well, but of course his lap times now go up because he's having to go defensive, and Nick Yellow's lap times are going to go up because he's stuck and he can't get past. So now, can Raffaele Marciello come back at the BMW? He's not been able to come back at him all stints. That margin has grown to 13 seconds, remember? We saw them come in together, 13 seconds the margin, and we are expecting Maxi Goetz to be into the pits pretty soon. We are also expecting Marco Sorensen to be in the pits shortly as well.
Yeah, so despite the fact that Yellow potentially at the moment is being held up a little bit by the Porsche, he's still managing to open that advantage, and I think that'll be being relayed to him by his team, that don't worry too much about the fact that you're stuffed up behind the Porsche at the moment. You're going to get you are still gaining advantage over the Mercedes.
So on board now with Nick Yellow, still stuck behind Mathieu Jaminet as they come down to campus. So the fight on the road for third place here.
Just missing the apex on that last corner, but that's, you know, those micro mistakes that happen on every single lap. You know, are not driving a perfect lap on every single lap. You're not driving the perfect car at any point either. Just had a little bit of a correction.
Saw the Iron Dames team getting ready for a pit stop a moment ago. That car still leading the Gold Cup. There is the pink Ferrari, which is going to come in this time. So Michel Gatting brings that down the pit road. And of course, in the Gold Cup, they are well clear at the moment of the Valkenhorst Michael Dynan BMW. So there is the car down the pit road. Next driver ready with the seat, and also the AF Corsa team receives 52. So the Pro-Am car, Louis Machiels, comes back in. Michel Gatting brings in the Iron Dames Ferrari.
Yes, and I think that will be Doreen Pan getting into the car.
Eventually.
She is the littlest of the four ladies. And yes, the French flag on her helmet gives it away a little bit as well. Quite difficult because Sarah Bovey's quite a tall lady. She was a decent bit taller than myself, probably over 6 foot. And Doreen is more like 5'1", 5'2". So that's why she's got such a big seat insert to go in, because the tallest driver will just sit in the normal seat. Everyone else will get boosted up.
Not quite sure why there was the delay in Michel getting out. I don't think there was a penalty that had to be served, but it just seemed as though there was some delay, wasn't it, before the door opened and Dorian Pan was able to get in. Now, Nick Yellow is absolutely committed to getting past this Porsche. He's fed up with staring at the back of it. He wants to, he needs to get on with this now, because Marciello is closing a little bit. Nick Yellow's got stuck. It's brightening up now at Spa as well. The sun is breaking through. That means the temperatures are going up as well. And the BMW that's had a great night is still looking oh so strong. But Yellow now wants to clear Jaminet as swiftly as he possibly can do. Vanthor in the lead, picking up his pace once more when the traffic allows. He's doing 220s, Yellow doing 220s, but Marciello in the 219s pressing on behind these two.
Yeah, and there's no doubt that Yellow can do 219s in clear air. We saw that as he drew onto the tail of this Porsche, so he is now certainly being held up, and as you say, with Marciello being able to do clean laps, the gap is coming down. But it doesn't seem particularly easy to find a space to really go down the inside. As I said earlier, if he's going to make a pass stick, it's going to have to be quite an aggressive pass, or is there more traffic ahead that he can use to perhaps put the Porsche in on a different part of the circuit? Yes, there is a battle pack of about 3 by the looks of things.
To the chicane they come, which is often an opportunity to dive up the inside, but not on this lap. Nick Yellow rides the curb, but still can't find a way through. And even if he can get past Jaminet, there's another wall of traffic up the road, so life's pretty tough. Number 6 there, the K-Pax Lamborghini, and there was the story of that, of course, if you haven't followed all of the race. Quickest in Superpole, lost its times for a technical infringement and got a grid drop, started 30th, got the lead, got a puncture, dropped a lap. It is now running in 12th place, that car, but is still a lap down on the race leaders, and try as they might, no matter what else has happened in the race, they've not been able to buy that back. We've had 95 Marco Sorensen in them at the end of lap 371, and right now Jalali is committed to trying to make a move as they head up the hill. He goes to the outside, and this time he's done it. He's finally cleared the Porsche. He's gone through into 3rd place, although Jaminet fancied his chances of coming back at him there, didn't he?
Thought maybe the traffic would actually play against Nick Jalali there, and now trying to be quite aggressive with that to go around the outside. Second part, Lecombe, which is the inside for the next bit. Nicely committed and fast move done there. He'd been offline, so tyres will be a little bit dirty through Bruxelles, but he gets that pass cleanly done. Mathieu Jaminet quickly through as well. Now, can Jaminet stick with the Rover Racing BMW? Can he learn where the pace differential was, or is Jalali just going to check out?
Let's see as they drop downhill then, and Jalali comes into point. Well, he's sort of checking out, isn't he? Because he's already cleared by a good few lengths the Porsche, but as we've made the point already, he's on fresher tyres. He's further through a stint. Jaminet's only got another couple of laps. This is Dorian Pam, still heading the Gold Cup. So Iron Lynx, the team that won outright last year, Iron Dames is effectively an Iron Lynx Ferrari. It's just that because it's the all-girl crew, it gets the different moniker. And up towards the timing line comes then 83 Ferrari. Michelle Gatting recently out of the car, and she is with Amanda Busick in the pit lane. As you look at the Ferrari, then the goal leader into La Source. Let's go to the pits.
Well, the all-female 83 Iron Dames Ferrari is still leading the Gold Cup here with almost 7 hours left in this race. And Michelle, you just told me that was an extremely tough stint for you. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what went wrong. Yeah, I drove in the night. It was really good. The car was fast. I don't know if we went out on a mistaken tire set or something, but it felt very strange from the beginning. It was very, very difficult. So it was basically just surviving. I felt like I was in the way out there, which was a bit sad because, I mean, we still have to keep our lead, but we definitely lost a bit there.
You told me you did have to serve a little penalty there before the driver change. Are you guys at where you want the strategy to be?
Yeah, for sure. So far it's been going very smooth. The guys have been doing a great job. I got a 5-second penalty again, like I did in the afternoon yesterday for track limits. Honestly, I don't understand why, but it's like this. This is the tough part about this championship. We all know it, but luckily we didn't lose too much on that. We lost more on track. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you.
So that confirms that, yes, that was the delay. There was a track limit penalty, so if it was 5 seconds, that would be 3 track limit warnings. So your first 2 you get away with, and then after your third, it is a 5-second penalty. So the on-the-road leader, Laurence Vanthoor, who is imminent for a pit stop, coming then towards the completion of the lap. Now, might be able to get one more out of this stint before he has to come in. A flying lap is 2 minutes 20. He has done a minute, and it's 1 minute and 5 seconds, which is your tipping point. 65 minutes line to line. So, yep, another lap to be done by 47. This is the number 46 Fred Verviche Audi in replay, going on the inside, and well, I thought there was room anyway, but he committed to a very different line, and the Ferrari there with a bit of hip and shoulder. Was that 52 or 21? Either way, it's very gravelly and got forced off the road. No, can't quite identify, but the Ferrari, yeah, that might get looked at, I think. That was a bit keen of Fred Verviche.
Yeah, and unfortunately that is a really great shot to show exactly what he did wrong there, and taking to the grass, a little bit of an elbow off onto the gravel. So we end up going even more issues for the 46 machine that's already made contact with a teammate and dropped to 16th position. If it picks up a penalty for that, which looks like it might, then it could be even further down for the Valentino Rossi crew.
Yeah, they got damaged this morning when the car charged the back of the Charles Weerts Audi at about 6:30. bit out. 46 in a sense, lucky to still be in the race. Right, Vanthor still doing good lap time, still lapping in the 220s. Nick Yellerly in the 221s, even though he's cleared Jaminet, and Jaminet has now come into the pit lane. So Mathieu Jaminet in at the end of lap 374. And as Laurens Vanthor heads downhill once again, he's absolutely on his own.
Exactly. What a little bit concerning for me is he's in the 20s, and he has been in the 20s for the last couple of laps, despite no traffic, not being held up at all. Okay, he's at the end of his stint, he's at the end of his tyres, and that, I suppose, is where we saw Yellerly and Marcello at the end of their stint. But those two, Mercedes and BMW, are still able to do 19s, and at some points we even see Yellerly in the 18s as well. So they are, at this point in the stint, taking quite a bit of time out of our other leader, Laurens Vanthor, despite the fact that he hasn't had to deal with any traffic.
Although we are still being told that the Porsche needs to go a little bit slower than its ultimate pace just to look after the tyres. This is in terms of who has spent what time in the pit lane. 53 minutes cumulatively for the leader, and the BMW 59 minutes. So even though it's had more time in the pits and more pit stops, it is still now the leading car in real terms, running third on the road. And this time is the Porsche in. Yes, it is. In comes Vanthor at the end of lap 375. So a look back at the highlights of the race thus far, which began with Klaus Bachler taking the advantage away from Raffaele Marciello. Porsche ahead of Mercedes as the cars dived downhill for the first time of asking, wriggling their way through Eau Rouge. Despite everybody's fears about the start, it was an absolutely perfectly clean first hour of the race. We had the cars absolutely together, turning their way through La Source, this pure GT3 grid, very evenly matched, with the cars 3 wide, almost 4 abreast, going up towards Radion and then Les Combes. Those behind getting a tow benefited as the first casualty was Nigel Bay, tapped into a spin by Kenny Harbel's Mercedes. The Marshals got that car back on track and it was able to rejoin as we had Antonio Fuoco very keen indeed to get up and past Maxi Buch's Mercedes. Also keen was Loris Spinelli. He got involved with Janis Fitja coming out of Les Combes, the 2 Mercedes rubbing as the panels touched. Puncture for Sandy Mitchell. The Barwell Lamborghini had been leading the Gold Cup but was soon heading for the pit lane, and Stephen Grove's Porsche had a big lose at Blanchimont, and worse was to come for that car in the darkness. Luca Stoltz took on Koen Ledegaard, and Ledegaard lost the place and then mowed the lawn on the way down the hill. Got a bit of a squeeze. He then had to battle with Marciello, who got past him. The Porsche retook, and then the Mercedes finally made it stick on the inside going into Les Combes. In the Gold Cup, a change of pace as on the inside line Eddie Cheever took over the lead from Jens Liebhauser, but Jens Liebhauser was going to have a rotten stint, as so too did Cesar Gazzo, losing it out of Blanchimont, headbutting the wall, and although the car was able to go straight to the pits, that's exactly where it stayed, and it was the race's first retirement with damage. Jens Liebhauser got involved with Valentin Pierberg coming out of the chicane. Then he got involved with Enrique Chavez down at Bruxelles and ended up in the gravel, which triggered a full course yellow into a safety car. On the restart, guess what? He got involved again, and this time was drilled by the number 563 Lamborghini that turned him around, and the Valentino Rossi Audi scattered in avoidance. Also off the road, Isaac Tutumlu Lopez, and as he was losing it, others hit the brakes, and 23 Aston Martin suffered a lot of frontal damage. A real send on the inside came from Patrick Niederhauser to try to get past the Iron Lynx Ferrari. Full course yellow called as Al-Faisal Al-Zubar drove into the back of Alex Malikin, who slowed quicker than anticipated, and both cars were out with the damage. The Sky Tempesta racing Mercedes of Jonathan Hui had a spin coming out of the chicane. He accelerated a little bit too prematurely, and around came the back, and the time was lost really trying to get the car back in the right direction. But number 51, Nicholas Nielsen Ferrari, making its way into the mix as the battles raged on in the classes all the way up and down the order, and Jens Liebhauser was turned around yet again, this time by Christopher Hauser, and Hauser's Audi was out of the race after just 92 laps. Karim Ogier found somebody else's gravel, ran off the road, got stuck in the gravel bed, and that was yet another full course yellow into safety car. Everybody bunched up for the restart, back underway, and the Sky Tempesta Mercedes ran way, way wide and rejoined the circuit. Davide Rigon was on a mission to try to gain places. Oh, so nearly got involved with the number 33 Audi, which was another car that ended up off the road during the course of early evening. And so too did Dominic Fishley, who ran wide coming out of the Cours Paul Frère. Through the gravel, found the strip of recovery tarmac and got back into the race as 88 Mercedes AMG got past the sister car number 2, the Rigonis ASP entry moving ahead of the AMG Team Get Speed entry. Toe-to-toe went Nicholas Nielsen and Dennis Olsen downhill. Olsen on the outside in the KCMG Porsche, just touching the back of the Ferrari, but thankfully they got away with it. And then Marco Mappelli, having just taken over the lead, had a puncture, and the K-Pax Lamborghini had to limp round for a good half a lap before it could get to the pits for the tyre to be changed. It dropped them off the lead lap, and they have not yet got back onto that lead lap. The cars battle their way through the darkness, and Adam Eteki's car early evening was another one that ground to a halt. That was a full course yellow. The car was able to be moved out of the way, and the race got back underway rapidly as Sebastian Bode went around up at Les Combes, and again others in the darkness had to scatter, and that's a very disconcerting feeling, seeing headlights staring at you. Matt Campbell, puncture at the end of the lap, number 74 Porsche limped in. So the car lost time, and others lost orientation altogether, coming out of Speaker's Corner down at turn 9, running off the road, going through the gravel. It was all as ever tightly bunched as the cars worked their way out of the chicane. And with a very different feel to the circuit now, with the drivers having to use the headlights, and in certain parts the floodlights around the perimeter of the circuit, the Sky Tempesta Mercedes rocketed over the line. More outbraking going on down towards turn 1 as 88 Mercedes moved through on the inside of 71 Arne Links Ferrari. It was a good, bold move under braking as Raffaele Marciello, Jules Gounon and Danny Junqueira continued to try to push their way back into contention. Albert Costa on his outlap had this big off coming out of the Piff Paff. Absolutely amazed as to why the car went off the road, feeling that he'd cleared the corner, and although he dragged it back to the pit lane, the distraught Albert Costa was out of the race. The Emile Frey Racing Lamborghini that had struggled after a puncture early on was going no further. Then drama for number 911, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche off the road as well. That charged the barrier. That was another retirement, having gone well in the Gold Cup. We also lost with transmission woes the Bentley, number 107. That too parked out on the circuit. That meant that Antonin Borka was going no further. And off the road at high speed at Blanchimont went Matt Payne. He needed attention, the barriers needed attention, and for an hour we had a red flag. The race did resume, of course, and when it did so, the battles up front raged on as the queue of cars came out of the chicane, ready to go racing once more. No peace for the teams, of course, as they were constantly having to be on their toes with these interruptions and taking advantage of full course yellows to try and put more fuel into the car and cycle through pit stops, rolling the dice all the time on strategy. An early morning full course yellow and safety car period also gave the teams the chance to serve their 4-minute mechanical technical pit stops as yet more drama. Arjun Maini getting involved, and he would retire from the race with the number 21 Ferrari that got to turn around the AF Corsa entry. That was all up at Les Combes. Number 98 BMW, though, had led at the 6-hour mark, and Nick Katzberg was looking oh so strong as he turned his way into Les Combes. And Nick Katzberg, winner of the event back in 2015, clear in the race lead during the night as the WRT engineers and the Attento mechanics too
46 under investigation for causing a collision
before the next round of stops. Early morning, and it was Raffaele Marciello who was on his toes to try to work his way back into contention. The 88 Rigonis ASP team car, shared by Jules Gounon and Danny Junqueira, and all three of them trying to get the car through the traffic with a minimal time lost. Then drama. A slow McLaren caught out Charles Weerts, and ploughing into the back of him was Nico Müller. The two WRT cars with huge damage. Weerts out of the race. Bad news for the championship. And number 46 soldiered onto the pit lane. That's still circulating to the delight of Valentino Rossi's fans. But WRT has had a pretty lousy race. Then this spin under the safety car. Number 51, the Arne Links Ferrari, getting it wrong coming out of Les Combes. Didn't go down a storm in race control, but at least the car didn't have any damage and was able to continue. At this juncture, it was number 71, Ferrari, that led the way, but Nick Tandy was chasing hard in number 47 Porsche and eventually went through, taking over the place. 88, Jules Gounon at the wheel, trying to find a way up past number 74 Porsche, which he did. 74 in turn, having to get through the traffic against the Earl Bamber Singer Beer-backed Porsche. Tandy led and would then relay Laurens Van Thor in the KCMG Porsche, as we then had another full course yellow period as the battery went flat on number 4 Alain Ballant's car. Demon moved there on the inside by Michael Grenier to get ahead of the 56 Porsche, and on the pit stops 88 moved back ahead of 98. That meant Marciello came out ahead of Nick Yellerly. Didn't last for long though, because they would trade places on the track as the Sky Tempesta Mercedes came up to challenge the Valkenhorst BMW, and they went over the timing line, battling in the Gold Cup down towards the hairpin at La Source. Dan Harper made a great move around the outside of Mauro Engel. BMW moving ahead of Mercedes, the junior team car, looking strong. And then we had this little mistake by Marciello. Out wide he bounced at the Cours Paul Frere. That gave Nick Yellerly every chance he needed to go through as off the road bounce. Rima Jafali, her Mercedes, back on track, came down to the hairpin as the 35 Valkenhorst BMW of Henry Valkenhorst put the power down too soon out of La Source, looped it around and lost time against the class rivals. Didn't do the tyres any good as he gunned it back into action. Battle between Maxi Götz and Ricardo Feller. Different laps, but they were going absolutely door to door all the way down past the Heritage pits. But as the pit stops would cycle through, so BMW number 98 continued to look oh so strong. Fred Verviche had this moment against the Ferrari, and it's being under investigation for causing a collision, so a penalty looms for Fred Verviche. It's been a dramatic first part of the race and plenty more to come, as right now here at Spa, Nick Yellerly in number 98 leads the way in the Rover Racing BMW. This is the leading car. This is number 98 BMW making its way up out of the chicane. So Nick Yellerly leads. Now we've just had a pit stop served at the end of 378 laps by 51 Ferrari. That puts James Collado in the car, and in the gravel is number 34 BMW. That's Richard Heistand at the wheel of it, and he's only been in the car for about 16 minutes, so that's down at campus, isn't it? It looks like he's just gone straight on here, Ben.
Yeah, it could well have easily been helped in that direction. Let's have a look, or has he just missed his braking point? Oh, not the retardation that you would expect.
10 seconds.
And a lot of understeer into the wall. Not massive contact into the wall, but the gravel is very, very deep, and it's going to be very hard to get out of there.
And we go full course yellow, looking at number 6, Marco Mappelli and Andrea Caldarelli's Lamborghini that rotates coming into the chicane. So the car spins, he tries to get going, traffic's on its way, drives it wide over the curb, and is that a tyre that's gone down causing the spin? Let's see, now he needs to get across the circuit, and so a punctured tyre which triggered that, so back into the pit lane comes number 6. But yes, we are now under our 12th full course yellow period of the race to try to get that BMW out of the gravel. And one would imagine this is going to have to go safety car because it's going to be a long period.
So what do you do now if you are those teams that were off strategy early doors? We are still owed a pit stop from the junior BMW, who comes into the pits right now, and the 55 Mercedes you would expect to come into the pits as well, because they are right on the end of their stint. But for the likes of Yellerly and Marciello, they're 3/4 of the way into their stint. Do they now reset their strategy and to get back onto strategy with those guys that have just pitted, the likes of the 51 and the 74? Because you say, full course yellow right now, great opportunity to get a freer pit stop. Moreover, we are going to have to reset into safety car conditions after this. We're going to bunch the pack back up, and so it'll be very, very interesting to see who reacts to this. This is how this BMW managed to get to this position early on in the race.
But it's partly where you are on the circuit when the full course yellow is called. If you're coming into the chicane as you go full course yellow, you can dive into the pits. But if you're stuck up at Bruxelles, or worse, you know, you've just got to La Source, then it goes against you because you've got a slow lap before you can even contemplate it, and other people can jump ahead of you.
And look at where Yellerly and Marciello are on track. They are in the second sector, coming through the exit of Pouhon here, so they have a long way to go before they get to the pit lane.
Now Dennis Olsen took over lap 375 and has come back in on lap 379, so they've taken advantage of that full course yellow to short stop, get a bit of fuel in and try and save a bit of time on the next pit stop effectively. So that car now is back in, so it'll lose track position, number 47. But again, this is all part of the fascination of this as the engineers try to second guess how the race is going to go. Fred Verviche is under investigation, I think I'd said, for causing a collision. 93 Sky Tempesta Mercedes rumbles on. But at the moment, we're all at that slow delta speed before they can speed up once we get the safety car coming out onto the circuit.
Olsen was on the right part of the track there, wasn't he? He was safety. The full course yellow was called 15-20 seconds before he ended up in pit lane. So that's really worked out for them.
So while we've got this full course yellow, let us head to the pit lane. Amanda has got James Collado, who's just got out of 51. It's been given over to Nicholas Nielsen, and as the car comes over the line, let's hear from the British driver.
James Collado out of his stint, reigning defending winner Nicholas Nielsen in the 51 Ferrari right now, and you were just catching up with your team manager Bernie. What was the conversation like between you guys?
Yeah, we were just discussing track limits. I went wide a couple of times and questioned the steward's decision, but they seemed to be right, so it was my misjudgment. But anyway, we're there or thereabouts. We're lacking a bit of pace, especially straight line speed. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We just need to try and keep the car on the track. That's the main thing.
Nicholas won here as the overall last year. Molina won here in Pro-Am. How have you guys gelled together in a team, and what information have they relayed to you in this? Yeah, well, the previous year, me, Alessandro, and Nicholas did the championship, and only Alessandro won because I had to do a wet commitment, but we treat it like we won together, so we know each other really, really well. And Nicholas is a great guy. He's a young gun. He's catching us old boys up, and yeah, he's a true talent for the future. Do you feel strong about the Ferrari's chances today? Not really. Thank you.
Well, that's a little shame, isn't it? James Collado being very honest with us, but not really feeling it for Ferrari at this point. They were so fast over one lap, John.
Yeah, that's a pretty brutal sort of end of the conversation from James Collado. You could see frustration written all over his face and disappointment. I don't know what's the bigger frustration or the disappointment, but certainly worked very hard to get to where they are, and then just little things knock you back all the time.
Just an update on car 31, which is TWRT's Silver Cup entry. That has now a penalty of 45 seconds for 8 track limit warnings. And indeed, as we suspected, Yellowly and Marcello come into the pits. They've had a long time to get round to pit lane, but this now resets our strategy and puts them on the same strategy as the rest of the top 5. They are going to drop some track position, but how far back are they going to drop? Because they had such an advantage on track. Whilst we're under full course yellow, everyone is kind of stuck in their position. There's no gain or loss. So I think they could find themselves in quite a strong position, even having done this pit stop, and put them back onto the strategy of the rest of the leaders.
It's going to take a few minutes for this all to unravel, because of the pace you're going around under full course yellow conditions. We're not going to see 2-minute 20 laps being recorded. It's going to be more like a 5-minute lap as the 88 is into the pits. They are in the heritage pits towards the bottom of that pit lane, and we have always, every year with this conversation, where would you rather be placed? Down here near the pit lane exit, or up top on the more level pits at the entry to the pit lane?
And yet teams always seem to stay in about the same place. With experience over the years of working the pit lane, I know that the Works Porsches tend to be down the bottom end, the McLarens tend to be down there as well. We always see ASP in the middle of the heritage pits, and we always see WRT at the end of the F1 pits. So they all seem to be quite happy. Nick Yellow's just jumped out of the leading 98 BMW. Nick Katzberg is now in that car, and therefore we can go and have a chat with Nick Yellow after a great double stint.
Well, as a round of applause here at Rowe BMW when Nick Yellowly got out of the car, would you say you guys are back on the strategy and in sync of what you were looking for?
I'd like to think so. I mean, like I said, the clever guys behind me will definitely know more about it. I just try and drive as fast as I can and bring the car home safe. The car's feeling good. In the first stint, we struggled quite a lot with tyre deg, but I noticed the cars around me did as well. And in the second stint, I felt quite comfortable. So yeah, we've still got 6 hours left, or 6 hours 42 left. It's anything can happen, but for now at least the car's working well. The team have done great pit stops, and yeah, let's just see how it goes.
As morning continues to evolve here at Spa, there's some moisture in the air, there's cloud over the track. What can you tell us, some feedback on the conditions?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't actually looked so much into it, because Spa's a bit like Nürburgring. It has its own microclimate and can do what it wants when it wants. So we're all very good in the wet, so I'm not too worried.
Nick Yellowly talking about wet conditions. I'm not sure that's on the forecast. I hope it's not on the forecast, because it has been such a beautiful weekend here at Spa. We had a little bit of moisture, but it was kind of you know, a little bit of morning dew more than anything else.
Well, according to my spy in the press room, there are suggestions that within the location, not just here at the racetrack, but in the general area, that there may be about 4 o'clock a little bit of moisture going to fall. Now, whether it's going to be biblical or whether it'll be just very, very fine, misty type rain, we don't know. But right now, looking skyward, all I can see is lovely blue sky with, okay, intermittent white fluffy clouds, but it's beginning to warm up, and it looks a perfect day to conclude. We've got just over 6.5 hours remaining of this 24 hours here at Spa-Francorchamps. So, and in many people's view, the race hasn't even begun yet.
Yeah, absolutely. With that late start time of 4:45 local time here, we were quickly into the night stint. And really, when you woke up this morning and had a look at how many hours left of the race, a full day effectively. So 6 hours and 41 minutes still remain. It does feel as though the race is only really getting going at this point. And I suppose when you have 23, 24 one-hour stints, it is basically now a sprint race, isn't it? Really not much of an endurance race, although the drivers don't like to find themselves too far in advance or too far behind, because they tend to lose those advantages when we have full course yellows.
Yeah, and the other thing I'm finding very odd indeed is that traditionally we always have Audis running in the top 4 or top 6 regardless. For the last, what, 10, 11 years, they've never finished, an Audi's never finished lower than, I think, in any given event, 4th position. And of course, the first Audi is the car 30, Thomas Neubauer behind the wheel, which is the Silver Cup leader. I mean, that's just remarkable that there's no Audi in the top 10.
I think that's just a legacy of what we've seen, the unluckiness of WRT over this particular race. Audi, as you say, always very, very strong. Having a quick look at Dean McDonald in the McLaren 188, just behind the leading Audi, the leading Silver Cup Audi. And in fact, the leading Silver Cup entry with a decent advantage over the 99 second-placed Audi. Right, so we go into safety car conditions. Always a little bit odd when we go from full course yellow to safety car, because everyone speeds up. Now the opportunity is to catch up to the back of the safety car train, and we will get now a quick look at where we are at. I think BMW is still leading ahead of Mercedes, despite the fact that they've all managed to reset themselves onto the lead. Yes, looks like this safety car has picked up the 98.
Yeah, so, but there's 3 cars between the 88 and the 98. So Juncadella in the Mercedes AMG will want to clear those 3 cars as early and quickly as possible, which does not necessarily mean it's going to be an easy task.
And that penalty for James Collado that he was referring to in the interview has now been confirmed by race control. 5-second penalty for 3 track limit warnings. Makes its way slowly back to the pit lane. That's the reason why we're under full course yellow and now safety car, nosing into the barriers. We'll have to get a quick look as to find out whether that is a cause and effect. Puncture on the front left, was that the reason why he went off the circuit? Did he get that from the contact to the wall?
I think looking at the replay we saw a few minutes ago, that was very much the cause, because when he turned into Campos, the car was way wide of where the clipping point, the apex of the corner is. And again, the further out you get from the apex, then you get into the dirty part of the racetrack, and you're never going to get out of it until you come to a standstill in the gravel trap and nosing the BM into the tyre bales, but appears to have done actually little damage to the bodywork. Probably the impact speed was very minor. So everybody now, you'd almost swear they're at racing speed, trying to catch up to the tail of the safety car chain.
What we do know, John, is that the safety car doesn't wait for everybody to bunch up before being released. That's not the reason for the safety car. It's not like an American racing where they are actively bringing the pack together to create a race again. They're doing this to get the cars back up to temperature and speed.
Yes, it's important, because if you have a long full course yellow intervention, then certainly the tyre temperature drops, tyre pressure drops. Same old scenario. Every year we explain all this. Likewise, your brake temperatures can drop away. you can control the brake temperature a little bit by riding your left foot on the brake and just giving it a little bit of input so to get some heat and temperature into the disc and pads. Well, there's a new race leader as it goes into Les Combes. Who's that?
Quite famous, that tractor driver this weekend, isn't he? Having to do a great job to get to clean the track up, and already you can see, all right, on the outside it's pretty dirty, but on the inside, where we've seen multiple cars coming down the inside to make a move, there is now a much cleaner line than there was at the start of the stint, because it's been about 2 hours, I think, since the last full course yellow, so all of that dirt has been built up. Now has been an opportunity to clear up the track, and so we should have a cleaner, better track for them to go racing with in a few moments' time. We're not going racing yet, though. The safety car lights are still on, and we now have a better idea of where all the cars will be, because they're now in a more compact queue. So BMW leads. Second position, Danny Ukudela is there. Then we are looking for Dennis Olsen in the Porsche, still waiting. So actually, whilst they are on the lead lap, there's plenty of traffic to contend with. There is the KCMG BMW coming through shot. He is quite just ahead of Hesser in the 50 BMW, and then Grenier in the 55 Mercedes. And now we wait for Matt Campbell in the 74 Porsche, who comes across the line now. So he hasn't even caught up to the back of the queue yet.
Again, look at the amount of rubber on the outside of Eau Rouge, and that is real no man's land stuff. So safety car will come in at the end of this lap. So race director is satisfied that he's got the majority of the field up to speed, and more or less there's a line of cars which stretches probably about maybe up to a quarter of the lap of this racetrack, but nevertheless the key is to get everybody up to speed, get those tires up to speed, up to temperature, and when the safety car peels off at the chicane, and then the lead car, which is going to be Nicky Katzberg in the 98 BMW, he will take control, and it's in his hands as to when he chooses to go. He can go before the chicane, in the chicane, or on the exit of the chicane.
Quite curiously, we've got some cars, we've got the leading pack coming into the sector 2 now. We've got some cars that haven't left that sector from the previous lap, so they are a long way behind, and they're never going to catch up to the back of the queue. We go on board with the 71 Ferrari that is being pedalled incredibly hard because they want desperately to get to the back of the queue. 11th position, still on the lead lap, but at the moment on the Kemmel straight, he's got to hope that everybody ahead of him is still as flat out as he is, somewhere behind the Aston Martin. Yeah, there he is. And by the end of the lap, I think Fuoco should be able to catch up to that queue.
Well, currently running in 11th position, but Fuoco, we know, is capable, and we saw what he did in pre-qualifying. Did a 2:16.4, which everyone went, wow, that was a pretty impressive time, and is directly behind Maxime Martin, you know, a legend here at Spa-Francorchamps, as the safety car light is off.
So Fuoco was the last car on the lead lap. So 11 cars on the lead lap in this queue, just about. Marco Mappelli, the number 6 Lamborghini, still not quite on the lead lap, but potentially green flag, another one, he could do it. We go back to green flag racing here at Spa with 6 hours and 33 minutes remaining. Car peeling into the pit lane as we go back to green flag. That was one of our back markers. Katzberg has a 2.9 second advantage and 2 cars advantage over Danny Ukudela now in the Mercedes, who goes and clears one of them already.
Yeah, gets past Ian McDonald, so that was a very well sorted overtake. McLaren stayed to the left, let the Mercedes AMG get through. So again, different categories these cars are running in, so no need to interfere with a battle. And already Ukudela's cleared 2 of those back markers. He's only now got the Gulf. Who's behind the wheel? That's the Thomas Neubauer, the Audi. In fact, that is the lead Audi in this race, running in 13th position. Lead Audi in 13th position. Never thought I'd say that.
Danny Ukudela will hope that Thomas Neubauer has great pace or is kind with him. Further back, we've got plenty of traffic to contend with for the likes of Dennis Olsen. 3rd position on track, but way back, probably 20th car in the queue right now for the KCMG Porsche. 6 seconds back from the lead as they came across the line that last time. But this is real danger territory for all of those guys who are on the lead lap, who are pushing really hard to clear the traffic. But there are lots of different levels of driver within this pack of cars.
Yeah, Michael Grenier in 5th position, the 55 Mercedes AMG, diving down the inside into Bruxelles. Now he's up behind the 50, the junior BMW. So that's driven by Hessa. So that gap is just over half a second, and that's going to be, if Grenier is on his balls of his feet, he's going to be looking to move ahead of the BMW. This is the best opportunity he has to do so, because once everybody settles down and re-establishes themselves at their own race pace, then the overtakes become that little bit more difficult.
Yeah, Max Hesse has really benefited from that last full course yellow period, up to 4th position now in the junior BMW. There they are with a very different livery to the Rover BMW, although it's out of the same stable, and up to 4th position. So the 2 Rover BMWs effectively are in the top 5. In 5th position, Grenier, and then Campbell in 6th. Now, Campbell is the one car that's not on the same strategy as our leading contenders. They pitted 13 minutes before the rest of them, and so will be in the pits earlier than our leading contenders.
So the BMW number 50 running in 4th position, and Grenier in the 55 Mercedes AMG clearing one of the, I think it's the 20 Mercedes into the source. So again, an easy, relatively easy, clean overtake. So Grenier now has got that 50 BMW within his sights, and again, he got the opportunity to try and capture another overtake, but it's not going to be an easy one. The 50 BMW has been quick all the way through this event.
I didn't see where Marco Mappelli was in the queue of cars, whether he was at the sharp end of it or whether he's got plenty to get through. He's the first car off the lead lap, so in theory should have been quite close to our leaders, Katzberg and Yuki-Della, but Katzberg with such great pace in these first couple of laps, a 2.5 second advantage at the head of the field. Yuki-Della with a 6.2 second advantage over Dennis Olsen. Such was the amount of traffic that the KCMG Porsche had to contend with. There's the 74. There's Matt Campbell, as I say, slightly off sequence with the rest of them, and really in the middle of all the gaggle of cars here.
Yeah, and the trouble with that gaggle is he's at the wrong end of it, because he needs to get that. You can see the 55 Mercedes clearing away down the hill into Pouhon, and Matt Campbell, well, he needs a little bit of cooperation from the sister car, whether he will receive it or not. I mean, it wouldn't be difficult just to step aside, just lift and coast into Fagner and let Matt Campbell go through, and that's exactly what has taken place. 22 has just given that little bit of ground, the Allied Racing Porsche, so a good cooperation within the family.
Dominic Fishley there doing a good job to let him through. Bit of contact, and the Porsche into the gravel. Oh, we didn't need that. That's the number 24 machine.
Yeah, that's the Herbert Motorsport car.
Who's aboard? Nicky Leitfire in that car. So we've already lost one of the Herbert cars, and unfortunately that is going to be needing some help to get out of there. Here's how he was helped out by the Lamborghini. Lamborghini was through, actually, wasn't he, John?
Well, certainly he was alongside Emile Frey Racing. That's Leo Roussel, Arthur Rouget, and Giacomo Altway. But a pro car against a Pro-Am, that may lead a penalty to the Lamborghini. There's no mercy shown of a pro car contact with a Pro-Am car. That will normally mean some form of penalty to the pro car.
Front wheel to front wheel contact, though, he could argue that he was enough alongside for the for Fishley to understand that he was there and not to turn in.
Ben, I'll leave that for you to go and argue with the race director or the steward, because they have a different view, and I understand exactly what you said. He was wheel to wheel alongside, but it is the fact that there is contact between the pro car and the Pro-Am car. So it's going to be another, I suspect, full course yellow to remove the Porsche from the gravel down at Campos. And we, you know, as our colleague David Addison says, frequently safety cars and full course yellows beat safety cars and full course yellows.
Full course yellow being called, therefore, from race control. So we go back down.
4,
and this might be a bit calmer because everyone's done their pit stops.
Full course yellow now.
And so we reset once more. This should be a relatively quick one because we'll be able to snatch that car out the gravel trap pretty fast. But unfortunately, we'll bunch the cars back up once more.
What would be nice is a quick extraction. And I can tell you about quick extractions. I've had more teeth pulled than you can shake a stick at. But anyway, a quick extraction to get that car out of the gravel. We're going to have a little look at it again. So coming out of fifth lap, Rouget dives down the inside. He's fair and square alongside, and Porsche just turns in. But we'll wait and see whether there will be any judgment made. I mean, I think, as you pointed out, the two cars side by side, the Lamborghini, the quicker of the two cars, up the inside, and then the Porsche did come across, and the Lamborghini isn't a Houdini, it can't just vanish.
No, exactly. Arthur Rouget at 15th position, a full lap ahead of Nicky at that point. And that was actually our leader in the Pro-Am Cup, I believe. And he's going to lose the lead to this McLaren. So Dean McDonald in the 188 McLaren comes round through the corner, and that is the lead pass in the Pro-Am Cup.
Well, that's a bitter pill for Leutwiler to find himself in that situation. And, well, I've said all I can say. I don't think I can elaborate any further, but Dean McDonald has had the easiest pass of his 24 hours here at Spa-Francorchamps with the former lead car, Nicky Leutwiler, in the Porsche, embedded in the gravel. As we look at the 47, Dennis Olsen in third position, some 8.9 seconds before we went to a full course yellow, behind the 88 Mercedes AMG of Danny Juncadella, who is only a further 2.6 seconds behind Nicky Katzberg. But we do believe, certainly I believe, that the pace that the BMW has had since Light returned to Spa-Francorchamps has been pretty impressive, and certainly in the opening laps of a stint, the BMW with those fresh Pirelli tyres has been really on the balls of its feet and been quick everywhere around the racetrack. There is Thomas Neubauer, the lead Silver Cup. It's the lead Audi as well. So 13th position, Markus Zug is second in the second of the Audis, so he is about 6.9 seconds. The delta should remain as cars dive into the pits, just to see those behind us diving into the pits. So Niederhauser's come in, McDonald's come in. So both of those two cars, and that's the leader of the Pro-Am in, and Patrick Niederhauser in the 25 Audi. Well, that's a full pro car.
Curious that McDonald's come into the pits. There's also Max Hesse in the BMW's come into the pits. Hesse's only been out there for 22 minutes. So this has now put Hesse onto a different strategy again. And they couldn't have used much fuel because most of those 22 minutes were under safety car conditions. Let's go down to the pits.
Well, Philip, we were talking prior to the issues with the 24, just what a hard spot it's been for your team. When you get to this point of it, just the idea of finishing, how important would that be?
I mean, as you said, just finishing would be a great achievement for the team already. We see it with other cars just now, as it happened with the, I think it was the 24 car. It happens so easily, so it's not always your own fault, it's not always your own doing. So just finishing the race would be great for us, but of course we want a bit more. That's not necessarily what we came here for, and
apologies for that. We've lost Amanda down there in pit lane. And there is that fourth placed, number 50 BMW, coming out of pit lane, having served only 22 minutes under the previous stint, and now reset again. So curious as to whether that is a strategy call, whether there was an issue that Max was feeling, and therefore they've rectified it. But as I said before, John, 22 minutes since the last pit stop. They've had 1-2 racing laps.
I mean, it looks somebody in the strategy department, commonly known as nerds, are sitting at laptops, punching in figures, facts, and working out, not thinking about maybe where they are right now, but where will this, if they do that refuel, then they can go another, what will be basically another hour before they'll have to return once again. But this is where the race is ultimately going to be won and lost, because without that backup behind the technicians and these geniuses at laptops and understanding where the race is going to be, predicting it partly, but what they of course are unable to predict is when will we see more incidents that have a full course yellow thrown, then a safety car deployed, that's the unknown, and that's what makes this race, these final 6 hours, going to be a mystery until the checkered flag falls.
When you do this after 2 hours of racing, you can fall back into a pretty normal position. Good morning, boys. With Hesse doing that after 2 hours, he would have not lost much track position, but because everyone's been bunched up, doing it under this safety car means he's going to lose a few positions on track. Oh, it hasn't been an easy snatch.
No, it's not. It's whatever the decision is to pull the car all the way around the exit of campus, then the short straight before you get to Paul Frere Curb. Here you can see there's a large area of tarmac where the car then can be fired back up and returned, whether it'll return to the pit lane or whether it will continue on. But of course, the concern is how much gravel did the car scoop up as it went into the gravel itself. And well, there are the indefatigable corner workers who are here, and without these people, these events would never ever take place.
A good
Their commitment and loyalty to the rule that they fulfill is it's pretty impressive.
A good fleet of British marshals always making their way over to the big events here at Spa. Absolutely love the road trip, absolutely love being part of an international event, and of course plenty of work for them to do during such a thing as the 24 hours of Spa.
There's a rare machine these days, a little Peugeot 205. I wonder, is it a 1.6 GTI or the 2-litre GTI? And it's got a rag top on it as well.
Perfect grandstand.
A sunroof.
Perfect ground. I mean, it's covered.
It's a VW Polo. Oh my goodness! I didn't see the Polo badge. I just saw the windscreen.
Safety car procedure.
Well, that's even more rare.
It's been there for a while. Look at the dust on it.
Yeah.
Right, we go to safety car procedures. So everyone now gets their chance to bunch up behind our leader, Nicky Katzberg, who is in the last sector of the lap. We're looking at cars coming into the second part of the lap. And so there is Nicky. And directly behind him this time is Danny Ucadella. So the pace of those two were able to clear all the traffic that was between them. And whilst on the last restart we had a couple of back markers between the two of them, this time we have first, second, then two back markers, and then third position KCMG Porsche.
Yes, I mean, we've got two lead cars, one behind the other, and look forward to seeing Dennis Olsen in the 47 managing to clear those two cars, so we could have a three-way car battle once this safety car deployment has been removed. So the safety car has been deployed, they're now all picking up the pace. Again, a mirror of what we had a little more than 15 minutes ago. So let's hope this breeding that goes on in 24-hour races, safety car, or full course yellow safety car, let's hope they stop breeding them, because let's get a few more laps. We're coming up to, what is 10:25 in the morning. Still 6 hours, 19 minutes of this race to go. And I suppose, well, what's different to me is that a lot of the principal, what I would have considered front-running cars, are no longer running, and others are completely out of position.
Just waiting to see where that number 50 BMW comes out. It comes across the line now, so 6th position for Max Hesse. Lost 2 spots by resetting his strategy and being on a slightly different one. And he is just ahead of Nicholas Nielsen, who did the same thing in the 51 Ferrari. So 6th and 7th are now on slightly different strategies to the top 4. Don't forget, Matt Campbell didn't pit under the previous full course yellow. So 5th position in the 74 Porsche is also on a different strategy and will be expected in the pits within 25 minutes. So whilst the others have still got half an hour or half of their stint to go, and probably a bit more considering how much fuel they're saving and tyres they're saving under these 2 safety car periods, we would expect Matt Campbell to be in within half an hour.
And also, I think we can expect a relatively short safety car deployment, because the Porsche that ended up in the gravel will now be in a safe zone. So that, I suspect, has probably been fired up and has maybe made its way back. We haven't seen it. That's the area it would have been pulled to, that tarmac on the exit of the Paul Frere Curb.
Yeah, Niki Loiva has driven back to the pits in the 24, so they can clear that out and get him back onto circuit. Let's go down to Amanda in the pit lane.
Mari Engel just said off camera, we are right back in this thing with all the variables leading to this point. What has put you here?
It's a lot of strategies playing out, and you know, everyone was a bit offset. We were offset to the leaders. That safety car worked quite well for us. Now the next safety car punched everyone up again, so yeah, we're definitely in it. There's over 6 hours to go, so still a long way to go, but so far so good.
As you said, 6 hours to go. It is a long way, but it feels like the race is starting to pick up energy. Would you say you're feeling that on your side as well?
Yeah, well, you kind of know your contenders now, and you're kind of starting to get a picture. I wouldn't count anyone out right now. Even some cars that might be a lap back, you know, they might still have a chance to get back on the lead lap, but certainly you can see which cars are the ones to beat.
Quickly, who's the biggest threat?
At the moment, it looks like BMW. I mean, they're pretty strong. Very high top speed, which makes it really hard to race them and to overtake them. We're definitely a long way down in terms of top speed to them. But yeah, we need to try and use our strength of our car where we have them.
Thank you.
Interesting thoughts from Maro Engel regarding where BMW's performance advantages lie, and pointing out that the BMW has got really good straight line speed, and the two high-speed parts of this racetrack are up the Camel straight into Les Combes. You'd like to think Les Combes is going to be an overtaking opportunity, but if you're trying to challenge the BMW and it's pulling away from you, frustrating. And then down in the middle part of Sector 2 of Spa, the more maybe technical part of the racetrack, but it's very hard to find an area where you can make a clean overtake on a highly competitive car.
3 other cars to check off the list that came into the pits under this last full course yellow. The number 2 AMG team Get Speed Mercedes down in 9th position on the lead lap, but has dropped a couple of positions by doing so. The 95, which is being driven by Maxime Martin at Beechstein Aston Martin on the lead lap, now down in 10th position. And last car on the lead lap is the 71 Ferrari. Antonio Fueco aboard that car. 11 cars on the lead lap. First of the non-lead lap, still Marco Mappelli in the number 6 Lamborghini. Safety car lights are out, and we are going back to racing.
Safety car lights up.
Seconds. We have got another penalty to the 66, which is marked to Winkelhock in the Audi for track limits as well. Focus on the back end of that BMW. Can Danny Jucadella get the jump on Nicky Katzberg? These two know each other well, raced each other highly competitively for many, many years, but two very different vehicles to maximize around this circuit. Nicely bunched up as well. This is going to be a real fight as we go back to racing. 6 hours and 14 minutes remaining.
So the run up into La Source, and Katzberg has done all he needed to do. Juncadella right behind him. Up the inside slides Dennis Olsen. That was an important overtake. Then he's just got Thomas Neubauer ahead of him, behind him on the road. But a car that will be a quick car. And I don't know whether we'll see Matt Campbell getting around that as comfortable, Dennis Olsen getting around that as comfortably as he did do up into La Source.
Big top speed for the BMW along the Kemmel Straight, so we'll be able to drag away in theory from the Mercedes. And there is a couple of car lengths between them, the Mercedes and the Porsche, with that Audi in between them for the moment. And now trying to sort themselves out a bit further back into this braking zone. Pretty clean on the inside line, so not too dangerous to jam it down the inside. We've got a yellow flag flying. What's going on? Is there a car on the inside there? Oh, wow. 24 Porsche's lost his rear wheel.
Oh, that is how...
So he's come into the pits, got a service having been in the gravel trap.
And the wheel's not been attached correctly.
And he's come back out, yeah. Well, great work from the marshals to do that without full course yellow, but not a happy half an hour.
So there you will see the wheel finally detaching and conveniently coming to a standstill beside the car. But what's missing is the hub nut. And I know all about losing a hub nut on a Porsche.
It still had its stickiness on it.
I'll elaborate a little later.
That's an absolute disaster. So they managed to get the car back to the pits. They could have gone back to racing. They could have gone back into this race and competed, and they were They were a good couple of laps down, though, but unfortunately, they will not be able to go back to the pits with just the 3 wheels on the car.
No, that's going to be difficult. I mean, I don't know whether endurance racing cars carry extras such as jacks. I somehow doubt it because it's unnecessary weight. But that is...
you can ask the truck to lift it up whilst you put the wheel back.
Yeah, but the trouble is the nuts somewhere between the pit lane and up to Lake Coombe. But no doubt some race fan may have got a wonderful souvenir. That was an overrun. Danny Juncadella overran into the chicane.
Miguel Ramos is now in the leading Pro-Am McLaren, having taken over from Dean McDonald, who inherited the lead thanks to the 24 having their issues in the gravel trap. And look at the squabbling further back. Look at the dirt. Someone's just picked up a piece of paper on the front end of their 87 Mercedes. Right down at the tail end of the field, 43rd position for Stevenson in that particular car. Where that piece of paper ends up can be innocuous, can be a real problem. Could be sucked into a brake duct and suddenly overheat the brakes, overheat the engine. The car is not necessarily looking its best anyway. In there, Arthur Rouget's Emile Frey Racing Lamborghini that is under investigation. We haven't had a decision yet as to what the penalty might be between those two cars. Didn't look like it actually picked up too much damage from the contact either.
No, it was a relatively sort of gentle incident, but looking at the 50, trying to make his way, Max Hesse running in position behind Matt Campbell, but of course traffic between the BMW and the Porsche as the Ferrari also trying to slip its way up through, and he's got a long way, 3 cars directly ahead of him. So coming down the hill, lights flashing, and is he going to make a move into Pouhon? Wasn't sufficiently near to make that viable. So that's Nicholas Nielsen in the 51 Ferrari running presently in 7th position.
Max Hesse dives down the inside of Visch, makes that cleanly past. That is not a pass for position. The 46 Audi now a couple of laps back after contact that it had down at La Source with its teammate. And so Hesse continues to try and close the gap. 10 seconds to its teammate that is leading the race right now. And it's going bad to worse, I'm afraid, for Emile Frey Racing. We haven't had a decision on what the contact between Arthur Rouget and Nicky Lightver has been, but they've got 40-second penalty for short refueling in their last pit stop. So at least 40 seconds to serve, and they might have to serve even more if the blame is put on Arthur Rouget.
Talking about heaping problem upon problem.
Yeah.
So there is 51 still unable to make any progress, running behind the 46 Audi. And that's Fred Vervisch behind the wheel of the 46 Porsche, pulls over to the right, then slots back in again.
And presumably that kind of movement, he's not trying to overtake there, he's trying to let the guy in front know that he's there.
Absolutely, but he had to pull back in again, and he slotted in where maybe, but look how busy this part of the racetrack is. The 2 lead cars are up and gone. We're out of sight now, but we're seeing the residue of the rest of the field as a move, 71 trying to get past Antonio Fuoco, trying to get past Maxime Martin. This is a battle for 10th position.
Yeah, last 2 cars on the lead lap and at the tail of the queue as well. So not only are the 2 of them trying to get themselves into 10th, but they've also got to get through all the traffic. Ferrari versus Aston Martin here. Maxime Martin in the 95.
So V8 versus V8. Aston Martin, of course, they ditched the venerable V12 and a dive down the inside from the Sky Tempesta, and a good overtake.
Not sure that's for position though. Chris Froggatt is aboard the car.
But it's always nice to make a good, clean overtake. And Chris Froggatt, he's had sort of a difficult season all the way through, but he'll be happy with that. Lights flashing on the 50. BMW Max Hesse trying to get the message through. I'm coming through, I'm in a battle, I want to make progress. I don't want to have Nicholas Nielsen all over me. Nicholas Nielsen is still running behind. No, he's 1 car. He's got the 46 Fred Vervisch between himself and the 50 BMW.
So the last time I reported the gap, it was 10 seconds between Katzberg, our leader, and Max Hesse in the sister BMW. It's up to 13 seconds already, nearly 14, just simply because the pace of the pack is not quite as fast as Nicky in clear air. Obviously, last lap for Nicky Katzberg, a 14.4. His best lap of the race is an 18.0 is the best lap of the race, and 18.4 is what he managed last time. He's the fastest man on track, and a 1.5 second advantage over Danny Ukandela in second right now. On board with the Iron Lynx Ferrari.
Fuoco having to check up on the throttle before he entered into really that part of the corner I call Stavlo. The exit is the Paul Frere curve. And then now it's flat out all the way up the hill through the gentle curves before you get to the big one, Blanchimont itself.
Lights flashing from Maxime Martin because he's really having to concentrate hard on what the Ferrari is doing, but so much traffic to contend with. Chris Froggatt being very kind there.
Yeah, good job from Chris Froggatt. He saw these cars coming. Again, the team, part of the responsibility of the team is to advise their driver, car, whatever, if they see a lead class battle dives. Well, Maxime Martin stayed way, way tight into the entry La Source. The Mercedes get speed just getting out of the way, so that was a bold move by Maxime Martin, but in partnership the Ferrari slipped through as well. So Fuoco wondering what he's going to do now. We've got the Mercedes gets the Mercedes AMG drafts the Aston up past the Ferrari. Now will look for the similar kind of draft, and he's going to gain it, and he's going to go up alongside, and so nothing has changed in this battle for top 10 positions.
EMA Porsche, Matt Campbell coming into the pit lane after just 50 minutes of his stint. So whilst I thought he would go longer than usual, he's actually gone a bit shorter than usual, and that is going to throw him off the lead lap. He was in 5th position before that, thanks to not pitting under the last 2 safety car periods. But if you pit under green and everyone else has pitted under safety car, that is a net loss for the EMA team, and that's a bit of a shame, really. I'm not quite sure that's required, unless the last pit stop was a short fill.
Yeah, but he's only done a 52-minute stint.
Anyway, yeah.
So you'd assume that he would be good for another 10 minutes under normal circumstances. But again, this is where the teams are looking forward rather than looking, we're coming up almost to the final 6 hours. We've got 5 more minutes to run before we get into the 6 hour, the final quarter of this 24-hour race, and still the battle between Maxime Martin and Antonio Fuoco going on. The Aston Martin holding on to 10th place, the Ferrari trying to snatch it away. There is the Porsche into the pits.
Oh, on the dollies as well.
That is concerning. So 74 is going, that is a technical issue. We don't know what that problem is, but very quickly the team decided this had to be done in the garage. So that's not good news for the 74 team.
No, it looks as though they had a flat tyre and some rear bumper damage from contact. Who that contact was, we're not sure, but obviously that front shot, we didn't get a chance to see what the damage was, but that is a disaster, puts them off the lead lap.
So Marvin Kirchhofer in the 38 Toyota McLaren, currently running in 7th position, makes his way through the back markers. He is just about 9.5 seconds behind Nicholas Nielsen in the final of the top 6 positions.
Front 4 have got nice space between them, haven't they? But now as we look a bit further down the pack, they're in 5th position now, the 50 BMW, making up another place on track as the Ferrari gets a little bit left behind through this gaggle of cars. They've got the 19 Emil Frey Lamborghini ahead of them as well. That's a lap down.
Yeah, and look, Nielsen's getting really boxed in by these 2 cars, the 56 Porsche and the Audi. They're having, well, I don't know what they're having. They're just, frustrating. The Ferrari, Nicholas Nielsen, he's stuck there, and he's going to have to be patient. In the meantime, Max Hesse is going to use the advantage and try and stretch and pick up a little bit of time. The gap between the 2 of them as they came across the line was just over half a second. Well, it's probably now, well, what is it? Certainly, yeah, there you can see it's almost up to 2 seconds, and still Nielsen can't make that move down the inside into Fagnes.
All of this time sitting behind the Porsche, losing position to the BMW ahead of him. Max has been so good through traffic, and look at that, the 74 up on the hijacks now. What damage have they got to the rear of the car after that contact? That is the question. The front looks fantastic.
Yeah, the front of the car looks almost immaculate, but something around the rear, and I mean, obviously there's been damage at the rear. You've always got the potential for suspension damage, other than, you know, because of the way the exhaust on the Porsche, you've got twin exhausts coming out of the back. If those have been impacted, then that can have a shock all the way through the exhaust system. We don't know. We need to find out from the pit lane what is the reason for Matt Campbell's Porsche going into the pits.
I mean, even the slightest bit of damage on that exhaust system.
There we go. What are they doing?
Coming off.
They're taking out the underfloor and the diffuser at the rear, so they need to take that off to get access to whatever and unfortunately, the camera lens needs to open itself up a bit more to get a better view of what they're doing.
Yeah, as I was saying, if even the lightest bit of contact on the exhaust system and a little bit of a bent exhaust system, that has a huge impact on how the engine breathes and therefore the power that you get out of it.
It certainly does. So the 19 Lamborghini still challenging Emile Frey, Arthur Rouget.
Yeah, Rouget is 1 lap back at the moment. We know that he's got potentially a penalty. In fact, I think maybe even 2 laps back. There's only one car that is being shown as 1 lap back at the moment on our timing screens. And finally, the number 31 Audi gets out of the way.
Anyway, thank you.
And allows Max Hesse through. And that will also allow Arthur Rouget through. So Rouget's obviously got good pace. He's happy with the pace that he's running. But look at the pace of our leader. 18.9, 19.2 for Yucadella. All these guys are in the 21, so they're losing huge amounts of time. Let's go down to Matt Campbell then in the pits with Amanda to describe what happened to his car.
Matt Campbell, understandably pretty speechless here in the pits, and you see the Porsche up on risers. What's going on with the car, and what can you tell us about what happened?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately everything was going quite okay until the safety car restart. We got hit from behind quite hard, and this damaged our diffuser. We lost a lot of downforce, and then it started to flap quite a lot, and now we got a puncture. So obviously we take the time to be able to repair the car because it would have only just got worse and worse. So yeah, big shame. But other than that, you know, it's been a difficult race. But until that point, we were circulating around and doing quite a good job with the car we had. So unfortunate situation.
Matt, do you know what car hit you?
Yeah, it was a silver class Mercedes directly from behind in the second last corner, just on the safety car restart. So nothing I could do. Everyone started to bunch up, and he just came a little bit too fast and just had a hit from behind. So really unfortunate, but yeah, we'll get back out there.
Well, you know, there'll always be two sides to the same story. I bet you the Mercedes driver will say, oh, Matt Campbell, he actually reversed into me. It wasn't my fault. But, you know, it's when the cars are so close together and everybody's jockeying for positions, these things, there's the 6. A Lamborghini trying to move down the outside. He's going to be in the pole position to get through, and he does. So that was Marco Mappelli, and didn't take any prisoners there. And his intent was clear to me as he got into Eau Rouge and scampered up the hill.
Yeah, that Lamborghini is a bit in no man's land right now. No one really to fight with. Such a big advantage over the car in 12th position and a lap behind the car in 10th position. And it is Antonio Fuoco who is that 10th position car, trying as he might to keep up with the Maxime Martin Aston Martin, with traffic between the two of them. But yeah, so there's a full lap. You can see actually Mappelli is right behind Fuoco. They're on the same part of the circuit, and a full lap between the two of them. And also in that same pack is the battle for class lead. Miguel Ramos in the Pro-Am lead, and
Andrea Bertolini. No, it's not. That's the Iron Lynx Ferrari. Oh, sorry, the Iron Dames. Then you've got the 52 Ferrari behind with Andrea Bertolini. So you've got the Iron Dames caught between the battle in that Pro-Am category.
Yeah, so Iron Dame's actually in 19th, whereas Ramos is 23rd. So they're one full lap ahead in the pink Ferrari, and then there's Andrea Bertolini in the more conventional AF Corsa colours, who is second in that Pro-Am class. Now, we did hear from Michel Gatting that the Iron Dames car not running particularly well in the hands of Dorian Pardo, right there. Now, is Andrea Bertolini catching? Yes, he is, because he set the fastest lap. So this is going to be, we saw the 188 inherit the lead of this class, but now with ahead now, McLaren losing ground here, and it is very much nose to tail for the lead in Pro-Am.
Yeah, and this is the car that set the fastest race lap, not in the hands of Andrea Bertolini, but Eliseo Rivera, and up the inside. So the pass has been executed by Andrea Bertolini, and he is now ahead of the McLaren. So that is a quick race car, maybe not quite as quick in the hands of Andrea Bertolini, the venerable Ferrari employee who's been around racing cars for the last 25, 30 years, and mostly with a Ferrari badge on them.
Miguel Rigonis is, of course, the bronze driver in that car versus Andrea Bertolini, who is the pro in the car. So you have a difference in speed between the two of them at this point, thanks to that. Bertolini now will try and establish as much of an advantage as he can before he hands over to his AM part of that crew.
So will the Iron Dames be kind to Bertolini and allow him a sort of an easy overtake and just frustrate Miguel Ramos in the 188 McLaren that's just lost the lead of that class? So coming down the hill, so he's gonna watch and see what Bertolini can do. This was a little bit where this is where the incident, I think, oh, there you can see, yeah, well, there's certainly the Mercedes in the middle has got a lot of front end damage to it.
Yeah, absolutely, and the 74 Porsche exited stage right there, so had been hit before that corner.
Yeah, it was a pretty big hit because the Mercedes AMG a lot of front end damage on the left hand side.
So is that the number 20 car that already had some damage to it already? 39th position, penultimate, well, not quite penultimate runner, but right down at the tail of the field. We'd seen damage on the car previously, but I wonder if it's the same one. 87 is being recorded as the car, which is not what I am reporting. No, I am, because Stevenson was the one we were talking about earlier, and his penultimate on the road, 44th position out of 45 cars still running.
Mervyn Kerkhofer slides down the inside, but the number 2 is the car that really is in battle with the McLaren. That's Stein Schrothorst in his number 2 Mercedes AMG. So again, it's the interplay with where do you catch the traffic, more importantly, where do you find a way through. So for Kerkhofer, that was a nice, straightforward, easy overtake. For the Mercedes, he's going to have to be a little bit more patient to find his opportunity to try and get back onto terms with the 7th place, number 38, Jota McLaren.
Just referring back to that contact that we've seen a great replay from, Casper Stevenson in the Mercedes, but you can't necessarily lay the blame to him because there were so many cars in a queue all about to get restarting. That was effectively before they got to the green flag line. Safety car was in, green flag was flying, but they hadn't actually got to the start line, and they were all just trying to jostle for position. Matt Campbell could have been backed up by somebody ahead of him into the Mercedes.
Well, you get a concertina effect. But look at that, round the outside. Stein Schrothorst has decided, I'm going to just take every opportunity I have, and drives around the outside of the Audi and clears it. So 1 down, I think another 2 at least. Yeah, another 2 to go before he can see the back of the McLaren. There is the McLaren entering into Fagnes. So a little bit of breathing space for Mervyn Kerkhofer. And a single entry from the Jota team this weekend. So this is the Porsche. So the driver change. This is the car that we saw Matt Campbell pushed back into this. They've replaced the rear diffuser. Of course, you have to jack the car up, and there's, I don't know how many bolts there are that hold the diffuser in place, and any other residual damage that might have occurred, then they can check all that out, and a fresh set of rubber. So that car will be on its way shortly.
Mervyn Kerkhofer in the Jota Sport run. McLaren 7th position right now, 5 seconds back from the 51 Ferrari, which is continuing to chase Max Hesse in the 50 BMW. There's a 2-second gap between those two. And really not massively close at the front of the field. 2.4 seconds between Katzberg and Juncadella. But as you were mentioning earlier, Stein Schottor's needing to be pushing hard because Martin and Fuerco are coming at him.
Just with a 74 Porsche returning to the race the last time through. They're now 6 laps off the race lead, but they're in 24th position as Fred Vervisch brings the 46th Audi into the pits.
A little bit of a penalty to serve.
Penalty serve, so that was a 5-second penalty.
And Nico Müller getting himself prepared to get into the car. Full service for the tyres, for the fuel.
Yeah, and in each driver's individual seat insert. One of the things I've noted with particularly Valentino Rossi, when he gets into the car, the seat position in the 46, it looks to me as if the driver is sitting, in my view, very upright. And I was never comfortable with that type of, I like to have a slightly reclined, and you know, it's just one of those things that worked for me. But whatever the decision is, the 46 has got that slightly more vertical seating position. It's not like you're leaning over the tank of a MotoGP motorcycle where you're completely flat on the tank. So I don't know whether that has a bearing on how Valentino is adapting to car racing, or whether it's just me just being imaginative.
Well, I think if we ride on board with any other Audi, you would see that they are certainly much flatter. Engineers like to get the drivers as low as possible, as you know. And WRT are at the end of the F1 pit lane, so they've already completed half the pit lane, but now they've got another half to do, which is the whole of the historic endurance heritage pits, pits that you used.
We used these pits certainly when I came here in 1983, and then came back in, I think, 87 and maybe 88, I can't remember, certainly in 1990. So the new facility didn't come into play until my last proper, or it's what I'd call professional race. I did do a race here in 1991 in a Jaguar XJR 15s, which was a support race to the Belgian Grand Prix. But let's put it this way, it wasn't memorable.
My first time here, 1993, a beautiful weekend. Still have a photo of myself and Ayrton Senna.
So the BMW, and that's facing down there. There's the Samantha Tan car. No, it's not.
One thing to check, because we've now gone into the last 6 hours of the race, track limits have been accruing over the last 6 hours. They get cleared with 6 hours to go. They've been cleared every 6 hours. So all of that, those notids of warnings, you know, you get 3 warnings before a penalty, and then it keeps going, it keeps going. That's all been completely cleared now. That piece of paper has been ripped up, and we start afresh again. Now we're going to go full course yellow. We've got a crash at the end of the lap.
That's in section 3. So one's assuming it's going to be either down at Paul Frère-Courbe or further up the racetrack, up into Blanchimont. We haven't seen any images yet of what has caused this full course yellow in that 3rd sector.
Right now, a lot of cars would be due into the pits quite soon anyway, so I think we're going to see a flurry of pit stops here whilst they all react to this next full course yellow.
A plethora of pit stops.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
And an opportunity to tidy up the circuit at other parts of the track where gravel has been brought onto the circuit. For the cars that we've just seen pit, maybe not necessarily the need to, and we might find ourselves in a bit of a split strategy. We do know, however, that the 74 pit stop was unnecessary from a strategy perspective, but necessary from a damage perspective.
So here we are under full course yellow conditions. There is the 11th place Marco Mappelli in the number 6 K-Pax, no, the orange one, K-Pax Lamborghini, a car that was stellarly quick in that shootout, but then had its times deleted and got a further 10-place grid penalty for a infringement. As we go back now to our race leader, so Nicky Katzberg, and 2nd place. So we're waiting to hear whether this is going to be a short full course yellow and safety car, or is it going to drag on.
Last time we saw Katzberg in the pits was 55 minutes ago. Within that, probably half an hour of full course yellow. So not necessarily needing to come into the pits, but they do anyway. Yellow flags flying. Into the pits comes our leader. Danny Uncadella follows him in. They are on the same strategy and have been for quite a long time in the race. I assume we'll see Olsen in the 47 do the same thing as well. He is 9 seconds back from Uncadella.
Yeah, and he's almost on an hour of a stint anyway, so
yeah.
Come in now, get it done and dusted, and then we have to sit and wait until the racetrack is ready to go green, and that's going to be probably a longer period than a shorter one from what we're hearing here in the commentary booth.
KCMG then come into pits from 3rd position on the grid. Hearing that car 188 has collided with the guardrail at turn 15, which is Miguel Ramos. We saw him just lose the lead in Pro-Am, trying to keep up with Andrea Bertolini and the Iron Dames car as well. Grenier, the 55 Mercedes, comes into the pits. So that's the top 4 all in the pit lane, and it's fallen so that the leaders are the first ones into the pits, and so far everybody has come through. Let's have a look at what's happened down at Curb Full Frere in the leading McLaren. Gravel trap on the exit.
Oh, is this going to be a contact between two cars? It is.
Oof.
It is. The Mercedes tags the rear of the McLaren, and it turns sharp right, and well, you can see, look at the bodywork shredded. But of course, remember McLaren, let's look at it from this head-on view. Yeah, and he hits that, that's a big, big impact. But remember, the McLaren has got what they call a monocell. It's a full carbon fiber chassis. It's, I think, the only GT car currently competing. So waiting for Miguel Ramos, that caught him absolutely. Had no idea what was going to happen. That was the Sky Tempesta. Who was behind the wheel? That's Chris Froggatt. So coming into Stavalo and then into Paul Frere curb. So Miguel Ramos slightly slower off there and comes up. And then, of course, it's the nature of the way the racetrack, you've got to turn right. And then, well, Froggatt was there and Miguel Ramos started to drift across the right. So let's, I don't know whether any blame is going to be apportioned to one or other driver. It looked to me as if the McLaren was coming across on top of the 93 Mercedes AMG, but a major hit and a lot of cleaning up, and depends on the amount of damage to the barrier. Well, that barrier have to be replaced because, you know, the speed that the McLaren was traveling when it got tagged sideways, probably an impact in the barrier of around about 100 miles an hour, you'd have thought. So
not many Armco barriers around the Spa circuit any longer. It's either concrete wall or tyre barrier, but on the inside there is still a little bit of Armco.
It's not a part of the racetrack. One would normally imagine a car, if it's going to hit it, it's going to hit it a glancing blow rather than that was 90 degrees straight in. So there's going to be a big shock load on Miguel Ramos. The seat belts will really dig into his body, and you know, that'll be sore, not maybe so much now, but certainly maybe in the coming days he'll be heavily bruised as a consequence of that impact as the Iron Dames come in. So that Ferrari leaves the pit lane.
It looked to me, looking at replays just out of the booth, John, that Chris Froggatt saw the McLaren coming across and tried to lift and tried to lift and tried to lift. He wasn't as far alongside at the end of the incident as he was. He was committing to a line, saw the McLaren, tried to get out of it. But
I mean, once the McLaren had set its course to come across, now whether Ramos was aware of how close the Mercedes AMG was, I mean, we'll only ever find this out when we get to speak to the two parties involved.
Sure.
And I'm sure there'll be two varying stories of the same story. So there we're seeing the fire vehicle. I don't think that was required. That was just maybe deployed just as a precaution. And we're still under full course yellows. And probably we're going to David Addison back in the booth, having had a chamois and a wash and a shower and freshened up and looking spick and span.
Absolutely, and here we are ready to then look at the next section of the race, because I do rather fear, as we've been saying, that this is going to be a lengthy safety car period. It's not just, of course, removing a car, checking on a driver. a big whack into the barrier. And again, I was just watching this down the road with the circuit commentators who were saying, and they know this place, that barrier is going to take a while to repair.
Yes, I mean, it was a big impact. It was a 90-degree impact. It wasn't a glancing blow. So whatever part of the barrier was hit, whether it was at a mounting post for a barrier or in the middle of the two mounting posts, we don't know. But, you know, the workers here at Spa will be on it like a rash. As we look at the Pro-Am, Stefano Constantini in the, of course, the Ferrari. This is the car that still holds the fastest race lap, set on lap 285. Seems an awful long time ago. We're now on lap 400, and we're into the final 6 hours by about 18 minutes.
Now that's the Pro-Am leading car, and of course it's a Pro-Am car that we've just lost from the race, very sadly. So of course, the Ferrari now assumes the category lead when the Pro-Italian in the Pro-Am car, Alessio Rivera, was driving it in the darkness. It did, of course, set the fastest lap, and that has stood and will probably continue to stand for a little while because of the fact that temperatures are going up now. I was trying to find out what time of day Alessio Rivera set that lap because it was very impressive, and just trying to work out how dark it was, but I don't get a time of day for it, unfortunately. But it was on lap 285, so it was early morning, I would offer you. So right now, full course yellow, of course, once more. Daylight conditions, maximum of 2 laps of FCY, and there is the reason for the length of the delay so much. All the marshals telling the cars to keep to one side so that they can get on with repairing the barriers, and this is where the Spa circuit staff come into their own. They know exactly what to do and how to do it, and how to do it quickly.
Question is the damage to the barrier, or is it to the barrier supports? If it's to the supports, then that's going to take a longer period because they'll have to be removed, they have to be dug out literally, and new ones put in place, and whether those are put into metal sleeves and then the sleeve is pushed into the, especially the earth, or whether they are wooden supports, which would have been the case in the days when Armco barriers were introduced. So anyway, it's a major repair that will be underway, so probably looking at half an hour at least of full course yellow, David? Very
possibly. The car has just been retrieved. That's just gone past our window. That's already on its way back to the paddock, but it's the barriers that will take the time now. So the car, because they're big, strong cars, Miguel Ramos will go to the medical centre for a checkup. The car will be given back to the team. And yeah, it was a big, big hit, that's for sure. But the good news is that at least Miguel Ramos, very experienced driver as well, he's okay. You could see what Chris Froggatt was trying to do. The McLaren was behind a slower car. He went for it, saw the McLaren coming, tried to back out, and just ended up taking the back.
It was such a light contact, but it was at the point when the McLaren was in a sort of slight yaw as it was coming across. And of course, the contact just immediately unloaded the rear and it just rotated. And I mean, how many feet did he have to travel before he was in contact? Maybe 20, 25 feet maximum before, and the amount of speed dissipation would have not been massive. The McLaren would have been doing certainly 130, 220 kilometers per hour at that point, and accelerating all the way up to its maximum speed.
So what we've got now, the teams will have seen all of that. They'll know that we're going to go safety car, so they're trying to use this full course yellow into safety car period to good effect. Try and put more fuel in the car because you're losing less time relatively while you're doing this. Remember, we've been talking about these pit stops, the so-called long and short. Under the regulations, the pit stop times are rather dictated by the fuel coupling time. So the short stop has to be a maximum of 6 seconds when it's coupled. So not 6 seconds line to line, obviously, with the length of the pit lane, but the fuel hose coupled for 6 seconds maximum. And a long pit stop is a minimum of 41 seconds. So you would do that while you're, for example, changing drivers and changing tyres. Yeah. So that's when we talk about a long and a short stop, plus the drive time, but it's the fuel coupling for 6 or for 41 seconds that is the deciding factor in all of this. So the race direction team
safety car procedure.
Have a lot to do, and now we go safety car there. As this happens, we'll go down to the pit lane because it's time to catch up with Alessio Rivera, the man that's done the fastest lap of the race. You're looking at his car going down the hill, but the fastest lap set in the early hours of the morning. Alessio Rivera is with Amanda.
Well, Alessio remembers it was just sunrise here when he set that fastest lap. And when you look back over what that lap was, what made it so brilliant?
For sure was the best time of the day to do a fast lap, because sunrise, the track is super fast, the engine is pushing like hell, and yeah, I was trying to be as fast as possible. The car was just great, no traffic is important, so I'm super happy. Now we are first in class. Bertolini did an amazing effort in the last scene, and we are super happy.
You were talking to Andrea before I grabbed you. You guys took over P1 in class for the first time all race. What did you share with your teammate?
Yeah, it's fantastic because we start in the pit lane because we had a little issue in the start. And now to be P1 is fantastic.
Well done.
So there, Alessio Rivera walks away. John, we talk about these as you know, a Pro-Am car, a Pro car. They're all GT3. Presumably the only difference between a Pro-Am and a Pro would be perhaps the setting, which is a bit more Am-friendly.
Well, a lot of the Ams would not want the edgy, nervy style of race car that a Pro driver might prefer, primarily because it'll give them a car that'll be a little sharper on the entry, the turn in. But with their expertise, skill, and just years behind the wheel, they can handle that. But if you're putting a gentleman driver in, then you want to give him a car that gives him confidence, that he knows when he turns the steering wheel, it's not going to snap or bite him. And I mean, I think edgy race cars, I've never been a fan of them anyway. And I've always wanted to drive a racing car primarily on the rear wheel. I mean, you use the front wheels to turn the car, but you rotate the car and get the attitude of the car to the apex of the corner, as such that it's the rear of the car that's doing the bulk of the work. And that was, for me, the quickest way I could drive a race car. And I think for, again, slow down through this, I'm not quite sure why the safety car deployment has occurred. There's too many people working on the outside of the, working at that point.
At least I suppose the safety car ultimately can control the speed at which they go through. Amato Ferrari on the right-hand side. He is the AF of AF Corsa. Former racer himself. If you've got a very, very long memory, you might remember Amato Ferrari racing in the British Touring Car Championship. He only did it for half a season, if that, but he did race, but he's very, very successful of the Ferrari. He's effectively the works team, isn't he now? But the AF Corsa squad, the go-to Ferrari team, although Iron Lynx rather might dispute that after its win here last year.
Well, certainly Iron Lynx have come in and with a very, very immediate impact in the world of GT racing. So I think traditionally AF Corsa would be the de facto factory-blessed team, but what Iron Lynx have been doing has been extremely impressive. And inevitably things change, the order changes.
So the field then now pouring uphill. We're on lap 403. And again, what all of these full course yellows are doing, they're frustrating some teams, they're helping others because they're enabling other teams now to get themselves back onto a mirror image of the strategy of others. 39 is under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, 39 being the Piti Birambahti El Bamba Motorsport BMW. As we've been saying, the barrier damage is what's going to be attended to. The car, again, I mentioned this a lap or so ago, has long since been removed, so the barrier damage is what will take the time, and so the team hard at work, and that is the other reason why all of those cones and course cars are there, to force people away from the track workers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a bit like a motorway incident where you've got the entire motorway cordoned off for an interminable number of miles. In this case, it's probably about 20 meters or so. But the cars are now under safety car conditions. They did accelerate to catch up to the safety car, but now they're behind the safety car. The pace has been reduced. And I must say, I'm happy to see that, because I didn't enjoy watching cars go past the scene of that accident at the speed some of them were doing.
Well, the view then from the Inception Racing McLaren, which has also, I know it's sort of yo-yoed up and down the order a bit, but it's survived all its skirmishes, and it's 28th, and it is currently running 4th in the Gold Cup. Now, after the Sky Tempesta incident, it's being looked at, the Chris Froggatt and Miguel Ramos incident, so it could well be that 93 is brought into the pit lane via the stewards, and it would gain another place potentially. We'll wait and see what pans out, but the stewards are going to have a look at that, of course.
Yeah, certainly. We've seen 3 different angles of the same incident, and it'll be interesting to see what the stewards make of it, whether they have a different opinion, and of course their opinion is the only one that matters.
True. True, true, true. Whether they get the team up to discuss it They'll have, of course, the circuits, closed circuit TV cameras as well to look at, as well as our pictures. And they might want to hear from the two drivers involved.
Of course, the other thing they have is access to the onboard telemetry on these cars. And they will know if one or both drivers were flat out or one had lifted off marginally. So that's further information that can be made available. May not be immediately available, but can be made available.
I mean, certainly the engine note of the Mercedes, and we might get another look at it, but it did suggest that he was trying to lift because he could see the McLaren coming, but he just couldn't, you know.
Can't vanish.
No, exactly.
You find yourself in a situation and there's nowhere to go unless you yourself drive onto the grass, and then that in itself could lead to. And there is the Fanatec is the Sky Tempesta Mercedes coming through, and there's certainly a little bit of damage, but that's on the right side. It was the left side of the Mercedes that made contact with the McLaren. So it's been in the wars, that car, throughout.
It has. Quite a lot have been in the wars through this. It's a proper 24-hour race. There's another one that's been in the wars. Tim Muller, he's leading the Bronze Cup, the SPS Automotive Performance entry. But again, keep going in the race. Just keep going, keep going, keep going, and results might come to you. I know some of the pro teams are saying if you lose a lap, you might as well park it. But, you know, we are seeing if you persevere, things can improve. You can gain places.
Yeah, I suppose maybe the opening 2 hours of the race flattered to deceive because it went flawlessly. I mean, we were going, well, what's happened? Normally we have carnage on the opening laps, but virtually it was only towards the tail of the first 2 hours that we then began to see drivers picking up tire issues, tires being cut down, deflating, and then of course as we get into the heart of the event, then more incidents occur, and there was that red flag stoppage during the evening for a big incident on the outside of Blanchimont. To get to that part of where the barrier was, I don't quite understand how the Porsche got there. We've seen just glimpses of it, but anyway, that was a big impact. That caused a red flag for an hour.
Again, to attend to a driver, but attend to the barriers. So it was quite an impact. Meantime, we're behind the safety car here at Spa. We've got 5.5 hours to go. The field at a reasonable pace now as they're released to try to catch up to the Crocodile ahead. And this again putting the warmth back into the tyres. Through Les Combes they come out of the chicane and then down towards Bruxelles. Now let's go back down to the pit lane. You're looking at that bronze leader and the SPS Automotive boss, Valentin Pierberg, is with Amanda.
Well, Valentin Pierberg is competing in his third Spa and leading the class in bronze, and said he's not even sure how that happened. But why is surviving at Spa sometimes the biggest key?
Well, it's just making sure you're not getting any contact during the night, and just making sure you're staying safe. We've done that pretty well. We had a few incidents during the night, once in the pit lane and then once during the race. We had some contact, the suspension broke, so we actually lost 5 laps, and somehow we made it to the front now in the bronze class. So big surprise, and we'll keep pushing.
You're back up in the car next. Do you have a preference here at Spa, nighttime or daytime?
Well, preferably I'll drive at night. It's just a very special place as well with all the spectators and everything. So no, it's a great experience at night the most.
Thank you.
Interesting, isn't it, that he prefers to drive at night, but also, of course, some of the teams are very clever in the way that they will rotate their drivers to use them at the key moments to get a result at 6 and 12 and 24 hours. But Valentin Pierberg and the rest of that crew, as we've been saying, in the Bronze Cup. So Tim Muller, George Kurtz, the American driver, the man behind CrowdStrike, one of the event sponsors, Valentin Pierberg, and Rima Jafali. There's an aim. Keep going, win the Bronze Cup, which effectively is what used to be the AM Cup. And although it's not vast on numbers, getting to the end is a massive result in a 24-hour race. There is Valentin Pierberg's car. And the class opposition is Jörg Breuer. And that is number 35 there, and they're on the same lap, so you can see how close it is in bronze. The notional gap is 3 seconds, and yeah, there's a back marker or two between them, or another car between them, but I mean, that battle's another one that's set to go right down to the wire. They're on the lead on the same lap.
I mean, all the way through there are inter-class battles going on, and of course you get cars between the battling cars. Interesting listening to Valentin Pierbergen expressing his, he enjoys the night time. Well, the question I would ask him, what is this weekend? We've had pretty ideal conditions all the way through, but Spa, darkness of night, pouring rain, racetrack, got water all over it. Wouldn't be my favorite time to be behind the wheel of a race car here in the 24 hours.
So that is Jörg Breuer, currently second within this bronze competition in the Valkenhorst BMW, regular in saloon car racing in Germany and the long distance series. He's done a bit of Asian Le Mans racing within GT cars, so he understands what GT3 is all about. In Pro-Am, Stefano Costatini is back at the wheel of number 52. Now, he did have a spin, remember, earlier on, but it is a chance now that we've got the cars under the safety car to keep out of strife and just bring the car through this next stint. Another experienced GT racer is Stefano Costatini. So Pro-Am, again with the different makeup of drivers, one Pro, and then a given number of silvers and bronzes within that regulation to make up the Pro-Am categorisation. We've also got the AMs, of course, which is bronze. We've got the silvers and the golds, and the Silver Cup, all silvers. And the golds is, again, a mixture of either a platinum and a gold and a couple of silvers. And the Gold Cup being led by the Iron Dames Ferrari, Sarah Bovy, the Belgian racer, at the wheel. The Iron Lynx run, Iron Dames badged Ferrari, and that's had a very, very solid race, keeping out of trouble. 18th overall, which is very good. Second still in gold is the Sky Tempesta Mercedes, and third in gold is the WRT number 33 Audi that was in the gravel early on of Elise Dupau. He was in the car at the time. Retu Tamiro, Arnold Robin and Maxime Robin. But the Iron Dames Ferrari, despite the odd penalty here and there and a problem with the balance of the car, has gone remarkably well.
Well, there's 4 ladies behind the wheel at different points, and to have that car leading the gold category, I think, is a fine achievement. 18th overall in a field of the best GT3 teams and drivers in the world. So to lead that category, okay, we've got just under 5.5 hours remaining and a lot of motor racing to yet come. Sky is opening up, it's getting warmer and warmer. Whether that'll have a bearing or not on how the event unfolds, still a long way to go.
So we've got that leading line on the lead lap now. So the top 10 are on the lead lap. And again, the frustration is the one that's missed out. First of those not on the lead lap is the K-Pax Lamborghini. So having had that puncture last night, the car has never quite, no matter what else has happened, it's never been in exactly the right place at the right time to nip back onto the lead lap. And again here, huge frustration because it's going to be way back in the traffic. So as the field turned through the incident zone from lap 4:05, Nick Katzberg continues to lead the way here at Spa. Let's just look back while we've got this long safety car period at what's been going on in the race so far. And Klaus Bachler it was who took over the advantage down towards turn 1, being chased by Raffaele Marciello as the cars worked their way up through Radion for the first time, and against everybody's expectations and fears, the majority of cars were able to keep out of trouble. They were nose to tail around La Source. They were 3 wide going up Radion, and 1 or 2 real heroes trying to make it 4 as well. The Mercedes with all the grunt, the Porsche with lots of power as well. And as they accelerated up towards Les Combes, we're then at the campus right-hander had the first drama of the race. Nigel Bay tapped into a spin by Kenny Habel. Antonio Fuoco was on his toes trying to get up and past the 55 Maxi Book driven Mercedes, and Loris Spinelli got into the back of Janis Fittje coming out of Les Combes. Those 2 cars battled through as a puncture gave Sandy Mitchell real problems, and he limped his way back down towards the pit lane as off the road went Stephen Grove up at Blanchimont. Worse was to come for that car in the darkness. Kromledegar lost out in his battle with Lucas Stoltz, and the lizard green Porsche mowed the lawn on the way down past the endurance pits. He battled with Raffaele Marciello until Raffaele finally made the move stick going up to Les Combes. Curb and all, the Mercedes AMG went through. The similar car of Eddie Cheever dived through on the inside of Jens Liebhauser to take over the lead of the Gold Cup. and we lost Cesar Gazot from the race as the Audi spun out of Blanchimont, charged the wall, and although the car drove straight back into the pit lane, the damage was enough to put it out of the race. One of the Santalot charges gone. Valentin Pierberg got involved down at the chicane. Jens Liebhauser got involved with the 188. Enrique Chavez driven McLaren up at Bruxelles, off into the gravel. That brought out the full course yellow into safety car, and the net result was that as they all bunched up, Liebhauser got tagged again on the restart. So also off the road went Isaac Tutumlu Lopez. He tripped over the Iron Danes Ferrari. Others hit the brakes in avoidance, and a badly damaged number 23, Alex Riberas, Aston Martin, was the result. Patrick Niederhauser trying to get past the Iron Lynx Ferrari on the inside to no avail. Another full course yellow was called as Alfaisal Al-Zuabar piled into the back of Alex Malikin and put both cars out of the race. Jonathan Hui in the Sky Tempesta Mercedes then rotated coming out of the chicane, and time was lost as people dodged around him, and then he had to try and find track space to get going again. The number 51 Iron Lynx Ferrari making progress up through the order. Class battles raged on as well across the Pro-Am, gold and silver, and Jens Liebhauser involved with Christopher Hauser got turned around, and the 57 Mercedes picking up more damage as Hauser retired with frontal damage to the number 12 Audi. Karim Ogier into the gravel down at turn 9, and that was another interruption as the car needed to be hoiked out of the way. As they all bunched up for the restart, more good battles raged on, and this time the Sky Tempesta Mercedes was rather terrorised out of the way. Antonio Fuoco on a mission to try to get up past the dynamic motorsport Porsche at La Source. He cleared it and very nearly got involved with the traffic as well, missing the 33 Audi by inches. More ran wide coming out of the Courbe Paul Frere. Dominic Fishley explored a new line, found some tarmac, and then got back onto the road. Mercedes AMG teams Get Speed versus Acodis ASP, the French team moving ahead. And then you had Dennis Olsen and Nicholas Nielsen going toe-to-toe as they piled downhill. Dennis Olsen in the Porsche Intercontinental GT Challenge champion, of which this is a round, skipping the back of the 488. Thankfully, drama avoided as Marco Mappelli, having just taken over the race lead, had a tyre go down and the car ran wide off the circuit. That compromised him yet further as the field piled through into the darkness. Mappelli got it back to the pit lane and lost a lap as then Adam Enteki's Audi, the Karim Ogier car, ground to a halt. That was covered under a full course yellow period, and Sebastian Beau dropped the Mercedes number 3 at the top of Radion going through Les Combes, and people had again to scatter in avoidance of the spinning car. Then a puncture for Matt Campbell towards the end of the lap, and number 74 Porsche ended up limping into the pit lane. Others lost orientation at turn 9. The gravel not quite ensnaring everybody, some with enough momentum being able to come out the other side. Through the traffic, the Rofco WRT Audi hanging on to a good result within the Silver Cup. Its lead ebbing and flowing on the pit stops, but with everybody bunched up under the safety car, the battles rage down towards La Source. Bold dive on the inside, proving that the 88 Mercedes was still going rapidly, and another place gained was up on the inside of the Iron Lynx Ferrari at the Mercedes AMG. Albert Costa on his outlap made this mistake, running wide out of Piff Paff, demolishing the front of the car. Again, others had to scatter in avoidance, and although Albert Costa dragged it back to the pit lane, that was going no further, and he was utterly distraught that he'd made the mistake and put the car out of the race. More drama. Off the road went number 911, Alfred Renard. Doesn't often make mistakes, but he made one here, crashing the car. 107 Bentley was out with drivetrain issues and mechanical failure, putting the CMR car out of the race. And then also off the road at very high speed went Kiwi Matt Payne at Blanchimont, and the net result of that was that the race needed to be red flagged for an hour. The cars gridded, they were then restarted behind the safety car, and it meant that the order was all bunched up once again. And of course, you were started in order. It meant that if you were on the same lap as your rival, the gaps came down. What you couldn't do was get a lap back. So number 6 Lamborghini stayed a lap down. The cars battled through the darkness, with the pit stops cycling through when they could. In the early hours of the morning, the team's able to take the 4-minute line-to-line technical pit stop as well. And that was done under yet another full course yellow period. We lost number 5 out of the race though, Gabriele Piana getting involved with number 21 Ferrari at the top of Les Combes, and that put the Mercedes out of the race. Number 98 BMW led at the end of 6 hours, good points in the Endurance Championship, led at the end of 12 hours, even more points for the Endurance Championship, and Nick Katzberg had driven a really impressive stint, that car coming good after a fairly anonymous first hour. But as the race has worn on, 98 has looked increasingly strong, and as the cars headed towards daybreak, it was BMW versus Mercedes-AMG for race honours. The number 88 Acodis ASP Mercedes-AMG in traffic, but a hard-charging Jules Gounon determined to try to get that car up the order as the French driver, winner of the event in the past, worked his way up on the inside of the Garage 59 McLaren, but then a slow McLaren caught out Charles Weerts, who had to stand on the brakes and was given a massive whack in the back by number 46, his WRT teammate, Nico Müller. Nico dragged Valentino Rossi's car to the pit lane, and number 32 was going no further because that car was soon retired from the race. As the cars went under safety car conditions, the 51 Iron Lynx Ferrari had a rather embarrassing rotation, but that car was able at least to get back in the right direction and carry on as the safety car led the sister 71 entry around La Source. But it wasn't long before Nick Tandy took the fight to it and took over the race lead, as one or two others explored the outer reaches of the Courbe Paul Frere. Number 74 Porsche then losing ground and losing a place. Still running 5th though was the Porsche. Worst was around the corner though, as ultimately a flat tyre and some rear damage dropped it down the order. Nick Tandy took over the lead for KCMG. Next, Laurence Vanthorpe took over that car, but another interruption came when the battery went flat on Alain Valence Mercedes, and it ground to a halt by the side of the road. A big dive by Mauro Engel got him through on the inside of number 56 Porsche. And in gold, Sky Tempesta versus Valkenhorst as they went through. Good move by Dan Harper round the outside of Mauro Engel. That is brave stuff. But the BMW Junior entry went by, as then, having got ahead of the BMW of Rover on the pit stops, Raffaele Marciello made a rare error and gave the place back. Ruma Jafali, the bronze leader, made a mistake coming out of Les Combes and went rally crossing as well. And then a spin for Henry Valkenhorst. He oh so nearly touched the leading Porsche, just missed it, and missed the wall as well. An angry Valkenhorst rejoined, laying lots of rubber on the road as a lapped Ricardo Feller came up to have a go in the Audi at Maxi Goetz in the Mercedes-AMG. Audi through on the inside. And then this demon dive by Fred Verviche gave him a penalty for causing a collision, the AF Corsa Ferrari being run out through the gravel. Back onto the circuit he went as the K-Pax Lamborghini headed to Les Combes, and through the traffic came, after its most recent pit stop, number 98 BMW. That put Nick Yellerly up ahead of 74, as then another flat tyre caused a spin for number 6. Andrea Caldarelli going around off the road plunged BMW number 34. Richard Heiston, who'd only just been in the car for a few laps, understeering way out wide at Les Combes with a puncture, and that car returned to the pit lane where work continued for a long, long time. Next restart, it was the number 98 Nick Yellerly BMW then trying to build that gap once more, but inevitably, with everybody bunched up, there were going to be more dramas still to come. Great racing though for those that were still pushing on for position on the lead lap, others exploring the curb and skimming the gravel, and then number 24 Nicky Leutwiler was tapped off the road, and that brought out yet another interruption to the race. And when he did rejoin, a wheel fell off, and so the car ended up being stranded again by the side of the road. Lots of work going on for the delayed number 74 Porsche. Rear damage, putting that into its box, and when the wheel came off number 24, that was pretty much the end of its race. So drama all the way through with just over 5 hours of the race to go now. And up front it remains BMW in charge. We're behind the safety car though after this massive impact. The 188 Miguel Ramos McLaren being tagged by the number 93 Chris Froggatt Mercedes. The car has been removed, but there's lots of barrier damage, and it's a lengthy safety car period that we're still cycling through here at Spa right now. Now, the team manager of that number 188 McLaren is being summoned to the stewards immediately. We've not yet had any Sky Tempesta notifications. Your thoughts, John?
Well, certainly I'm not surprised that the stewards want to see both the team manager, certainly right now the team manager of car 188, so that's got to be processed. So we're going down to the pit lane. I think we've got an interview, so let's
hear from the race leader, Augusto Farfus. We'll come back to the McLaren conversation once we've heard from the leader, Augusto Farfus of 98 BMW.
Augusto Farfus is getting ready for his last stint here at Spa. And I talked to you about, I guess it was 8 or 9 hours ago, and you had your legs up, a little more energy this morning. Where are you at in your preparation for this last stint?
Well, it's getting to a time of the day where we just have to keep it together. You know, it is an intense race. If you see, you have 10 cars on the same lap. So there is no time to rest. It is full push now, especially now in the last 5 hours. So I had a little shower, ready for the day.
Talk about the delight of seeing that 98 BMW in P1.
Yeah, well, it's still, you know, 5 hours. Car is doing very well. I think the team has prepared it very well. We put a lot of effort on this race. So it is a track which suits pretty well to our car. So again, better keep grounded, calm, and there is still 5 hours to go.
Head down and ready for his last stint here at the Spa 24-hour.
So 9 manufacturers started in this, and BMW leading the way. So we've got BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, Mercedes, Ferrari, BMW, McLaren, Aston Martin. The sole Bentley we did sadly lose earlier on. Lamborghini in 11th place, which is the K-Pax car. And you've got to go a long way down, John, to get to Audi.
I know, I'm sitting looking at it. I mean, Audi would normally be one of the brands that would be in the first 3-4 positions. But the only Audi, or not the only Audi, the lead Audi is down in 12th position, and that's the 99 car. And of course, it's a car that's running in the silver category. Yeah. It's not a pro car, it's a silver car. The WRT lineup of talent is gone.
Number 71 Ferrari, you've just seen getting another pit stop out of the way. That car's also under investigation for its safety car procedure. So down the pit lane it comes. 71 may or may not have already served its technical pit stop, so I think it's going to be too short for that to be a technical stop if it's already on the way, but something has been done that required it to go to its garage that couldn't be done in the fast lane or on the pit apron.
Pit lane.
So yeah, a 4-minute technical stop, it isn't that because it's driving down the pit lane, so I think it's too short for that. Must have done that already. Yeah, 2 minutes 20, oh no, it's still going down the pit lane, 2 minutes 30. But yeah, it'll exit before 4 minutes. So it wasn't the technical stop that took it into its box. So Davide Rigon has got behind the wheel of that car. And now it'll drop it out of position. As I say, it's being looked at for its safety car procedure. So also is the Mad Panda Mercedes, number 90, which is back behind the wheel of Ezequiel Perez Companc. 5 hours and a change on the clock. Sun's breaking through, another glorious day here at Spa. And every time somebody offers a threat of rain, it comes to absolutely naught.
Well, we have our local weather forecasters and suggesting in about 3 hours' time, maybe 4 hours' time, certainly into the final hour, that there may be rain. But I mean, looking skyward, it's just like another beautiful day here at Spa-Francorchamps. I mean, 4 consecutive days of sunshine, to me, got to go into the record books. I've never been here where it's been so consistently stunning weather.
We've had everything over the years, haven't we? Rain and fog and you name it, but never the glorious weather that we've had this weekend. So there is concern about that Iron Lynx Ferrari's last stop. As we've been saying, it was in its pit box, not for that long, but it looks like it might have been a change of rear wing. Now, why you would do that is another conversation to have with the team, but the rear wing has been, we think, changed. That looks like the old one. So it might have been that there was something weakening and it was perhaps slightly sagging. So a whole new wing assembly put onto the car.
There's so many things that could have happened. I mean, even debris hitting the rear wing in an unfortunate angle could have damaged the locating points on the wing to the wing strut. So unless we got an engineer down there with a microphone to go and ask the hard question, probably we're not going to get the hard answer.
Well, the team looking fairly determined that we don't peer over their shoulder and find out. More pit stops being cycled through now, but this recent raft of full course yellows and safety cars has allowed people that had done long stops to do a short and people that had done short stops to do long, so it's pretty much balanced out now. So what we've got is a proper 10-way battle for leadership, pretty much. It's 96 seconds covering the leading 10. Davide Rigon having dropped out of the sequence slightly because of that long stop, but he stayed on the lead lap, which is key to all of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that one car that wanted to be on the lead lap is the number 6 Lamborghini, Jordan Pepper, behind the wheel of it, and that's the car that has never managed to, you've just got a glimpse of it there, never managed to recover that last lap. And I mean, that's a quick car. So undoubtedly there will be ifs, ands or buts when they come to recall the tale of their adventures here in 2022. There
are yet more people speeding in the pit lane and being investigated for it. We haven't had that many of those for a while, but one or two teams are still getting it wrong. 163 Emil Frey Racing being the most recent team to overstep the speed limit. The new barriers and the new supports being put into place. So the safety car brings them through. It is, I'll tell you a lie, not Emil Frey, it is the VSR team, yes, 163. VSR so team. That means it is Michael Dorbacher at the wheel. Apologies, Emil Frey. It is Vincenzo Sospiri Racing that have transgressed this time. So there is the team going through in the Aston Martin, that currently in 8th place. Stein Scotthorst has been put into number 2. We've not seen that much of Scotthorst. It's been largely Lukas Stoltz and Maxi Goetz doing the hard yards, hasn't it, in the early part of the race? Very much so. That car, again, a car that led the race earlier in the event, down in 9th position. It's irrelevant in terms of the gap between that and Nicky Team in the lead 95 Aston Martin. But again, how long have we been running behind the full course yellow safety car? Must be coming up to 30 minutes. 11:06 the safety car came out. The full course yellow came at 10:55. Yeah. So could be the best part of an hour this entire period. I mean, if you were racing in some of the American race series, this would be the time in a long safety car deployment where some of the drivers would open up the snack box that they have in the car and start eating chicken thighs and chicken legs and chicken wings. What do you do as a driver in this long situation? I mean, the safety car period's about enough, but when they're half an hour or so... Well, if you haven't anything to eat, then you might be drinking out of your drinks bottle, but... I mean, I know you can't do that. How do you remain focused, I guess? Well, you have your focus because you've got all the adrenaline that's still fundamentally there. Then it gets a kick start when the race will go back to green. But these are long safety car periods, and you're just sitting there and you're grinding around at whatever kilometers per hour you're doing. There's one part of the racetrack which is you've got to go past slowly, and rightly so, because of the concern of those that are trying to get the racetrack back to race condition. It's a long time to sit going on and on and on. Is it a relief to get a rest? Are you getting grumpy because you can't press on and gain places? You know, or does that depend on the battle you're having? I never had to do a very long safety car deployment in my career. Or if there was a long safety car deployment, I was out of the car, you know, either in the pits or back in whatever accommodation had been laid on by the team. I remember, I think at Le Mans one year, I was in the caravan provided by the team, and I thought I was going to be back in the car, and I was waiting all the time. When am I going to be? A knock on the door, get ready, you know, you should be ready 30 minutes before you're in the car. It never came, and the reason was it was my car that had caused the very long red flag, but, and eventually the car was returned in a very second-hand condition, but luckily Win Percy, who was the driver, was perfectly unharmed. But that's the thing, when you go to rest, and you were talking about Nick Tandy and does he get any sleep, and you said he got about an hour, but it's not a sound sleep, it's just you're resting your eyes more than anything else. There's so much adrenaline coursing through your body, you just can't turn it off like a tap. Sure. Well, right now, the number 47 Porsche runs third. It is Dennis Olsen behind the wheel of that KCMG entry, one of the cars entered in the Intercontinental GT Challenge, just to make the point again that this is a round of IGTC, the last round of which is going to have a different venue from that originally planned. We're going to go to the Gulf 12 Hours for the last round. Now, the event that traditionally has been a two-part 6-hour and then 6-hour after a break race now is going to be a full 12 hours, and the profile really raised with the introduction, the inclusion of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. So the cars coming through this incident zone, as I've been mentioning, it's all down to the barriers being sorted out that we have this situation now. There's the Mad Panda Mercedes of Ezequiel Perez Compact going through, and Nick Katzberg leads the way. Now, of course, some of the teams might be quite clever with all of this and make a pit stop to put in your slower driver, use up their drive time when you're not really losing any race time against anybody, and keep therefore the drive time for your quick drivers for later on. You know, if you've got Nick Katzberg, for example, as your absolute fastest driver, is it right to, in quotes, waste him behind the safety car?
Well, I think any of the three drivers in that 98 BMW would be very offended to think that they weren't the quickest driver, because you've got Nicky Katzberg, who's in the car now, Gustav Farfus, and Nick Yellowley. So all three would turn right and say, excuse me, did you think I'm slower than the other two?
Somebody just asked the question on Twitter, no rain, absolutely not a drop, Andrew Toms. It has been as dry as a whatnot all weekend. So safety car stays out. The team manager of 188 McLaren, I'd mentioned, had gone to the stewards. We await more news on that. And so now this leading 10 on the lead lap. It's just interesting to see, if we can, in the line where the Lamborghini is, the K-Pax car. There it is. So it's quite a long way down the train relative to the leader. It's not going to get the lead back on the get back on the lead lap on the restart, is my point, because there's far too much traffic. It would have to work its way through. So this is the massive frustration for K-Pax. It can do decent lap times, but it can't get that lead lap opportunity back, can it? It cannot unlap itself.
It needs the dice to fall favourably. And look, the clock is ticking down, and the opportunities for those circumstances to arise are probably not going to be very great, but not going to stop the number 6 Lamborghini from the orange one. There we see it. K-Pax Racing. I mean, a car can't forget the lap time that we saw from Andrea Caldarelli in that shootout. Sadly, there was an issue, a technical issue, which meant that the car had all its times scrubbed and dropped a further 10 places. But it has been, it's a quick car with 3 quick drivers.
Part of the problem, I suppose, is that it struggled to get through the traffic in that first stint, and it was marred. It still ran about 28 for much of it. That was a car, don't forget, that had to start last, number 47 Porsche, and that did get up through the traffic a bit better.
But there's an answer to that.
Go on.
Nick Tandy.
Yes, true. Yeah, going back to his oval racing roots where he has to come up from the back of the grid. He was quite proud of that. So Dennis Olsen, the Norwegian driver, graduate of Porsche Super Cup, is behind the wheel, and they come out of the Cours Paul Frère. We've had a look at the respective class leaders. We've not yet worked out where the safety car is in the overall classification, but it's done so many laps, it must have a pretty decent chance of a top 20 result now, surely. Past the incident zone they head. And as they go towards Blanchimont this time, let's hear from Matt Howson, who's the team manager of KCMG, former racer himself, and he might have a thought on what they've been up to in terms of their strategy with 47 and how they've got it into contention.
I am expecting it to get really busy here soon. They just pushed us against the wall. Lawrence Vanthor with his helmet on in the back. And Matt, when you think of what you guys have accomplished from the brake issue in qualifying, not making Super Pole, 65th on the grid, this is almost heroic. Where's your team at right now?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, still a long way to go. We're keeping in the fight. It looks like there's 3 or 4 cars that can win this race. So it's now a 5-hour sprint race. You can see there's a lot of action, a lot of safety cars. Cars about to come in and box. So it's a lottery, but I've got a great team, great drivers. I think we can win this thing.
Thank you, Matt. Get to it.
So, car is ready. But what we haven't really got to the bottom of is those short stops and how they've been playing the strategy, because it's worked certainly very, very well. And that car then is down the pit lane, and the new sets of tyres are there. Laurens Vanthoor is ready to get on board. And so Matt Howson, as I say, former racer himself, much of that racing in recent years has been done out in the Far East, and then he's hooked up with KCMG now to be the team manager. But this will be quite a result if they can win it from last on the grid.
So why is Laurens Vanthoor walking back again to talk to one of the engineers while they're really all waiting for that car to come into the 47 Porsche to come into they're right down at the bottom of the historic or the heritage pit lane? There is the Porsche now. So what I liked was that really heads-up attitude from management following this car. I mean, we can win it. There's no hesitation or shadow of doubt. Positive, clear, that's our mission.
So there is the Porsche then into pit lane. Laurens Vanthoor will take it over. Also in is Danny Juncadella now, so that's the 4th and 5th cars in. You're getting to the point now, certainly 98 and 88 have been doing it for a good 4 or 5 rounds of pit stops, matching each other, so they're absolutely the same strategy. They come in on the same laps, although part of that is that if you're running to green flag conditions, that is exactly what you will do for a stint length anyway.
I would assume that we're going to see the 88 Mercedes AMG rolling. There we are, rolling before the Porsche, simply because it came in ahead of the Porsche, and also it was stopped sooner. So the Porsche has, what's happened is it hesitated.
Did a bit, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, it was clear, the Mercedes was clear. There was no reason to hesitate. Whether Laurens Vanthoor managed to stall it, I don't know, but it certainly there was a hesitation for maybe a couple of seconds, and then, but he'll catch up to the tail of the Mercedes, I mean, within the next, whatever, few corners, because we're still under safety car conditions, and you're allowed to run as hard as you like until you catch up to the snake that is the line of race cars behind the safety car.
I also saw a safety car coming down the pit lane a moment ago, and it did occur to me that maybe we might need to change from one to the other of the 2 safety cars, because they need refueling at some point.
I mean, wouldn't it be, I wouldn't say fun, but no, it's true. I mean, a safety car uses fuel as much as anything else does, and you don't want to have the embarrassment of a safety car having run out of fuel. But there are 2 safety cars around this racetrack, so whether that's the case or not, we don't know. But remember, this is a
leader in.
Yep, it's an Audi V10 in the safety car, so it's probably it doesn't have the economy jets fitted this weekend. That's
true enough. Right, so that's Nick Katzberg down the pit lane,
and Maxime Martin.
Yeah,
well. It's our Nicky team.
Nicky team, and Max Hesse also in the junior BMW. And as more and more of the teams cycle through drivers, getting ready to go green, because the clear-up operation is just about done, so safety car will be brought in shortly, and if you've timed this wrong, you're going to lose out.
Well, I don't know how soon the safety car will be coming in.
Safety car in this lap, says the race director in the background, so we're good to go racing. This is going to be fascinating now to see who's played it right and played it wrong.
Whereabouts on the circuit is the safety car, as we see the BMW still having a work carried out. Well, there is the safety car. It's making its way up. Well, that's not the safety car. Obviously, that's the 88 Mercedes. So the safety car is making its way up the Camel Straight as the 88 Mercedes AMG, now the 98 BMW. So they're going to have to get their finger out to catch up, and they're not going to do it before the safety car will peel off into the pit lane. So they're going to be a long way behind that line of cars.
The incident between Miguel Ramos, incidentally, and Chris Frogger, no further action. Neither driver deemed to be wholly responsible, so it's a racing incident between McLaren and the Mercedes, as their 88 moves on the road back ahead of 98 coming down the pit lane. Number 47 Porsche will also have fallen back on that round of pit stops, but 98, that has been the leading car, and also the sister Rover BMW number 50 behind, are going to find themselves shuffled back in the pack now once we go green, and it will be racing at the end of this lap. So the advantage has definitely gone by stopping a lap sooner to 88.
Yes, it did, and that's, I mean, I don't know, the teams have got no heads up as to when the safety car will be returned to the pit lane, so they make a judgment, and that's all you can do. You make your judgment, and you live by it, and you succeed or fail by it.
So this is going to give now Augusto Farfus a big task. The lights are off on top of the safety car, so it's preparing to come in. And, of course, the BMW here has got to play catch-up. So they've left it too late by a lap, and that's given the advantage I would offer you back to number 47 as well as to 88, because they should jump markedly ahead now. It's not the leading car behind the safety car. It was, but the leader has then elected to pit, so you don't need to necessarily get the new leader behind, because you did do the right thing and picked up the leader at the start of the procedure. Down now into the chicane. Safety car's going to peel back in. We're going to go racing, and at the end of this lap we'll see the race leader become Mauro Engel, then in 55, which had got itself to the head of the queue anyway. So through goes Mauro Engel in the Mercedes. The second place car now will be number 51 on the road, all of this, which is Nicholas Nielsen. Rob Bell in the green Jones McLaren runs third, but of course they've got another pit stop due. It's out of that leading gaggle of the likes of 98, 50, 95, 88, 47 that we need to see in order when they finally get to the timing beam. Davide Rigon's Ferrari up into 5th place now, despite that pit stop a few laps back with the rear wing. So that car has come good, seemingly. And where does this drop Farfus to? Well, he's yet to get to the line, but he's going to drop out of that leading gaggle, out of that pro fight, as now Mauro Engel steams his way up towards Les Combes, trying to break clear of Nicholas Nielsen there in the white Ferrari. And on his toes, look, is Jordan Pepper to try to get himself up through the traffic as well, to try and unlap himself. So you've got Jules Gounon in 88 there, just ahead of 47 Van Thor, and they are both clear of number 98 Augusto Farfus by some margin.
Yes, and well, anyway, we've talked about the judgment that you make, and so the pit stops due for the top 3, and then once that's been executed, we'll see where the other. But clearly, the 98, which is it's showing currently a 9th, but is falling back. Difficult decision, difficult times, having had a comfortable position, to then have to come in just 1 lap too late.
And with this now being a less than 5-hour sprint to the end, it's going to put the emphasis on Augusto Farfus to really deliver good lap times now to bring that back into contention. 38 currently Rob Bell behind the wheel. So Engel, Nielsen and Bell 1, 2 and 3. Mercedes, Ferrari and McLaren, but they are round about 10 minutes away from their next pit stop. So they are seeing out this stint, trying to stay on their strategy of pitting on the hour mark rather than doing anything trick with the full course yellows, which do enable you sometimes to do one of these short stops. But right now, Engel in the Pro Mercedes, this car, the AMG team Gruppe M Racing entry, leads the way. And Nielsen has not yet actually been able to get past Frederick Schandorf's Inception McLaren. So not only is he not catching Engel, he's being caught by Rob Bell and he can't clear the traffic.
Absolutely, and it's Rob Bell who's got the momentum right now. He can sniff an overtake coming shortly. I mean, obviously they're going to have to make a pit stop because they're all 53 minutes plus into their 1-hour stint. Side by side, almost 3 cars side by side coming into La Source. So 2 go side by side and the third backs out of it. Down the hill, again, going to be side by side as they go into Eau Rouge. Let's hope both cars give each other working room, and they have done. So the 19 slips through Giacomo Altway running in 13th position. And look, Jordan Pepper gains the momentum up and through Eau Rouge and Raidillon. He gets the run. He'll want to get past that 19 Lamborghini as well, because Jordan Pepper currently in 6th place. He's focusing on the 50 BMW, which is, well, a lot further up the road, but he wants to maintain that momentum. So out of Les Combes and the run down into Bruxelles. So have to wait and see whether that's going to be an overtake. The 19 is out of position in comparison to where the number 6 is. Altway he's a lap down, in fact, on Jordan Pepper. So in truth, what he should do, or the team should do, is say, let the 6th car go. We're not achieving anything by keeping it behind us.
Well, there's Nielsen in the white Iron Lynx Ferrari. The really intriguing bit now is the cars that have stopped slightly out of sequence. So Engel, Nielsen and Bell, as I've been saying, are due a pit stop within the next 6-7 minutes now. Stein Scotthorst is about halfway through a stint, and therefore when they pit he will lead. but he's not far off a pit stop after that. Then you've got Davide Rigon, who's also slightly out of sequence. So the gaggle of cars that are all at roughly the same point in a stint are 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. And that order is Nicky Tim, who is now a notional race leader, ahead of Jules Gounon, ahead of Laurens Vanthoor, ahead of Augusto Farfus, ahead of Max Hesse. So we need to look at the pace ultimately of the Aston 95 to see whether Nicky Tim is being able to pull away from or being caught by Jules Gounon, and whether Augusto Farfus can catch up as well. Down towards the chicane, there's number 25, which was well up yesterday evening, but has dropped back. Lucas Legere at the wheel of it. That car currently down in 18th place. But yeah, 4 3/4 hours to go. This is turning out to be absolutely fascinating for the lead of the race.
Well, Nicky Tim, Jules Gounon, Laurens Vanthoor, Augusto Farfus and Max Hesse, they're all running in the middle to high 2-minute 18-second laps. Further ahead, Davide Rigon, that last lap was at 2:23, and those cars at the head of the field, well, Maro Engel did again a middle 2:18, the others are running low 2:90s. So those cars that have made their stops and on that fresher rubber, albeit with more fuel, are capable of running quicker. So it's now not if but when those top three will opt to come in, and it's Engel who's the one who's been the longest out in this stint by about half a minute or so.
Through Les Combes, lap 4:17, and there is Marcus Winkelhock. So he is now currently 13th. A quick word about this car, because although it's not going to be a winner because it's 2 laps down, this was virtually last early evening yesterday because it was one of the first cars to have a puncture. Remember, Ricardo Feller did a great job in the first stint, but there's an example of not giving up. They've kept going, and that car is working its way back up into contention. 15th overall, and it might do better than that yet, as others have problems. We've not had that many punctures of late either, he says, tempting fate. Now, 88 Mercedes, Jules Gounon is currently 1 second only behind Nicky Tim, but the last lap that he did was about 3/10 quicker. So he's inching up onto the back of the Aston of Nicky Tim. Danny Juncadella standing watching all of this in the pit lane, and he's with Amanda.
Well, we found Danny looking over the monitor on the restart and looking at times from pit stops and pit times from other teams. You said you guys are in really good position. Why do you feel that way?
Well, I think considering the last long safety car, we took the late decision to pit under safety car, which was, I think, ultimately the right decision, because now there's some guys in front that will need to pit under green and they're going to lose a bunch of time. So I'm pretty happy with that. I mean, to be fair, it's still more than 4 hours to go, so a lot can happen. And I mean, this is such a crazy race, but the way it has played out the whole race, I could not be happier.
Your drive here at Spa is done. I can see the exhaustion on you. Your eyes are a little red. How do you summarize your experience this year?
That's special and incredible. I think it's the best one I've had so far. Back in 15, when I had my debut here, we were leading and we had an engine issue and we lost it. But I think my performance and the team performance, the calls, everything has just played so well in our favor, pretty much. I mean, we haven't been extremely lucky or whatever with some full course yellows, but we've been in the right place in some moments and we've made the right choices, which is what matters the most. And in the end, you need to search for that luck. And I hope it plays out our way in the last 4 hours. Let's see. But now it's up to my teammates and to the team to get it done.
Well done, Danny.
So that suggests Danny Juncadella won't get back into the car. So if that is true, Amanda's saying your work is done, then it's going to be purely Marciello and Gounon to take it to the end, which is fine as long as the calculations within a Codis ASP work out for the maximum you're allowed to drive. So that is Nicky Tim, who is effectively the best of those that have done that most recent pit stop. So the lead battle is becoming 95 Aston ahead of 88 Mercedes, ahead of 47 Porsche. And Maro Engel, the on-the-road leader at the moment, is due a pit stop. Now, it could be at the end of this lap even, because he's a minute into a stint. He's going to be an hour into a stint, forgive me. So he's only got really 5 minutes left, and with a flying lap being 2 minutes and 18, And let's see whether they get him in this time or next. Next lap will be marginal. This one will be comfortable. And Nicholas Nielsen is chasing on in second place and Rob Bell is third. And those leading three are all due a pit stop. There's number 23 looking like an Aston Martin. It hasn't for much of the race. It's had so much damage and so many problems, but it's good to have the TF Sport, Tom Ferrier's team run car back on track. Maro Engel carries on for another lap. The Aston Martin we looked at is the heart of racing with TF Sport, to give it its full title car. Right, Engel goes across the line. Nielsen is 3.7 seconds back. Rob Bell is on his tail, but Ben Constanduras, those three due a pit stop next time around, so the order's going to shuffle again.
Yeah, and if that pit stop was down to the amount of fuel in the car, if it was down to the wear on the tyres, they wouldn't need to pit now because they haven't done anything with that car and tyres, but rules state they have to come in. And so we will see a pit stop from those front three. And the pit stop will be shorter, presumably, because they won't have to put so much fuel in the car.
Potentially so, but you still have that regulation fuel coupling time, so it's a minimum of 41 seconds. I mean, you're right, they might be able to do 42 of coupling, not 45, and save themselves a bit of time, but there will be a minimum, unless they, but I can't believe they'll short stop it, because they can't get enough in the under the 6 seconds. That's purely a splash and dash. That's number 2, Stein Scotthorst, who will take over the lead, but is also due a stop. That car's been nibbled a bit on the left front corner, hasn't it, over the course of the race. The Dutch driver accelerates through. We got used to seeing him in Audis in this championship a few seasons back, but Stein Scotthorst goes through. Regular single-seater driver when he started off in Formula 4 and Formula 3, for example, but goes then down to Pouhon. That's the second and third battle. I don't keep saying it, but it is so heartening to see that Jota McLaren on the Sunday in this race. McLarens in general have had bad luck over the years, and the Inception car there is going strongly as well. So it's great that they're both there, but this car particularly, because it's fighting within that leading group, and 10 still on the lead lap just to make the point again. So it's still a pretty open race. 10 cars on the lead lap with 4 hours 40 minutes to go. So we've got less than the Paul Ricard race length still to go now.
To car 20. Driving stint too long.
Penalty for number 20 for the driving stint too long. That just echoes what I was saying about the need to make sure your calculations are right if you're saving drivers for the very end or trying to keep them to go all the way through. Number 20 is the bronze car of Valentin Pierberg. He's just lost the class lead anyway to Theo Overhaus, the teenager. In comes Engel. Let's finish off the bronze point. That's going to drop that car even further out of contention. Top 3 then on the road in the pits now. That's Engel. Then you've got the Frederick Scharndorf McLaren, and then second and third, Nicholas Nielsen and Rob Bell come down the pit lane as well.
You really would have expected, with the long safety car period, to have reset the strategy once more. That those last-minute stops before we went back to green flag racing has really split the race into 2 separate races now.
And as I've been saying all morning, you've still got to sort of work out which wave is going to pit last, because the wave that pits last loses place at the very end. So the 2 factions, if you like, are still worth monitoring. Whereas really, in terms of the current race lead, because they're all the same in the stint, it's Team Gounon, Vanthoor and Farfus. Now, Augusto Farfus's lap times are okay, actually, relative to everybody else. He dropped time in the early part of the race, but last lap he did a 2:19. Lost a big chunk of time on that last pit stop because they pitted just as the race was about to go green. There's Nicky Thiem then going through. So he's about to become, third in the race. Away goes the Iron Lynx Ferrari, and right up alongside the Inception McLaren. Yes. Somebody has to lift out of that.
Yeah, that incredibly unsafe release, though, isn't it? The race direction, look at that here. Could that be a penalty for them in such a strong position in the race?
Could go to the stewards, couldn't it, to be looked at? They've given the place back, if you like, in the pits to the Inception McLaren that was on its way anyway. Was ahead when they came into the pits. Then you've got Rob Bell's car next in the queue. But yeah, the Ferrari saying, come on, come on, come on. That's down to the car controller. Look, he can see the McLaren coming. He waves it away. So it's not the driver. The driver can't really see. He's just told to go. So that's down to the car controller, isn't it?
Didn't look like he was even looking at the fast lane. That's where he should be looking, not looking at the car. But you know, these mechanics have been effectively awake all night. They've had to service the car every hour, very little opportunity to grab any kind of a sleep, and those little human errors come in at this point of the race.
And equally, they want to win this. They're not about to go after you, Claude, and give away 5 seconds, are they? They want to get out there and go after the leader.
Yes, but they're going to give away more if that's a penalty.
It's the gamble you're going to take, isn't it, I guess? You know, in the same as you push and see whether you can get away with track limits, for example. Not that anybody would abuse track limits in this race, I'm sure. Right, so that is Mauro Engel's car. Mauro stays behind the wheel of it. Now, Miguel Molina has taken over the white Iron Lynx Ferrari, and Rob Bell has stayed behind the wheel of the McLaren. So they're going to drop down that top 10. 7 is Seb Prio, by the way. He made his Le Mans debut this year, now his Spa 24 debut, and has turned out the reigning North American Carrera Cup champion to be a very, very handy GT driver. This is the new on-the-road leader, the pink Mercedes, Stein Schotthorst at the wheel of it. And he is about 20 minutes or so away from his next pit stop.
Davide Rigon's the other car that is a little bit off sequence from our two main sequences, if you like, from the pit stops that we've just seen, and then the pit stops we saw just before we went back to green flag with the two BMWs in, with Lawrence Van Thor on the 47, with effectively our top 3 pre that last big safety car period.
So Schotthorst then leads on the road. His last lap was a 2:21.0, but now he's got caught in traffic. Davide Rigon, who had a rear wing change, we understand, 11 seconds back, but possibly being able to close. And then Team, and then Van Thor, and then Gounon are next. And we've had, therefore, a change, have we not? In as much as the Porsche has got up and past the Mercedes. This is how it happened, because there's contact, and Gounon got tagged by the Sky Tempesta Mercedes, and that's how Van Thor has got through on the inside. Honestly, this Mercedes has had all sorts of dramas in the race, and now it's affected what's going on for the lead. Just a tiny... It was trying to get to the pit lane, but was on the wrong side of the road, wasn't it? That behind the wheel, this time Jonathan Hui.
Clumsy. At least it's not the same driver, but that is very, very clumsy. Especially in such traffic. And of course, the driver himself can't necessarily see. There's no way that the Mercedes would be in a position to be able to be seen clearly. You turn your head, there's a seat in the way, there is a mirror, but there's a big blind spot. Ultimately, though, if you're going into the pits, you have to hug the right-hand side of the circuit, the right-hand curve. You cannot go to the left and then try and cut across.
But he would argue, well, I'd gone to that side to let people through on the inside, not to get in the way, but then I couldn't get back across. Anyway, we'll see whether the stewards have a look at that, but that's a big drama for Gounon. The good news is he got going again. He lost 6 seconds, nearly 7, out of that spin, and here he is then. But the bigger problem is, yeah, OK, he's lost a place to Van Thor, but he's also got going behind back markers that he's got to clear again.
Is there any damage to the back of the Mercedes? It was the lightest of touches, but, you know, if that was a winglet to the rubber, then that could easily cause a deflating tyre.
It could. So right now, all looks good. What are his sector times like? They are good. He's actually slightly quicker than Van Thor in the middle sector, so he's pushing on, as Jules Gounon knows exactly how to do. Don't forget, this is a man that has already this year won the Bathurst 12 hours. He has won the Spa 24 hours in the past, going back to 2017. Double Bathurst winner. He's been a race winner this season in British GT, of course. He was one of the absolute heroes of Alton Park at the start of the season, when lots of people that didn't really know about Jules Gounon became big fans. And as he comes now down towards La Source, the car is 5th in the classification. This is how Jules Gounon read the situation.
Lots of traffic.
Yeah. Gap on the inside, goes for his apex. Clunk.
Look how many cars there are around that. Yeah. You know, we're bunched up just after a restart.
But your point is a good one, that actually he got away relatively lightly. Could have cut a tyre, could have done more damage, could have been hit by somebody else. So that's a bit of a save. In a way, he might not think that at the moment. So Nicky Thiem is now 4.7 seconds clear of Lawrence Van Thor. And last time around, the Aston Martin did a 2:19 and the Porsche did a 2:21. So you're looking at Gounon in traffic, but right now Thiem being able to stretch the margin a little, and again, this is traffic dependent, over the Porsche in second place. Schotthorst, in the meantime, is getting away from Davide Rigon. So Stein Schotthorst, who in theory should have a clear road ahead of him now, and others having to cope with traffic, building that gap a little bit more. There's Van Thor downhill. The KCMG Porsche swoops through. But Nicky Team for Aston Martin, I think it was 1948 Aston Martin last won the 24 Hours of Spa. That would be quite a story if it could be an Aston Martin win again, wouldn't it?
And moreover, they haven't scored any points in the championship up to this point. He was quite vocal about the fact the only championship points that the team have are from the virtual racing.
I was about to say, yes, from Nicky Team doing great things on the esports championship side. Yeah, you're quite right. So that's Vanthor pushing on. In the first sector of this lap, though, he's lost 0.3 to Nicky Team. He's about to come to the end of the second sector of the 3 around the lap. And as he does so, Laurens Vanthor there has dropped 0.6 to Nicky Team. So the gap is stretching again between the Aston Martin and the Porsche. This is all becoming absolutely fascinating, isn't it? With 4.5 hours of the race to go.
We are now getting into the heat of the day, the conditions that they would have experienced at the start of the morning. Temperatures are rising. They will have to change the tyre pressures to match the conditions, to match those temperatures, to nurse the cars through each of the stints. We know how aggressive it could be. 25 degrees air temperature on the tower in the Heritage pits. Another beautiful day here at Spa, and of course the darker temperatures of some of our corners where the new tarmac has been laid will absorb more temperature than the lighter stuff as well.
Nicky Team steams through the traffic then. Aston Martin, all that grunt in a straight line, and he hooks up behind the BMW to get a bit of a tow, and then he can dive out at the very end. Lamborghini follows suit. So on the road, Nicky Team is chasing after Davide Rigon, and he is bringing down that gap to 13.6 seconds. Still the on-the-road leader for the final part of this stint, number 2 Mercedes, Stein Schotthorst, whose last lap was a 2:19, which actually is pretty decent at the moment. You might think that maybe he's not the quickest of the 3, but a 2:19 against 2:20s and 2:21s of others is all right.
And it is amazing, isn't it? The laps where you are in traffic could be 1 to 2 seconds slower than those if you are completely clear of traffic. We were following there Laurens Vanthor, who seemingly doesn't have traffic around it, but only managing a 21 on that last lap. There's a quick look at the leader, the leading Audi, would you believe, 12th position.
Oh, scary, isn't it? I mean, it's been an awful race in many ways for Audi. It's the leading silver, but they didn't come here just to win a class.
Stuart Hall looking after Benjamin Goeth, but with brother racing out in Hungary, Stuart having to go from here in Spa, private jet out to Hungary to then look after brother in Formula 3, is it? Formula 2, I can't remember.
3, I think, yeah. And of course, Stuart himself, race winner yesterday, because he's been doing 2 races here in the Rofco Aston Martin. The Rofco is Royal Goethe, Benjamin's father's collection of Gulf liveried racing cars. And it was the Gulf Aston Martin GT1 car that Stuart won yesterday in. Right, good little fight behind there. 25, which is Lucas Legere, trying to keep the Mercedes at bay. Legere is 17th in the order, 18th, and he's well clear of that car, Michel Gatting. Gatting's next battle might come against Nico Müller, but Nico Müller is about 37, 38 seconds adrift of the Iron Dames Ferrari right now. There is the repaired number 46 Audi. And that's Davide Rigon. So you can see 13 seconds to make up and all of that traffic to get through.
Yeah, it's not just 13 seconds of clear track, is it?
No.
It's 13 seconds and a lot of cars.
So you can time it, you can say the gap's come down, but as soon as he gets up behind another car, then it becomes a very different situation altogether. 57 there, Lucas Auer back at the wheel of it. That's the Gold Cup Mercedes, number 57, the one that Jens Liebhauser had all sorts of woes with early on in the race, constantly being driven into and getting in strife. But Lucas Auer, ex-Formula 3 racer, DTM racer, nephew of Gerhard Berger, pushing on, trying to get the car back into contention.
Interesting that Michel Gatting's got back aboard the Iron Dames car, because she was the one that got out of the car and handed over to Dorian Pan just 2 hours ago. Dorian then getting a little bit of a stint in before the safety car period, but they've got 4 drivers to cycle through on that car, and Michel getting back in. She didn't have a good feeling on the last stint, said that there was something very wrong. Presumably, it's better.
What you also want to do, though, is manage that drive time. So, for example, if they kept Michelle Gatting, let's say she's the fastest, for the sake of argument, you want to use her sparingly, so you've got more drive time available towards the end of the race, which is where the result's going to come from. If you've got a late race safety car, you need, it doesn't matter whether it's a 1 hour race or a 24-hour race, you need your quickest driver in at the very end, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. The last stint, if we are bunched back together, it is very kind of Daytona 24-hour feel to it, isn't it? With all these full course yellow and safety cars, keeping the field bunched, keeping 10 cars on the lead lap. If we end up with the safety car period close to the end and it becomes a sprint race post that, then you have to have the best one in there.
So there is Michelle Gatting coming then now into Les Combes. The road has had a little bit of a sweep, I think, while we've had that long safety car period to make slightly more of a line available. But we are now up to 14 full course yellow periods, not all of which have gone into safety car, but most have. I think 2 have not resulted in a safety car. And 14 might sound like a lot, but it's probably not as bad as some people feared. I don't think we ever got the highest number under the sweepstake. Now this is Theo Overhouse, the 17-year-old, not quite the youngest man on the grid. That was Lorenzo Petresi, but Theo Overhouse, new to GT3 racing in the Valkenhorst BMW, and now that car is leading the Bronze Cup, and will have that lead grow because of Valentin Pierberg's drive-through penalty for stint lengths going awry, and therefore this car is a lap up on its class rival. Number 35 BMW out of the Valkenhorst stable. Theo Overhouse, who's racing the DTM Trophy, which is effectively a GT4 style series supporting the DTM, but now stepping up to GT3.
Interesting, the black lines he left through Les Combes there, getting onto the throttle through the left-hand part of it, getting and just leaving huge 11s. So whilst the he would have thought he would be settled in right now, and we've had enough grip on the track not to see that, he is still very much on the limit of adhesion. It's a big car to look at, but from what I'm told, it doesn't feel like a big car when you're driving it. Weight-wise, a bit like the Bentley was, weight-wise, quite similar to all the other cars, looks massive, and obviously does punch a big hole in the air, but actually from a driving perspective isn't too big.
Now look at this battle we've got going on for 4th and 5th. So Jules Gounon, despite that spin, has caught back up now to Laurens Vanthoor. This is the race prediction that right now it is going to be, assuming that the pit stop strategies remain the same, which isn't a given, that 88 is set to be the winning car from number 98 from 55 Mercedes of Maro Engel. And then, so what that is taking out completely is number 47 Porsche.
And 50 BMW.
Yeah.
Considering the BMW pitted at the same time as the 98 and is on exactly the same strategy, entirely sure why Race Predictor doesn't like them either, but that is, the AWS system knows more than us.
Yes.
Much more computer power than we have in our brains.
True enough. We'll put that back in at some point and see what it compares to the final result. It takes number 2 out of the equation, but yeah, 47, part of its problem, I suspect, is its pace, because it's dropping a chunk per lap. I know I've mentioned it repeatedly, but some of the Porsche teams have been talking about needing to go at a more relaxed pace just to look after the tyres. But it does seem, as the race has evolved, that the teams have got the handle on exactly what to do with pressures and cambers, because the early race punctures now not quite so common, are they? Now this is Gounon, he's on the back of Vanthoor. So Laurens Vanthoor, a double winner of this event, don't forget in the past. Jules Gounon, a single winner, but he could be on for his 2nd victory this year, coming out of Les Combes now. Over the brow, down towards Bruxelles, and as they turn their way through, a little mistake by Vanthoor, which pushes him out wide, gets the clipping point for the 2nd part of the corner. There's traffic ahead. Now, it might get all exciting in a minute if Gounon gets a run in the traffic, but for the moment, let's just ride with him and enjoy. awesome to watch, isn't it, on board with Jules Gounon? And that ride there through Raidillon, that was something special. You sense the frustration, don't you? He has been absolutely flat for a lap, but he still hasn't really got into a position where he can challenge. Closes at Les Combes now.
Experience a very different grip level between Speaker's Corner and Pouhon, with the two different tarmacs, the new tarmac at Speaker's, the old tarmac at Pouhon, and you can see how much the cars, both of them, are moving around through the double gauche. A little bit wide from the Porsche that last time through, and it's got a weird kind of behavior to it. Seems to be breaking away grip at the front, just a little bit of understeer. Oh, big lock up from a car in front. Is he off the road? No, he isn't, but he is in the way of the Porsche.
Yeah, he's more in the way by the mistake, isn't he? But they get through. It was the AGS Events number 8. No, it was the Audi, sorry. Going by one of the WRT cars. That would have been the 31. You're right. So they get through. Phew, panic over. But yeah, the Porsche has certainly been moving around more, and fundamentally it's not as quick as the Mercedes, is it? It's there or thereabouts in that leading gaggle. But right now, Jules Gounon has got the pace because he's gobbled up that lost time. He's closing back up onto the tail. Remember, Vanthor got ahead of him while that Mercedes was spinning. So Jules Gounon, who lost about 7 seconds on that lap, has caught back up to Vanthor, and the move is on now between these two. They're about halfway through their current stint, down now towards La Source. The leader on the road, by the way, Stein Scotthorst, is probably on his last lap of the stint before he needs to be in.
What I'm seeing from that Porsche, and it seems to break away with a little bit of understeer on the front and then re-grip. And when it re-grips, that then unbalances the rear end and you get a little bit of oversteer. But it's a kind of looks like quite a strange behavior from the front end of the car, just on certain corners, certainly not all of them. But it's not a consistent kind of understeer. It seems to understeer and then grip back up again, which then unsettles the rear. Under acceleration on a few occasions, Jules Gounon with a little bit of oversteer, a little bit of correction, which you come to expect more, especially when you're pushing. Of course, the engine over the front end of the Mercedes, very different balance to the two cars with the engine in the back end of the Porsche. I mean, it's not in the back end. They're both mid-engine cars, I suppose, because they are between the two axles, but much further back from the Porsche than it is from the Mercedes.
So number 2, I mentioned a moment ago, is expected in this time. Stein Scotthorst, who I think will probably have to remain behind the wheel of that car because he's, relative to the others, not seemingly done that much driving. So he might need to cycle through so they can keep a Goetz or a Marciello fresh for the last stint, 2 stints. So although that car wasn't featuring on that race predictor, circumstance might change that for better or for worse. You know, if others have problems, that car can be in the mix. Into the chicane, and no, he is going to stay out for another lap. Now that's a gamble. That's going to get him, let's see, he crosses the line now with a stint of just under 62 minutes. He's going to be good, but it's going to be marginal. He will get another lap in, but it's very, very tight.
And with the stop, he will fall to the tail of our 10. He shouldn't lose a lap unless something goes awry in the pit stops. With the pit stops being around 2 minutes and the laps being more like 2:20, but he will go to the very tail of our 10 cars behind Rob Bell in the McLaren.
So Stein Scotthorst leads Davide Rigon, and that gap has actually been going out between the two. Nicky Thiem, though, is lapping on the same sort of pace as Stein Scotthorst. Now, you know, if we're saying that Stein is not the quickest of the 3, but Nicky Thiem's lap times are comparable to him, then that's a thumbs up to Stein Scotthorst. And also, he is about to be replaced in that car by Davide Rigon. Here's the move. Jules Gounon comes up alongside Laurens Vanthor then for 4th on the road. They go side by side down towards Eau Rouge, then the Mercedes on the inside for the first bit, and the move is done. Through he goes. Great pass. Jules Gounon gets ahead of Laurens Vanthor, and not only that, he's about 3 lengths clear by the top of the hill.
Well, the problem was Laurens was very sensible to not try and fight that one and blended out the throttle to get himself back onto the racing line. By doing that, you are then compromising your momentum up the hill, and it's still a hill here, so you are behind where you should be, all the way down the Kemmel Straight.
Replay of the move then. It started on the way into La Source. Jules Gounon closing, made that dive on the inside. Vanthoor knows that there's no point blocking because you've still got 4 hours to go. He needs to stay in that battle. Tried to fight back on the way down the hill. So again, the Porsche with good drive out of the corner. Let's look at it from Gounon's point of view. So there's the gap on the inside. And so Vanthoor happy in a sense to let him go. So out wide goes the Mercedes and up the inside nips the Porsche. So getting the undercut. Wait to see that blue and white KCMG Porsche coming on the inside line. Side by side down the hill, but just being able to claim the line for the corner, going through Jules Gounon. That was brave stuff.
You can see how tiptoey he was right in the middle of Eau Rouge Radion there. And Stein Schottels, our leader, now into the pits.
And that is very close to the maximum. 64.19 seconds as he breaks the beam. So he's come in. 64.2 is the official time for the stint. So just about as close to the wire as you would want to be. So that car, yes, of course, will drop down the order while Maxi Götz gets in. New Pirellis go on and fuel is put in. So different stature of driver. The cushion is required, of course. And the 2 mechanics to do each of the 4 corners of the car. And then out into the race will go Maxi Götz, who, again, is a very accomplished GT racer. He's had his spell in the DTM, but, of course, was a winner of this event back in 2013. ADAC GT champion, Formula BMW champion, winner of the Sprint Series in the Blancpain back days. There, 23rd, still going, despite everything it's been involved in, is the Sky Tempesta Mercedes. Chris Froggatt at the wheel of it. Also still going, now 19th, Nico Müller. And that's the car that now leads on the road. 71, Davide Rigon then assumes the lead for the moment. And he is round about 10 minutes away from his next pit stop.
But the Aston Martin Nicky team that is on the alternate strategy has been catching pretty consistently lap after lap. Now just 7 seconds between Rigon and team. So we heard from James Calado a couple of hours ago, and he was not very positive about the performance of the Ferraris generally. And it is kind of showing that as the temperatures have risen, the pace on lap after lap has not been there. Certainly for Davide Rigon, who really have, he's got Nico Müller ahead of him. It's the car is not exactly as pretty and as slippery as it should be, but he's not being held up by Nico Müller, that's for sure. Yet the pace isn't really there.
True enough. Yeah, they've always been in the mix, but never really the dominant car. And as there, Maxi Götz is set to rejoin. Comes down to pit out, speed increases. So now he's clear of the pit lane regulations, other than he can't cross that blend line. So there's all this extra time that's lost because you sort of have that little chicane, if you like, to go as far away from cars coming out of Radion as you can. Then you're back on the racetrack, now you're clear. And so we'll see come the end of the lap exactly where that puts Götz, who's trying to get the warmth into the Pirellis and get the pressures up too.
Yeah, Rob Bell's just gone through the bottom of shot there, so he is right at the tail. So he's into 10th position, and at the very back of our leading lap contenders.
And the head of that queue for the moment is this car. There is a 20-second time penalty for number 93 for causing a collision. That, I suspect, is the Froggatt on Gounon incident, isn't it?
Yes, but it was Hui at the time.
Sorry, was it Jonathan Hui?
I think for that particular
yes,
one.
Yes, it was. Apologies, Chris Froggatt. Chris Froggatt was involved in 188's incident. Jonathan Hui, yes, with Gounon. We know that the incident with the McLaren, there's no further action to be taken because no one driver was deemed to be more at fault than the other. So the 20-second time penalty is for Jonathan Hui's tag on Jules Gounon. There's the confirmation of it. Ignore the data about the bronze car of Valentin Pierberg. The Sky Tempesta Mercedes is the culprit this time around. There it is. It's had a busy race, hasn't it?
Laurent Vanthoor into the pits this time after just 42 minutes of the stint. So a short stint for the 47 car. I hope this doesn't mean there is a malady for that machine.
So it's done 430 laps, but as you say, what was the stint time? 42 minutes.
Is this a choice to get them onto the same strategy as the Mercedes, perhaps?
Well, I thought they were on it, having got their short stops done under full course yellow to then match what was being done by the Mercedes. But it could be the next strategic roll of the dice. Could be that they just are desperate for a new set of tyres because that car had not really got the pace. You'd seen the way that Gounon had caught, passed, pulled away. There is the KCMG car. It's in the bottom pits, the endurance pits. So down the pit lane comes Van Thor. And there are new tyres ready, and they are going to refuel it because, of course, you would. Why wouldn't you? And Laurens is going to stay in the car by the look of it. So maybe he just felt something wasn't quite right with that set of boots. Tyre off, new tyre on. There's no damage that's being looked at, is there? It gives the impression of a normal service, fuel and tyres.
So the strategists have then worked out that if he does go to the full 1 hour of his stint, that would be no more beneficial than pitting now. So with his uncomfort with the car, get it done and get it serviced at this point. It puts him on the same strategy as the Mercedes Maxi Götz. It will drop him off the lead lap though, won't it?
Possibly. Possibly.
27 back from Rigon pre-pit stop.
But if you go 65 minutes to a stint, there's the chance that he's going to have to pit again in the last 13 minutes, which would cost them dear. So he's pitted now with effectively 4 hours and 13 minutes to go. So extrapolate that hour by hour, or 65 minutes by 65 minutes, he might need to pit again. And if that's what the race predictor agrees with, that's why it's fallen out of its calculation of a moment ago.
Unless the race predictor is even more clever than I thought it was, it wouldn't have known that he was going to pit 42 minutes into his stint, though.
Crystal balls are amazing things, but no, I agree with you, you're quite right. But yeah, 47 Laurens Van Thor then comes through. Now, if they can stretch this to 64 minutes rather than on the hour mark, those 4 minutes through each stint are all going to help. So yeah, it's another possible roll of the dice here. This is, again, why endurance racing is so fascinating. Not only does it deliver fabulous racing on track, but it also makes your brain work, whether you're watching it, talking about it, driving in it, engineering in it. Down towards Pouhon they come. And the cars now swoop through Pouhon. Out towards the Piff Paff comes Laurens Van Thor, who dropped back in the queue this time around. The graphic on the screen giving you the race order. If you're wondering why one or two of them are rather faint, those that are greyed out, in other words, those that are notionally 44th and lower, they're all officially retired from the race. And actually Miguel Ramos, who's still classified 40th, has retired as well. And there are 3 cars that haven't been officially retired. One is still circulating, one is in the pits, and one is trackside, I think, somewhere. So that retirement list will grow in due course. But yeah, as you can see, those that are faded, are out of the race and have been officially retired. So this remains Laurens Van Thor at the wheel of number 47. So that rather suggests that they're going to keep either Nick Tandy or Dennis Olsen for the last couple of stints. Who would you put in the car?
Always Tandy.
Always Tandy, okay. I would not disagree. But, but that's not to say that Dennis Olsen is slow. But yeah, Nick Tandy is a scrapper, isn't he? He's the man you want in should there be a late race safety car. Remember 2 years ago on the last couple of laps when the car had the Rover car then had its gearbox problems and Nick had to nurse it home with that horrible clunking noise, and another lap and he wouldn't have got there. But the KCMG Porsche may not have had the ultimate pace, but what a story it would be were it to win from last on the grid. I know there were 3 cars that started behind it from the pit lane, but from the published grid it was last, and it's come through to be in that leading group all the way through the race now. So we've got now the car coming to Les Cons. Augusto Farfus lap times are still pretty decent, 2:21s, dropped back a little bit on the relative pace of Jules Gounon, who's in the 2:20s, and Maxi Götz, first flying lap, a 2:21 as well. So we've got lots of cars very competitive, very evenly matched as well now, as there is Davide Rigon, who is still leading, but this could be his in-lap.
So crucially, therefore, the 47 Laurens Van Thor is still ahead and therefore on the lead lap of Davide Rigon. Obviously, Rigon is a little bit out of sequence to the rest, but if we went safety car now, he would still be on that lead lap.
True enough, yeah. And Rigon has done an hour and a minute, so it would make sense to get him in this time. He's virtually at the end of his stint, so that's going to give shortly Nicky Thiem the race lead, and Thiem, Gounon, Farfus, and also Max Hesse, who is still in the mix. Don't discount the other BMW. They're all on roughly the same point of their stint time. So that's the real fight. Thiem, Gounon, Farfus, and Hesse. Mauro Engel is slightly out of sequence, as is Miguel Molina, as is Rob Bell, and very much so now Laurens Van Thor. So this is Davide Rigon's view. Good that he's gone so well this year after being involved in the accident at the top of Radion 12 months ago. Turns now to the Cours Paul Frère. And again, the car doing good lap times, but not stellar lap times. And that sort of backs up what the comments of James Collado, his Iron Links colleague, were that the Ferraris have good but not mega pace. Through Blanchimont comes Davide Rigon. Back the corner, the scene at which Alessandro Pierguidi pulled off the move last year to get the lead of the race, and now down he goes into the chicane and stays out for one more lap. So he's running it fine. Again, it's going to be a 64-minute stint, but maybe this now is what they've got to do to win this race. You've got to push the stints to the absolute maximum.
Well, I think if you give away a couple of minutes, 1 or 2 laps, you could find yourself in need of a splash and dash. And that would be an absolute disaster, considering how long the pit lane is here.
And of course, the other element of this is for your final stint. Yes, we talk about it being a 24-hour race. Strictly speaking, it's not. It's 24 hours and, isn't it? Because if at 24 hours the race leader is heading round La Source, then it's 24 hours and about 2.5 minutes. Whereas if the leader comes into the chicane at the 24-hour mark, then it's 24 hours and a few seconds. And that, again, would have an impact on your stint time.
Yeah, you've got to consider that, absolutely. And get caught out by running out of fuel on the very last lap.
But there is that as well, yeah. I mean, I was thinking drive time, but you're right, there's the fuel to factor in as well. You know, if you've got a reasonable lead, you could back off to save the fuel, but that elongates the time, so you're on the track for longer. There are all these things that the engineers have got to make sure they are on top of, and that's why at the back of all of the garages, or in a suite next to the media room here for Porsche's purposes, you've got all of these engineers with their heads buried in laptops. Haven't seen a car all week, probably haven't seen daylight, haven't been fed, but they are studying the data, crunching the numbers to try to work out the best way of winning this race. So Rigon comes towards Piff Paff. He's now about to do 64 minutes. It's going to be tight, you know, this getting into the pit lane before 65 trips over.
See that orange little antennae on the top of the roof? All of our pro cars have that, and that is a new innovation from the 3D timing company to track the cars, to have an idea second by second where the car is not just on track, where it's placed on track. And this will roll out over the next couple of years into fascinating TV graphics, but also in the ability to not need marshals around every single corner to make sure track limit infringements are right. That little thing knows how big that car is and where it is on the circuit, so that if four wheels go off, then it can ping and give an automatic drive-through penalty or warning to that particular driver. And it's technology that SRO are pioneering here, and very, very fascinating.
64 minutes and 43 seconds, that stint by Davide Rigon, running it right to the end. And yes, that 3D timekeeping device, there it is, the little orange tag on the roof, as you say, can tell where the car is on the track or where it is off the track.
Yes, exactly. Key also, Nicky Team just behind into the pits as well, so matching Davide Rigon's pit stop, even if Team is about 10 minutes short of where he actually needed to be. So now we're seeing variance in the pit stop strategy. We're not doing the full 65 minutes for everybody. Aston Martin's rolling the dice a little bit, as I think we saw from KCMG a few laps ago. A tear off from the Ferrari's windscreen. Clarity of view for Davide Rigon on the next stint, as around the final corner on track, Maro Engel in the Mercedes. Gounon's gone through, Farfus has gone through, Hesse has gone through. And the Ferrari back out, and maybe the Aston Martin too. Yep, they are pretty much nose to tail. So that work that we've seen from Nicky Team over the last stint to catch those leading two when we thought he was on a different strategy is now very much the same strategy with 4 hours and 4 minutes remaining. Ooh, that's a bit tight going down the hill.
So I reckon, and again, I'm willing to be corrected on this, that they now have 3 more pit stops to go, the last of which would be with 50 minutes of the race remaining. And those that stop later, and therefore would have to stop after the 50 minutes to go mark, they would fall behind these cars that are stopping now, wouldn't they? So this still could be the right strategy. We'll find out in the remaining hours of the race, but these still, I still think these cars have got a decent chance of victory here. So the cars that have gone by on the track, of course, are overtaking for position, but it'll shuffle again on the next round of stops. Away goes Rigon, away goes Nicky Thiem. Are they going to put Maxime Martin in the Aston Martin for the end, the Belgian driver, to get the home crowd on the feet?
Now, where is the number 2 Mercedes? Pink Mercedes, I would have thought, is ahead of this group. But if it is, it's a decent way ahead because it hasn't been in our shop.
But that dropped back, didn't it, after its last round of pit stops?
Yes, but was ahead of Rigon and was ahead of Thiem, so should go back ahead of them. Maybe the gap was as big as that.
So there's Nicky Thiem, who is going to be now down in 9th place. Jules Gounon, he's going to lead on the road, but he owes us a pit stop within the next 10 minutes as well. So this is 88 then that leads the way. I think I need a new page in my notebook now to try and work out pit stop strategies.
Yeah, because it doesn't need to be. He doesn't need to wait until the end of the stop now, as we've seen from Nicky Thiem, as we've seen from KCMG. They can pit at any point, and there's still a window. If the last stint is 50 minutes, if the last stint is 40 minutes, it's only really the freshness of the tyres that's going to make the difference, because they have to, as you say, they can't short fill because there's still a regulation time for them to fill through.
But what they also have to bear in mind, you're right about the fuel, but it's also the stint time. So if their calculations are such that your last stint is 68 minutes, you're going to have to pit.
Yeah.
And that would be a drive-through, and that would be, you know, a minute and a half, and that's torn it. So they've got to factor that in.
But from this point, that time is reducing. You've just worked out 50 minutes for the Aston Martin. So Gounon comes in the next lap, it's 47 minutes, and so on and so forth.
But I'm still doing those calculations based on a 64, 65-minute stint. So they've, you know, that's still their maximum. Again, this is where the brains trust upstairs or in the back of the garage earns its money. But it is still absolutely fascinating to see how this is going to pan out. So it is Gounon now leading on the road, as I say, with Augusto Farfus behind him. Through they come.
And Gertz is 19 seconds behind. Sorry, 19 seconds ahead of Rigon and Thiem. So a pretty healthy advantage for the Mercedes over the Ferrari and Aston Martin. And we think that they owe the same amount of pit stops.
Sorry, which two?
Gertz, having pitted. Oh no, you think he might be a bit too tight, the number 2, actually, looking at it.
Yes.
If Rigon is 50 minutes, then that would mean Maxi Gertz and the Mercedes Get Speed team would be 60 minutes. So that really would be tight versus tight versus tight. They'd have to really maximize every stint to try and get to the end without having to do an extra stint over the rest.
I mean, if, for example, we had another full course yellow, they could exploit that to reset the stint time. And you'll see people doing that. You know, we have had in the past here people just doing a drive-through to reset the stint so they can keep the quick driver in the car. So Jules Gounon leading the way, and it is going to be him that we anticipate in first of all. The other fascination is the Vantour stop, as we were saying. So he has dropped back into 10th place and is the last on the lead lap.
Yes, and Rigon and Thiem have slotted in ahead of him as well, crucially, which was how it was before the stops. Vantour could be in it, because it was a short stop, an early stop for Vantour. I'm thinking that KCMG have done the maths and worked out that they any earlier would have needed an extra stop, any later don't need to, so they're on the same strategy as Rigon and Thiem. The question mark is whether Get Speed are also. To say the interview that we had down there, they seemed to be pretty happy with where they were at. So could we see the number 2 that's not really been around, it's been around and about, but not really at the sharp end, find himself in a much stronger position? Junior BMW driver Max Hesse with teammates Dan Harper and Neil Verhagen sharing the same car for 2 years, whether it be a BMW GT4 car. Now they're in the GT3 category and some of the biggest races in the world. They don't just share a car, they share a house, they share a sim. Their house is the BMW dealership in Nürburg. They have a very large front window, which is usually displaying a BMW, but actually it displays their simulator at the moment.
I see.
And they've been sharing, well, their program began before COVID. So they have shared their whole lives and training programs for quite a while now. The program should have been 2 years, but due to COVID has been extended. This is the last year of the program, so BMW got some deciding to do what they do with these guys, whether they keep them on as professional drivers and get rid of the junior mark, or let them go. And I mean, they seem to move around as one. Whenever we see them out in the paddock, they're never separated.
The one entity. Interesting, isn't it, that Rover seem to be doing the same thing with these cars. They're not, for the moment at least, splitting them onto a different strategy. They came in on the same lap last time. Nicky Team, just going back to why that was a shorter stint, the previous stop was a short stop, so they were probably getting low on fuel. So that was partly why they gained track position, but it was, I suspect, getting towards the vapours. That's why they needed to bring the Aston in last time. So that, for the moment at least, can box off the 95 Aston Martin, as there, through on the inside line comes Max Hesse, who's doing a nice job in that car. There is Augusto Farfus then, who is second for the moment, goes through, and a 2:21.5, so he's dropping away from Jules Gounon. The lap times are okay, but you know, having lost out under that safety car because he lost chunks of time and places, he's not really been able to buy it back. It's 27.7 seconds, Gounon to Farfus, and at this level of GT racing, you know, you need another safety car to bring that down.
It's huge, yeah. They're at the end of their stint, though. The pace is not particularly good from the two BMWs versus Jules Gounon. All three of them will be owing us a pit stop in the next couple of laps. We did see a split of strategy a couple of hours ago when in my first stint of comms this morning between the juniors that were brought in and the seniors, if you like, that were left out. But they've gone back onto the same strategy now.
Again, part of that is circumstance, isn't it, in a way. 71 is the Ferrari. This is Davide Rigon coming out of the chicane on the tail of the Inception Racing McLaren. Seb Priaulx at the wheel of it, Andy Priaulx's son, and he's third in gold at the moment. The McLaren there on the inside line gives up track position there to the 8th place Davide Rigon Ferrari. Seb Priaulx making his Spa 24 debut. One of 16 sons of in the race, and had a big moment coming out of Les Combes. Did he hit anything? I think he just got through the gravel, but that was a bit close. Let's have a look. If Andy and Joe are watching this, look away now, because Seb got ever so close to the barriers there, but bounced it back onto the circuit. Panic over.
It just looked like the front end broke away, didn't it? Maybe due to the fact he was so close to the car in front, but it wasn't, unless I didn't see it, didn't seem like a snap of oversteer that was corrected. It just seemed like the front just didn't turn.
Right, so there's number 7 McLaren back up and running. It is currently third in the Gold Cup, and its target really is Chris Froggett's Mercedes. This is the leader, this is Jules Gounon, and where is he in relation to those most recent pit stoppers? 71 Davide Rigon is a long way back. So what, again, we would be looking for, with 20 hours of the race now done, is on his next pit stop, which cars Gounon stays ahead of, because gradually, on each stint, the number he's fighting against is being reduced.
Nick Yellerly getting the helmet on, getting himself ready to get back aboard the car that at the moment is piloted by Augusto Farfus. Nicky Team, therefore, will be the driver that will end the race. That's no surprise. Nicky was the man that was chosen to do Super Pole and always seems to be a bit of a team leader in that car.
So they're ready at Rover, and of course their calculations now are 10 minutes plus difference. So where their 65 minutes fall for stint times, totally different from those around. So there's another set of figures that need to be crunched on that score as well. But Jules Gounon for Acodis ASP should be in this time.
He's got to be in this time.
Yeah, he's about to nudge over 63 minutes, so this is the lap on which he comes. But you see what I mean about track position relative to the clock. You know, your 64 minutes could be as you come out of the bus stop, it could be as you come into Blanchimont. And the same is true of the end of the race. So 24 hours plus what for some cars. Out of the right-hander of Campus into Courbe Paul Frere comes Gounon now, back onto the loud pedal, drags the Acodis ASP team Mercedes out the other side. Jules is one of the most popular drivers, I think it's fair to say, in the paddock. And yes, he's won this race before. Raffaele Marciello has not, Danny Juncadella has not, and they would be popular winners too. But we're tempting fate, but you know, quite often this car's gone well for the first 12 hours and then hit problems.
Yeah, I
right now, doing all right.
I remember interviewing Jules Gounon early morning last year in tears after they were leading the race and had an issue with the car. Rear suspension, that was that year. Gets the car down to the speed limit and now trundles through the F1 pit lane because they are always ASP based down in the Heritage pitch. Very tight to get a massive Mercedes into those tiny boxes.
But they seem to like it down there.
Yeah.
And of course, like Le Mans, the way the pits are worked out is that because there are grandstands opposite both, you need some of the top teams in both for the fans' point of view. You don't just put all the manufacturers up at the top or all at the bottom. It's so that people watching the pit stops have some Pro-Am, Gold, Silver. There's a spread for each of the viewing areas, if you like. That's how it's worked out. I think some teams can put in a preference, but it's to try and put manufacturer teams in the top and in the bottom. Right, so this car came in with just about 3 hours and 54 minutes to go and has gone 5 laps further before this pit stop than the others.
BMW's behind have gone on for another lap, though. They, as they did previously, Farfus and Hesse will come in on the next lap. Now, finally gets to his garage. It seems to take an age, doesn't it? Downhill, so a little bit tricky initially. Have to hold on to the brakes a bit longer before the car goes up on its jacks. And now the tyres can be changed. It looks like Jules is staying aboard that car. No movement from the driver. And here comes David Rigon in the 71. Need to clear a little bit of traffic. Certainly Rigon is going to be ahead. That is to be expected. How many more cars will go ahead of Jules Gounon once that pit stop is completed? It's got about 30 seconds remaining of the stop. Still fuel going into the back of the Mercedes. Nice clear pit lane, no cars coming down. There comes Rigon then. So back into the lead, look back. The Aston Martin already coming down the hill, so that should be an easy pass. Who's the next one? Should be Lawrence Fanthor. The next one, another 12 seconds back. I'm not sure whether the Porsche will get ahead of the Mercedes, so falls into third of those that have pitted.
Okay, so there is Gounon then, who rejoins behind the Aston Martin now. Now, I'm working on the assumption that the Aston Martin's last pit stop is at 50 minutes, give or take, and Gounon's would be at 39 minutes. In other words, as it pits, it would lose the position back to the Aston.
Yeah.
So, advantage Aston. Do you agree with this? Please nod. Make me feel good.
This will work. It's a completely different strategy, because in championships where you can go a short pit stop with the amount of fuel that you need or tyres that you need, this plays in a completely separate way to the way that the regulations set the pit stop times here. So it's basically the amount of pit stops you need. If everyone needs the same amount of pit stops, then the order, I feel the order is thus, with Maxi Götz in the virtual lead right now.
Well, the number 98 BMW, which did lose a chunk of time from the pits and that last stint, has just come in at the end of that 440 with 3 hours and 50 to go. So basically keep taking 64 minutes off that time now remaining, and you get to, in theory, its last pit stop.
The difference will be in that last pit stop, these guys will have tyres that only need to do 35 to 40 minutes worth of action, whereas the guys who pitted early will be at the end of the tyre life. So they'll be in the 220s, where these guys can be doing 218s, 19s. And so that will be where we will concertina up this top 10 if everything stays as is. Double service for Rover. Line astern. No way they're going to be able to release the 50 before the 98, but they shouldn't be anyway. 98 heads off and 50 follows on. Juniors following the seniors. They absolutely love the fact that they are tutored and sharing the garages with Augusto Farfus.
3, 2, 1, full course yellow now.
So full course yellow is being called for.
Now that changes things.
It does rather. It absolutely does.
And it changes things for the guys that are in the pit lane, because now the guys out on the circuit can't go faster than the people in the pits.
I was just about to tell you when the next pit stop was going to be for Vantor, and it all goes out of the window
This
now.
is advantage. Look, in the background.
And there is the
bits of car
reason for the full course yellow. Right, there's Gunon.
Yeah, but Gunon can't go faster than the BMWs right now.
But
we go green. We go green.
We do go green. I was about to say the pit lane lights would be still on red, but yeah, Gunon goes back ahead of the BMW. So very, very brief full course yellow to pick up some damage. We didn't see that one coming, did we?
BMW must have been rubbing their hands for a second there. They're still net gained, but they haven't gained quite as much as they could have done.
Right, time for another deep breath.
But you were about to rip up your piece of paper. And
I was. I'll keep it for the moment,
yeah.
yes. I need to get back to 47's pit stops. I haven't got to that one yet, because that was another short stint, wasn't it, for Vanthor? Because I think, again, because they short-stopped earlier, they were having to get back onto the proper fuel strategy. So, yeah, the BMWs that have still come out a reasonable gap apart, have they done a driver change at 98? Yeah, they're putting it yellowly in as well, haven't they, now?
Yes.
So they've done the driver change. Verhagen has taken over 50. The one other car that we've sort of ignored, and maybe we shouldn't completely, is number 55, because Mauro Engel is still there or thereabouts, you know, up into third place overall right now.
And he will have a very short final stint, if your maths are correct. Himself, Molina and Rob Bell in the McLaren. So the 55 Mercedes, 51 Ferrari and 38 McLaren, they all owe us a pit stop in about next 10 minutes, and therefore their last pit stop, if they maximise the next pit stop, would be only about half a stint. Pit time, quite a good pit stop there from the junior team Rover guys in the 1:58s.
I've got a fear about number 47, which is that it's going to have to do one more pit stop than the others.
And if they do, then so does the number 2 Get Speed Mercedes.
Yeah, because again, my simple number crunching doesn't get me to the end of the race on 3 stops for that car. I know it might do. It might do.
It is tight. I think it's really tight.
It is tight. No, it will get 3 stops. It will do it on 3, forgive me, but it is going to be tight.
Tight for the 47, which means too tight for the 2 tight for the 2. 2 tight for the 2.
There's number 2 in its strategy at the moment on its stint, 28 minutes.
An extra lap. Yeah.
It might just work. Vanthor, I reckon, should be in with 3 hours and 8 minutes to go, round about that mark. So he's the next one we need to keep an eye to. Then it'll be in at 2 hours and 3, and then it will be in at 59 minutes. So it would be the first in within the last hour, okay? So it would drop track position at the start of the last hour, but then everybody else comes in after it, which ought to kick it back up the order.
Yes, but then at the end of the race, he will be on tyres that have done a full stint, and those that are pitted last on tyres that have done a half stint.
Good, eh?
So that, yeah, exactly.
And your point is, yeah. So we've got all this to look forward to as we are 3 3/4 hours of the race to go. We've had driver changes. We're going to do a change up here as well. Ben's going to get some lunch. John Watson rejoins me, having been out and about and talking to people and learning about what's going on elsewhere. And John will have a thought about what is turning out to be one of the most intriguing Spa 24 hours we've had for many, many years, because we always talk about how competitive it is. We always talk about what a great entry it is. But this is one of the biggest guessing games, I think, in terms of a winner that we've had for many a long day. Possibly because quite often by this stage we don't have as many cars on the lead lap, and we don't have as many potential winners on the lead lap because they hit problems. And yes, of course, a lot of them have hit problems, Watty, but we've still got a remarkable number of potential winners on this lead lap. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. I think what you're trying to say is cat and mouse.
That's it.
It's a bit
beautifully succinct.
Because of the pit stops, they're not all in sync, and some have come in earlier, some are slightly later. Some are going to benefit from a later pit stop because they will have, while they'll have more fuel on board, they will have fresher rubber. But one of the things I noticed when I was doing a little walkabout was how warm it is, how warm the sun is. Now we're in our cool, probably I have to hate to say air-conditioned commentary booth, but it's only when you step outside you realize just how warm it has become, and of course that then has a knock-on effect in terms of the ambient temperature and track temperature. One of the thoughts, not my thought I have to add, but one of the thoughts that was put forward is that the pace of the 98 BMW might be, or maybe it's because of the period of the stint it's in, but maybe the heat is having a larger effect on the BMW than maybe on the Mercedes AMG, the 88 car, and quite what that's done to the Porsche. Well, the Porsche seems Laurent Van Thor is currently in 8th place. He's only 1.1 seconds behind Jules Gounon as we go on to lap 443. Nevertheless, maybe all the things you've been talking about, the pit stops, the strategy, but factor in the heat.
Absolutely, and that is something else now that we do need to factor in. You're absolutely right. It wasn't there at the start of the day, but it is getting much, much warmer. The next time you moan to me about Spa and rain, I will remind you about this year and the suntan you've got. It's absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, I know. There has to be a freak at some point somewhere. I mean,
and that's us, John.
Yeah, no, I mean, the place is such a more pleasant place in these conditions. It just feels more comfortable. It's more enjoyable. And everywhere around you, the sun's shining.
Yeah, but all those anoraks for nothing. 47, Laurens Van Thor out of Pouhon. Turns his way through that long left-hander, and so that car, as my guesstimate is, that it's due in at around about the 3 hours and 8 minutes to go mark, as the car now powers away. Is that a little fleck of something sticking
on
up?
The Porsche on the left guard, there's a bit of bodywork poking up. It's where the air exits through the top of the guard. Looks like one of there's about 4 or 5 little sort of deflectors. I think it's like one of those has popped from its locating. I don't know, maybe it was an illusion, whatever it was anyway. A sort of something looked out of place as Laurens Van Thor just continues to drag all he can out of the Porsche up through Blanchimont, absolutely flat out. The gap between the 7th place Jules Gounon. In the press room in general, looking at all the information that they're getting and doing their little calculations, just very much as you're doing here, is that the 88 looks to be, at face value, the more likely winner. Is that the conclusion you've been coming to, or is that a bit premature?
My calculations are less convinced, but our race predictor graphic definitely says that's going to win. This is the one that the race predictor didn't factor in, didn't have in its top 5, and I still am working on the assumption that it will be the first car to pit in the start of the last hour, and then others will pit subsequently. So it loses track position, and then as others pit, it will buy back some of those places. Whether it buys back the lead rather depends on, of course, how much time it loses in pure pace, and that's the other element. We're looking at pit stop times, but it doesn't, and when they are going to pit, what that doesn't tell us is that the cars are nose to tail, because they won't be.
No.
And so if this car doesn't have the pace and is losing a second of that for the sake of discussion to Jules Gounon, then it's a different story. It won't get the lead, but it will buy back some of its places.
To sort of sum up, what really you're saying is none of us have got a clue because there's too many ifs and ands and buts and imponderables that still, I mean, we still could have further full course yellows, safety car deployments. What's that going to do? Have issues, mechanical issues. When you can see on the left guard that little bodywork there, that's, say, an air extractor on the top of the guard. That's not an issue, but it's just an annoyance. And Laurens Van Thor, no doubt, it'll be catching in his peripheral vision. Now, whether he can disregard that and just focus on what he's going to do, or whether he will be saying, I've got a problem, I've got a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it is, going back to your strategy point, it is keeping us guessing, because we kind of predict when the cars are due into the pits, but what we don't know is at that time of the race what the gaps are going to be between them. So, yeah, we're doing our best to stay on top of who's in when.
You're doing, everybody in the press room is doing a very similar kind of thing, as you just monitor the length of a stint and you do the calculations, and we're, what, 3 hours, 40 minutes remaining, so there's, what, three, possibly four stops?
More stops due. Three more stops,
okay.
Yeah, if you're doing 4, then you are in strife. But we are working on the assumption of 3 pit stops. But yeah.
But in fact, one of the cars that I think did a short stop or a shorter stop was the 95 Aston Martin. That's what elevated Nicky Team.
Correct.
But then he had to come back in again, so it's gone swings and roundabouts.
It has ebbed.
All these
and
analogies.
it has flowed.
Ebbs and flows.
Yes. If I reach into our commentators' box of cliches, what can we pull out next? I mean, personally, I avoid cliches like the plague.
Well, there we go. That's the best one I've heard all day.
Right, you're riding on board with Jules Gounon. He's in traffic, and he's hunting down the cars ahead, up towards Les Coqs. Jinks out, has a look, and absolutely commits. Through he goes. That was Benji Goethe he got past the WRT.
And Goethe bailed out of it, and rightly so, because this is a car that's going for overall honours. And Goethe leading his category, the Silver Cup, so he's in 13th place. Second of the Audis in overall. So Dennis Marshall on the attempt to racing Audi is in 12th place. That's the lead Audi. I never thought I would say in the Spa 24 Hours that the lead Audi is in 12th place.
So Jules Gounon, who has spent most of the last 10 days, it must seem, going around here in the Mercedes, drove in the British GT 2-hour race last week and the practice sessions. And although we have talked over the weekend about the restrictions of testing, as he has been entered for the season as part of the Ram Racing squad, that was acceptable. And it's only sort of one-by-one race drop entrance that you're not allowed to accept for Spa races like that, or track days, as other drivers in GT4 got pinged for. So up now, through the curb Paul Frere comes Jules Gounon. The point being of all of this, that he knows this place with this car like the back of that hand.
Yeah, and just watching the car coming into campus then through Stablo up through Paul Frere, I mean, the car looks a very comfortably balanced, absolutely flat out through Blanchimont, a very comfortably balanced race car. So there's no frights for Jules Gounon. The only time he might frighten himself if he himself makes an error, and of course he got caught up in that incident with Jonathan Wee in the chicane. Nothing to do with Jules Gounon, just a rather unfortunate late call from Jonathan Wee to go into the pit lane when he should have maybe been a bit better prepared for that cut off into the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, if you can recover in a race like this from being tagged into a spin, that's a good result, isn't it? And the car amazingly looks unmarked. Hopefully we can hear from Jules at the end of the stint about that incident and whether it has just tweaked the geometry a little. There through now goes Laurens Vanthoor. That lap for Laurens Vanthoor, a 2:20. He's nearly a second a lap slower.
Yeah, he's fallen back from 2.5 to 3.5 seconds, which is not what Laurens Vanthoor would be hoping for. So we've seen from the onboard shots of the 88 Mercedes AMG, the car looks absolutely a driver's dream. I wonder what Laurens Vanthoor is having to do behind the wheel of this Porsche to try and not let that gap extend. The loss of a second on the last lap can always be down to traffic or other factors which are not in the control of Vanthoor, but can he stabilize that gap at now 3.5 seconds, or can he cut back in to Jules Gounon's lap times? But it's going to be tough, I think, for the 47 Porsche. So the 55, Maro Engel, is into the pit lane, so the race leader makes his way in, crosses the line, and all of a sudden there we see that is Maro Engel in, and he's in at just over 3.5 hours remaining.
Right, back to my spreadsheet. Talk amongst yourself. There in the pit lane comes 51. That's the Miguel Molina Ferrari. So number 55 into the pit lane.
So Rob Bell's going to more or less follow him in because he's 63.5 minutes into his stint, so he's not going to be doing an additional lap. So then it'll be the number 2.
We've just had confirmation of the retirement of number 57, which was the Mercedes that Jens Liebhauser was driving, and it kept getting beaten up. Russell Ward at the wheel of it. So that's another car to retire, 57, with damage-related issues.
I think that car's going to have a complex because everybody seemed to pick on it.
Absolutely.
Don't know what it was. I mean, it's a very nice car, lovely colour.
Yes.
But it just seemed to be the punch board and countersunk, whichever way you looked at it.
It got bullied up, didn't it? There goes Vanthoor through. Right, so for the moment, Maxi Goetz, number 2, takes over the lead. Away goes Miguel Molina for Arne Links. There's another Arne Dames pit stop due by the look of it. The leaders go through. That is Max Hesse's car that's now been given back to Neil Verhagen, and he is nearly 11 seconds back from Nick Yaroli. Now, silver, this is for second. 99 is currently Nicolas Schurl and Thomas Trujillo behind him. So this is Audi versus Lamborghini. The leading silver is Benji Goethe in number 30 Audi. They're all on the same lap. So silver is developing really nicely here. Down towards the La Source hairpin they go. Incidentally, I talked about Barwell's Lamborghini retiring from the Gold Cup a little while ago. Mark Lemmer tells me it was an engine failure, the first they've had in 5 years of running Lamborghinis.
Wow, that's a pretty impressive record, and it's obviously a massive disappointment when it happens, especially in a race that they were en route to securing the Gold Cup victory.
So for second and third silvers, hello, as that is Maxi Buch arriving on the scene. So he's just made a stop in what was the leading car, darts out of the pit lane. Maxi Buch, the 2013 winner of this race when he shared with Maxi Goetz and Ben Schneider. So into Les Combes they come, and we'll see now what pace Maxi Buch has got to offer. We've not really seen enough of Maxi Buch for the last few seasons at this level.
No, he was very much flavour of the month way back in the sort of middle 15, 16, 17, 18, and then when the partnership of Goetz and Buch seemed to split up, it didn't seem to go favourably, particularly for Max Buch. Max Goetz, I think he's running in German touring cars at the minute, but just when you lose that magic of a partnership, then going solo or going with a new partner doesn't always automatically dovetail. So good to see Max Buch in a competitive car and running competitively as well. So there's the second place Silver Cup car, Nicolas Schurl through Fagna. So Nicolas Schurl is, well, he's 38 seconds behind Leo Roussel, who is a pro car. And Goethe is, so it's quite a long way between first and second in that Silver Cup. I mean, whether it's a pit stop difference or whether it's just, that's the pace the car's got.
Those last cars that stopped, the number 55 Buch Mercedes, 51 Molina Ferrari, 38 Bell McLaren, I'm still working on the assumption that if they've got to do 3 more stops, they're going to have to stop with about 20 minutes to go, so they will end up stopping relatively close to the end. Now, it might be they can do a short stop, but they're still going to have to stop, and it's really the drive time through the pit lane here
but also, I mean, Rob Bell and Mervyn Kerkhoff, from what I've seen, have done the bulk of the driving. So I hope neither of those two are near their drive time limits.
Yeah, we've not really seen much of Ollie Wilkinson of late.
No, we saw him, he did the early morning stint.
That's true.
And that's the only, because we were away through the nighttime hours, so we don't know how much Ollie Wilkinson might have done behind the wheel. But certainly Kirchhofer and Rob Bell in the daylight hours have done the bulk of the work.
So let's have a look then at, on board with Jules Gounon, the traffic ahead. He's got the Aston coming through. So this is the race lead. It is team versus Gounon in real terms. Look, they are absolutely together now. The Aston Martin half a second up at the start of the lap. This is what the race predictor offers you. Gounon to win from 98 BMW, 2 Mercedes, 71 Ferrari and 47 Porsche. It's had another think since our last prediction, and this is what the computer has spat out. It still thinks 88 Mercedes is going to win. Shuffle its order behind.
Yeah, that's assuming that the race continues full course yellow free or safety car free. It's based on only the things that they can predict, not the unpredictable. And of course, it's the unpredictable that is always going to throw the whole race into disarray for everybody.
And of course, what it can't factor in is every lap's time because of traffic. You know, it bases that on your current lap time. However, it's a useful asset to have. We'll refer back to it over the last 3.5 hours of this fascinating race. Niki Team versus Jules Gounon. These two have come over the timing line 0.4 of a second apart. They have both done 21 pit stops. This could ultimately be the battle for the race win because they're both up there with a chance.
And for Jules Gounon, thinking there's going to be a walk in the park to get ahead of the Aston Martin, well, Niki Team is a mighty, he's a warrior really, more than a race driver. And the Aston has always been in the top 10 more or less since this race got underway. And Niki Team, well, you can see that Gounon is able to close fractionally as they come up into Les Combes, but again, there's not enough on the tank. And we heard Maro Engel explaining that certainly his Mercedes AMG when he was running with Nick Yellerly or whoever was in Nicky Katzberg, he couldn't handle the pace of the BMW down that long Camel straight. I wonder whether that's the same situation. Can they handle the pace of the Aston Martin down the Camel straight?
It will be fascinating to see, won't it, with less than 3.5 hours to go here in the TotalEnergies 24 Hours of Spa. Out of the chicane, up towards the line comes Rob Bell, who is in 10th place, stayed at the wheel of that Jota McLaren. They're making Rob earn his money here as he comes through, and down to La Source he goes. This is the last car on the lead lap. That's the relevance of it. And McLaren having, in terms of reliability, one of its better races. Now it's time we caught up with news from this car. Marvin Kirchhofer has done a great job. Amanda Busick has caught up with Marvin Kirchhofer in the pit lane.
Well, Rob Bell is still in the McLaren, and Marvin Kirchhofer will take over for most likely the last 2 stints. But we just saw the AWS race predictor. But you guys are still in this. Why do you believe that?
Well, we had a clean race so far. Pretty crazy beginning. A lot of punctures. We were quite good handling this. Rob is doing a mega job. So did Ollie in this stints. Yeah, we're just trying to bring everything together, and we see where we end up.
Do you feel like you guys are getting the attention you deserve right now?
Oh, well, it's still 3.5 hours to go, so we will see there where we are, and maybe then it's more deserved or not. But I have to say big thanks to the team. Jota has done a mega job so far, so fingers crossed.
Marvin Kirchhofer, like so many in this entry, Rob Bell another, looking at him, started his career in single-seaters before coming into GT ranks. We first really saw Marvin Kirchhofer in the R-Racing Aston Martins, didn't we, with Ricky Collard, and then coming into McLaren. Right, Nicky Team storms through. Nicky Team versus Jules Gounon. This is a battle to get excited about, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I'd pay money to watch this one any day of the week because they're both chargers, both racers. So, Nicky, I mean, I always call Nicky Team a warrior more than a racing driver because he looks like, I've described him as the archetypical Viking, and he drives in a way which makes it exciting to watch.
Just had a pit stop for the first car that's not on the lead lap. Andrea Caldarelli has taken over from Jordan Pepper as they try to break into that top 10. Don't for a moment think that there isn't more drama around the corner, especially when you've got these two absolutely nose to tail.
A lot more bite for the Mercedes-AMG in Bruxelles than there was for Nicky Team and the Aston Martin. And that will further frustrate Jules Gounon because he knows actually if he can get ahead of the Aston, he can pull away very easily. But the issue is, where can I use my strengths to my advantage and find a way? You can see on screen how much the Mercedes-AMG has been taking out of the Aston Martin over those last 3 laps. It's been considerable.
Up the curb, they both run, using as much of the road as they can. And remember, we have been racing now for 20.5 hours, and yet these cars are still flat out. And the days of the Spa 24 hours, or any 24-hour race, being about getting to the end, and that would give you the result, forget it, because this has been, as we've said for the last few seasons, flat out from the moment we got going yesterday.
And absolutely bone dry all the way through. I never thought I'd ever say that about any event, any motorsport event at Spa, whether it's here for this 24-hour event or other events that are such a popular racetrack. Even for track days, people come from all over Europe to drive their road cars, their high-performance road cars, their race cars, whichever.
So the TotalEnergies 24 Hours of Spa battle on between Nicky Team and right there on his tail, Jules Gounon. Remember that this race counts also for the Intercontinental GT Challenge and the Bathurst race within that one earlier on in the year by Jules Gounon. The number 95 Aston Martin, not an IGTC registered car. So in terms of the other championship that we're looking at here, there are points at stake for that Mercedes in IGTC, the Intercontinental GT Challenge, and then the car just up the road ahead, thinking only of Fanatec GT points as well. That is the Aston then, the Nicky Team, that holds sway. Gounon behind, and the next stop is about 25 minutes or so away from for Nicky Team, and for Jules Gounon it's another 10-11 minutes after that if you take these as 65-minute stints. So downhill they come once more. Is Gounon therefore going to be prepared to take the chance of getting past, or is he going to sit there and let the Aston feed in for its next pit stop? I think he's going to try and get through on merit, isn't he, on pure pace, because if he can clear the Aston, he can start to pull away, and then the strategy will start to shift again. The predictor will have to have another think.
100%. But so far, unless Nicky Team makes a mistake, and we're coming up to 2 cars that are going to be lapped, so this is an opportunity that Gounon will be looking at. He'll be focusing very much on what Nicky Team is going to do, and you can see actually Team is holding back here to enable himself now to get the best run out of Stavelot through Paul Frere Curb to hopefully get ahead of either one or both of the 2 cars directly ahead of him. And Gounon is right behind the Aston Martin, but if the Aston Martin gets past one or both, how many of them will Jules? But this is your archetypical doppelganger situation. Don't let the car you're pursuing get a car between you. Oh, almost contact between the 2 Porsche coming up into the chicane, and it's a little bit untidy. So the 56 sort of stays out of the way, but no, the real low, poor Jules Gounon almost got tagged by the 56 Porsche. As that all that was the Dynamic Motorsport with, Georgia Roda, Mikael Pedersen. I don't know who's behind the wheel right now, but that was a moment for Jules Gounon. Oh, hard on mouth. It happened, nothing, it did happen, but it could so easily have been side-to-side contact between the Porsche and the 88 Mercedes AMG.
It was Roda at the wheel of it, and Jules Gounon then gets away with that. He's still hunting down the Aston Martin as they make that climb uphill once again here. Grab another gear. Now let's see whether Jules Gounon stays right in the wheel tracks to try to get the toe. You see the way the Aston Martin, well, first of all, has to dart out of the traffic, and Jules Gounon needs to commit here. He's got to clear that 74 Porsche, which he does. Darts up the inside of Felipe Nasr, the ex-Grand Prix racer, to stay with the Aston.
And what Nicky Team, I think, tried to do was actually ensure that Gounon didn't follow through. He wanted the Porsche to go side by side almost into Lake Coombe, and then Gounon would have had to really wait until they got down here to Bruxelles or wherever else. So that's the kind of thinking that's going on in the minds of, certainly, I would say, Nicky Team, and equally Jules Gounon knew he had to clear the Porsche. He could not let the Aston gain a couple of tenths or half a second or whichever, because then it meant all the hard work you've done, you're going to restart. Look how close he is now. There's a chance coming down into Fagnes, but is he? Nicky Team very late on the brakes, just about gets the Aston turned in, but that's as close as we've seen the Mercedes AMG to the back of the Aston Martin.
And he's trying all the while, isn't he, to just force an error out of the Aston as they come through almost as one. So nose to tail then, the cars make their way up towards the Cours Paul Frere. Aston Martin versus Mercedes. Jules Gounon sitting on the tail, trying to apply the pressure all the while.
And I think it's an indicative of where the 2 cars are in the overall levels of grip. The Aston, I think, is dropping down in its grip level, and I think the Mercedes has maintained it coming up the hill, coming up into the chicane. Is he going to? Oh, he had a half a look about it, but the Aston covered it. Oh, and Team gets wide now. This is a chance for Gounon. Better drive off the chicane. Are they going to come side by side? Gounon has done enough. I think he'll be on the outside of the road coming into the corner, but Nicky Team's going to stick the Aston Martin down the inside and deny.
Side by side out of the corner. Now, let's see who's got more grunt down the hill. Nicky Team comes out ahead. Jules Gounon stands his ground on the outside line. He's going to have the inside for the first part of Eau Rouge, the outside for the second part. He's got his nose in front down the hill. Here comes Nicky Team. Mercedes ahead. They touch. The Aston Martin spins. Off the road goes Gounon. Around goes Team. He avoids anything solid so far. He spins. He's in the middle of the road. He's off the road. Jules Gounon keeps going. Nicky Team, after a monster spin, gets going again. That was a proper Code Brown moment. He's got going. He's avoided hitting anything or being hit by anybody.
But he'll have 4 tyres that'll be like threepenny bits. They'll be flat spotted so bad he's slowing down. Now, has he got a serious problem or not, or is that simply the vibration from those 4 wheels?
He's got a puncture, has he?
He may have actually, in that spin, he might have actually, you see the rubber falling off it, so when he was spinning, he's probably gone through the carcass of the tyre.
Yeah.
We've seen that happen earlier this year. A tyre, there was actually a hole in it where a car had spun, and it spun through the carcass, through the cords, and the tyre just, wow, what an exciting moment that was, especially if you're a Nicky Team.
Absolutely. Well, there was a touch between them, but it can't be serious damage, but the car doesn't look low on a corner.
No, it doesn't, but there was bits of rubber in. Now, he may have picked up rubber in the course of the spin.
Right, John, over to you.
Okay, side by side, two courageous race drivers. One's got more grip than the other, but the one with the lesser grip's on the inside, but there's a little light touch and contact. That was more than enough to throw the Aston Martin into a spin, and that's just rubber literally just being torn, shredded off the carcass of the tyre. Here you can see Gunjo fractionally ahead, but Nicky Team just gets alongside, but at that point the contact, and there we are. That's a racing incident, nothing more or less. Thankfully, as the Aston spun back across the racetrack, there wasn't any other car in the proximity, because that is not at a similar situation to what we had seen last year, where a car got spinning across the racetrack and led to a pretty appalling accident.
Right, so from Jules Gounon's point of view, side by side down the hill, he is absolutely committed. So is Nicky Team, to be fair. And there's the touch. Jules Gounon feels it, controls it, uses the runoff, and Nicky Team is the one that goes around and around and around. And here, look at this. Spin, spin, spin. The Porter avoids him. But what the intriguing thing is now is what damage has that Aston picked up?
Actually, there's a shed load of rubber on the outside of Radio, and Nicky Team, when he got going in, he's picked that up on the very hot race tires on his Aston Martin, and that was what we saw actually being dropped on the run up. See all the rubber on the right-hand side? Yeah. Well, that's all the pickup that he picked up. So I don't think he's actually got a puncture. I think when he's got his 4 tires that are so badly flat-spotted, the vibration is just pretty horrendous.
So Jules Gounon, in the last couple of hours, has been tagged into a spin and recovered. He's had that moment at Radion and survived. Must go and ask him about lottery numbers for next week, because he's got a charmed life, hasn't he, at the moment? Comes downhill. So down through the left-hander goes Jules Gounon. Now, where around the racetrack is Nicky Team? He's through the middle sector, so he's heading for the pit lane. But of course he's going to lose a lap in the process, because it would have been a slow in lap. So that really does now take 95 out of the equation. Amanda is down there at the Aston Martin garage. What news?
Well, guys, you can see Nicky getting out, Marco Sorensen getting in. We were over here talking to the team about what their strategy might be over the next couple of hours. When all hands went in the air, the team guys jumped right up from a little nap that they may have been taking. You see Marco jumping in, putting his helmet on. It was quite a moment of disbelief for the Aston Martin, but into gear now. We'll see how this plays out in the next 3 hours.
We sure will. Thanks, Amanda. So that car then is serving a stop. Nicky Team will be the next person to go and talk to, won't he, once he's got his heart rate back to normal?
I think he's as cool as a cucumber. I think, it was only a simple spin, no problem. But I'd love to see any or all of the 4 wheels and tyres that have been taken off, because I would like to know how flat are the flat spots on those wheels and tyres.
They're the square ones, aren't they, now? Pirelli will have returned to them.
Threepenny bits.
Threepenny bits.
For those that remember what a threepenny bit might be.
Google it. Google it, everybody. Right, 71 Ferrari comes then now through La Source. Love to know what the stewards thought about that.
Well, they're probably having lunch.
You reckon? Nothing has appeared on the screen yet saying it's being investigated. There is Nicky Team. The phase, I think, is more not the spin, but it's the frustration of knowing that their chances have just ebbed away. But Amanda's going to use her charm to have a word. We can see
Good
Amanda
honour.
there. Well done.
Good honour. Good.
Thumbs
well
up.
done.
Go. Nicky Team is going to have a word. Good luck, Amanda. Let's see what we can get out of Nicky Team.
Nicky, I haven't said a word to you yet. You've been kind of silent, but back to what happened. What's your perspective of it?
I'm just happy to see you. The fucking 360 up a Rouge. What can I say? Yeah, we're in the dying hours, so of course I'm not going to lift. Go hard or go home. So we didn't really have the overall pace. So a pure strategy from the brilliant guys behind the scenes just brought us up there, and. We knew that Mercedes and BMW had a better pace, but again, we are in the final rounds of this fight. So of course I'm keeping flat there.
Well, I know you haven't seen the replay yet, but on that monitor, there it is for you.
I was there.
Saying he was there does not need to see it.
Well, apologies for Nicky's colourful language, but you can understand after that moment exactly what was going through his mind. And yeah, I don't need to see it. I was there. That's the ultimate way of walking away from the interview, isn't it? Look at that. He was lucky. I mean, There was a car coming through, but thankfully contact avoided. But had he had another train behind him, it could have been a completely different story.
Absolutely, and this is what we saw a similar situation last year. We've seen it over many years. That a car spins on the exit of Eau Rouge and spins across, then goes back across the racetrack or stops in the middle of the racetrack, and that's always been the issue at the bottom of Eau Rouge. You cannot see what's at the top of Radion until you arrive there. And when you're arriving at around 150 miles an hour, there's very little chance to be able to make any kind of compensation for what might be there.
Now this is the on-the-road leader at the moment. Maxi Goetz comes down the hill, and this car currently on lap 4, 5, 6 of this TotalEnergies 24 Hours of Spa. So let's have a look at highlights just to remind you what's been going on. If you've missed anything, this is what we have been enjoying thus far, with the green Porsche of Klaus Bachler taking the lead from the race start, being chased by Raffaele Marciello. And then for third, it was Mirko Bortolotti in the Emil Frey Lamborghini. Luca Stolz ran fourth as the cars all in a line. Identical GT3 spec came out of La Source, plunged downhill. Battles in Pro-Am, gold, silver and bronze. And 3 wide, they made the run up towards Les Combes as Nigel Bailly got tagged into the gravel by Kenny Harble, although the car, amazingly, was pushed out of the gravel and back into the race. Loris Spinelli got involved with Janis Fitje. And then we had Côme Ledegaard being given a bit of a squeeze by Luca Stolz. They came down the hill. Porsche on the grassy then did Côme Ledegaard have to fight with Raffaele Marciello, but Raffaele made his move and he made it stick going into Les Combes. Right through left, and we then lost César Gazzo's Audi. Big spin and a big impact into the barriers as well. The car just kept on rolling all the way back to the pit lane, but the damage was so severe that was the first retirement of the race. Drama down at the chicane as well. Valentin Pierberg getting involved with Jens Liebhauser's Mercedes. Liebhauser then was given a bit of a hit and shoulder by Enrique Chavez, which put him in the gravel and brought out a full course yellow into a safety car. On the restart, Isaac Tutumla Lopez was turned around by the Iron Dames Ferrari. Others hit the brakes in avoidance, and damage was sustained to the 23 Aston Martin of Alex Riberas. Patrick Niederhauser tried to get up and past Davide Rigon, and as another full course yellow was called, Al-Faisal Al-Zubar piled into the back of Alex Malikin, and that put those 2 cars out of the race as well. Number 51 Iron Lynx Ferrari trying to make progress through on the inside of the Porsche of EMA Motorsport. The battles raged on in the classes. More drama for Jens Liebhauser's Mercedes, getting turned around by Christopher Haase. Number 12 Audi, that car also a retirement, as off the road fell Karim Auger down at turn 9. Found somebody else's gravel, and that put that car off the road. On the restart, the battles continued as light started to fade, and the field battled down through Radion as off the road and back on again with the Sky Tempesta Mercedes. Antonio Fuoco was a man on a mission as well, diving through the traffic, oh so close to the back of some of the Silver Cup cars, but he gained the place and got away with that moment as on the inside line, number 88, the Acodis ASP Mercedes took a place away from the Get Speed entry as the cars battled on into the darkness. For the fans, there was the concert and the fireworks to enjoy, but for the Boutsen team, retirement beckoned as the number 10 Audi of Adam Ateki slowed right down, and that car had to be retrieved from the circuit. We also had a spin from Sebastian Bode, and others got it wrong as well, coming out of turn 9, dropping off the road down through the gravel trap on the outside of the circuit there to catch out the unwary. But the battles raged on. It didn't matter which category you were in, there was somebody to fight against, and especially with the interruptions, the field bunching up and creating even more exciting racing all the way through the field. Jules Gounon was a man on a mission too. The 88 Mercedes diving through traffic on the inside at La Source, and Danny Juncadella likewise looking for his best result in his time in the race. 88 moving ahead of 71 Ferrari, a significant moment in the outcome of the race. Albert Costa on an outlap ran wide coming out of the pit path and charged the barrier. The damage to the Emil Frey Lamborghini enough to put that out of the race, and a very unhappy Albert Costa dragged the remains back to the pit lane, but going no further, and also crashing out in the darkness was Alfred Renard, who doesn't often do things like that, but the 911 Porsche out of the race. Mechanical problems did for the Bentley, that also out, and then off the road went Matt Payne, sizably at Blanchimont, a red flag, stopping the race for an hour. from the safety car. We got back underway and the field battled once more down through La Source, and with the gaps having come right down, this is where the gun drivers really were on their toes to try to make a big difference to shuffle around that order. Coming over the timing line, number 46 Audi of Valentino Rossi, Nico Müller and Fred Vervies trying to gain places. There was more contact up at the top of Les Combes that did for number 5 out of the race, Gabriele Piana, and also did damage to number 21 Ferrari, Cedric Sbrazzuoli's car. Did survive, but a long way down. At Attempto Racing, the mechanics took a few moments rest as number 98 BMW took the race lead and the points at the 6-hour mark and again at the 12, and that car very much part of that leading gang. Jules Gounon was put back into 88 at sunrise and was quickly making his way through the traffic as Charles Weerts was caught out by a slow McLaren and was hit very hard from behind by Valentino Rossi's Audi, and that car with lots of frontal damage limped its way back to the pit lane. And as the field was about to go under safety car conditions, so we had a spin here out of number 51, the Iron Lynx Ferrari. It survived it, red-faced driver, and everybody then bunched up behind the safety car with 71 Davide Rigon leading from 47 Nick Tandy. And then as the race got back underway, number 88 Mercedes, Raffaele Marciello, working its way back up the order. But Lello would make a small mistake coming out of the Cours Paul Frere. We had a good Gold Cup battle going on between Valkenhorst and Sky Tempesta. BMW taking on Mercedes. A brave effort by Dan Harper round the outside of Blanchimont against Mauro Engel. That's one to put in the history books because that was quite a move. This was Marciello's mistake, and another one for the history books because they don't come very often. He ran out wide, gave the position effectively to the number 98 BMW as Henry Valkenhorst spun his BM, just avoiding contact with Lawrence Van Thor. On different laps, great battle on track between Ricardo Feller and Maxi Goertz. The Audi a lap behind, but moving through to get past the Pink Panther Mercedes. Rather aggressive effort by Fred Vervies up the grass and up the curve and into the side of the Ferrari, nerfing that off the road, and the penalty came for the WRT Audi entry. Audi having a pretty miserable race this year. And then a puncture, yet another, and this time it was for the K-Pax Lamborghini team, second of the race. Andrea Caldarelli going around as off into the gravel went the number 34 BMW. That was Richard Heistand going off the road, and although the car came back out again, it was a long way down and has also now been retired. So the race got back underway, others ran wide and explored the curbing, and then Nicky Leutwiler got attacked from the Emil Frey Racing Lamborghini and went into the gravel, and that in turn triggered a full course yellow and a safety car. The car rejoined, but not for long. It made a pit stop, it only had 3 good wheels, and then we had Chris Froggatt getting involved with Miguel Ramos, a sizable accident for the McLaren that put him instantly out of the race. The barriers needed repairing, so it was a long safety car period. Miguel Ramos was okay, but it was a long safety car period. We went live again at 11:52, and that was just under an hour from the full course yellow to the safety car, 57 minutes give or take of that period. But the racing up front was still absolutely mega, and number 95 Nicky Thiem was doing well. Jules Gounon tagged into a spin by that Sky Tempesta Mercedes, but he came back from that, caught the Aston Martin. Although before he did that, he had to get back ahead of Lawrence Van Thor, easily down at La Source. So Jules Gounon then set off in pursuit of Nicky Thiem, and the two touch going through Eau Rouge. Around went the Aston Martin. It was the biggest spin of the race so far, and Nicky Thiem fully cognizant of the outcome, or the possible outcome of that, but at least the car is still in the race, and thankfully they weren't collected by anybody. So all action in the Total 24 Hours of Spa, with now 3 hours and 6 minutes to go. So number 71, Davide Rigon, is the race leader now. We've had another round of pit stops cycle through, and 71 Ferrari leads the way by only a second now from Jules Gounon. So 88 is continuing to look strong. There's number 2 after its stop down in 8th place. Luca Stolz is the man behind the wheel of it. Let's go to the pit lane. Anthony Coppi has got more news for us.
Maximilian